I needed to talk to May again. I found her in the biology lab, hunched over a computer monitor, looking at images of white bacterial growth on dark red media. I said, "May, listen. I've talked to David, and I need to—" May? Have you got a problem?" She was looking fixedly at the screen.
"I think we do," she said. "A problem with the feedstock."
"What kind of problem?"
"The latest Theta D stocks aren't growing properly."
She pointed to an image in the upper corner of the monitor, which showed bacteria growing in smooth white circles.
"That's normal coliform growth," she said. "That's how it's supposed to look, but here—"
She brought up another image in the center of the screen. The round forms appeared moth-eaten, ragged and misshapen.
"That's not normal growth,"
she said, shaking her head.
"I'm afraid it's phage contamination."
"You mean a virus?" I said. A phage was a virus that attacked bacteria.
"Yes," she said. "Coli are susceptible to a very large number of phages. T4 phage is, of course, the most common, but Theta D was engineered to be T4 resistant, so I suspect it's a new phage that's doing this."
"A new phage? You mean it's newly evolved?"
"Yes. Probably a mutant of an existing strain that somehow gets around the engineered resistance. But it's bad news for manufacturing. If we have infected bacterial stocks, we'll have to shut down production. Otherwise, we'll just be spewing viruses out."
"Frankly," I said, "shutting down production might be a good idea."
"I'll probably have to. I'll try to isolate it, but it looks aggressive. I may not be able to get rid of it without scrubbing the kettle, starting over with fresh stock. Ricky's not going to like it."
"Have you told him about this?"
"Not yet."
She shook her head.
"I don't think he needs more bad news right now. And besides—"
She stopped as if she had thought better of what she was going to say. "Besides what?"
"Ricky has a huge stake in the success of this company."
She turned to face me.
"Bobby heard him on the phone the other day, talking about his stock options, and sounding worried. I think Ricky sees Xymos as his last big chance to score. He's been here 5 years. If this doesn't work out, he'll be too senior to start over at a new company. He's got a wife and baby. He can't gamble another 5 years, waiting to see if the next company clicks. So he's really trying to make this happen, really driving himself. He's up all night, working, figuring. He isn't sleeping more than 3 or 4 hours. Frankly, I worry it's affecting his judgment."
"I can imagine," I said. "The pressure must be terrible."
"He's so sleep-deprived it makes him erratic," May said. "I'm never sure what he'll do or how he'll respond. Sometimes I get the feeling he doesn't want to get rid of the swarms at all. Or maybe he's scared."
"Maybe," I said.
"Anyway, he's erratic. So if I were you, I'd be careful," she said, "when you go after the swarms. Because that's what you're going to do, isn't it? Go after them."
"Yes," I said. "That's what I'm going to do." Day 6, 1:12 p.m. They had all gathered in the lounge, with the video games and pinball machines. Nobody was playing them now. They were watching me with anxious eyes as I explained what we had to do. The plan was simple enough. The swarm itself was dictating what we had to do, although I was skipping that uncomfortable truth. Basically, I told them we had a runaway swarm we couldn't control, and the swarm exhibited self-organizing behavior. Whenever you have a high SO component, it means the swarm can reassemble itself after an injury or disruption, just as it did with me. So this swarm has to be totally physically destroyed. That means subjecting the particles to heat, cold, acid, or high magnetic fields. And from what I've seen of its behavior, I'd say our best chance to destroy it is at night, when the swarm loses energy and sinks to the ground. Ricky whined. "But we already told you, Jack, we can't find it at night." "That's right, you can't," I said. "Because you didn't tag it. Look, it's a big desert out there. If you want to trace it back to its hiding place, You've got to tag it with something so strong you can follow its trail wherever it goes. Tag it with what? That's my next question, I said. What kind of tagging agents have we got around here? I was greeted with blank looks. Come on, guys, this is an industrial facility. You must have something that will coat the particles and leave a trail we can follow. I'm talking about a substance that fluoresces intensely, or a pheromone with a characteristic chemical signature, or something radioactive. No? More blank looks, shaking their heads. Well, May said, of course, we have radioisotopes. All right, fine. Now we were getting somewhere. We use them to check for leaks in the system. The helicopter brings them out once a week. What isotopes do you have? Selenium-72 and rhenium-186, sometimes xenon-133 as well. I'm not sure what we've got on hand right now. What kind of half-lives are we talking about? Certain isotopes lost radioactivity very rapidly in a matter of hours or minutes. If so, they wouldn't be useful to me. Half-life average is about a week, May said. Selenium's 8 days, rhenium's 4 days, xenon-133 is 5 days, 5 1/4. Okay, any of them should do fine for our purposes, I said. We only need the radioactivity to last for one night after we tag the swarm. May said, we usually put the isotopes in FDG. It's a liquid glucose base. You could spray it. That should be fine, I said. Where are the isotopes now? May smiled bleakly. In the storage unit, she said. Where is that? Outside, next to the parked cars. Okay, I said. Then let's go out and get them. Oh, for Christ's sake, Ricky said, throwing up his hands. Are you out of your mind? You nearly died out there this morning, Jack. You can't go back out. There isn't any choice, I said. Sure there is. Wait until nightfall. No, I said, because that means we can't spray them until tomorrow, and we can't trace and destroy them until tomorrow night. That means we wait 36 hours with an organism that is evolving fast. We can't risk it. Risk it, Jack? If you go out now, you'll never survive. You're fucking crazy even to consider it. Charlie Davenport had been staring at the monitor. Now he turned to the group. No, Jack's not crazy. He grinned at me. And I'm going with him. Charlie began to hum, Born to be Wild. I'm going too, May said. I know where the isotopes are stored. I said, it's not really necessary, May. You can tell me. No, I'm coming. We'll need to improvise a spray apparatus of some kind. David Brooks was rolling up his sleeves carefully. Presumably remotely controlled. That's Rosie's specialty. Okay, I'll come too, Rosie Castro said, looking at David. You're all going? Ricky stared from one to another of us, shaking his head. This is extremely risky, he said. Extremely risky. Nobody said anything. We all just stared at him. Then Ricky said, Charlie, will you shut the fuck up? He turned to me. I don't think I can allow this, Jack. I don't think you have a choice, I said. I'm in charge here. Not now, I said. I felt a burst of annoyance. I felt like telling him he'd screwed the pooch by allowing a swarm to evolve in the environment, but I didn't know how many critical decisions Julia had made. In the end, Ricky was obsequious to management, trying to please them like a child pleasing a parent. He did it charmingly. That was how he had moved ahead in life. That was also his greatest weakness. But now, Ricky stuck out his chin stubbornly. You just can't do it, Jack, he said. You guys can't go out there and survive. Sure we can, Ricky, Charlie Davenport said. He pointed to the monitor. Look for yourself. The monitor showed the desert outside. The early afternoon sun was shining on scrubby cactus, one stunted juniper in the distance, dark against the sun. For a moment, I didn't understand what Charlie was talking about. Then I saw the sand blowing low on the ground. and I noticed the juniper was bent to one side.
"That's right, folks," Charlie Davenport said. "We got a high wind out there. High wind, no swarms, remember? They have to hug the ground."
He headed toward the passageway leading to the power station.
"Time's a-wasting. Let's do it, guys."
Everybody filed out. I was the last to leave. To my astonishment, Ricky pulled me aside, blocked the door with his body.
"I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't want to embarrass you in front of the others, but I just can't let you do this."
"Would you rather have somebody else do it?" I said. He frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"You better face facts, Ricky. This is already a disaster, and if we can't get it under control right away, then we have to call for help."
"Help? What do you mean?"
"I mean, call the Pentagon, call the Army. We have to call somebody to get these swarms under control."
"Jesus, Jack, we can't do that."
"We have no choice."
"But it would destroy the company. We'd never get funding again."
"That wouldn't bother me one bit," I said. I was feeling angry about what had happened in the desert, a chain of bad decisions, errors, and fuck-ups extending over weeks and months. It seemed as if everyone at Xymos was doing short-term solutions, patch and fix, quick and dirty. No one was paying attention to the long-term consequences. "Look," I said, "you've got a runaway swarm that's apparently lethal. You can't screw around with this anymore."
"But Julia
isn't here."
"But she said—"
"I don't care what she said, Ricky."
"But the company—"
"Fuck the company, Ricky." I grabbed him by the shoulders, shook him once hard. "Don't you get it? You won't go outside. You're afraid of this thing, Ricky. We have to kill it, and if we can't kill it soon, we have to call for help."
"No."
"Yes, Ricky."
"We'll see about that,"
he snarled. His body tensed, his eyes flared. He grabbed my shirt collar. I just stood there staring at him. I didn't move. Ricky glared at me for a moment and then released his grip. He patted me on the shoulder and smoothed out my collar.
"Ah, hell, Jack," he said.
"What am I doing?" And he gave me his self-deprecating surfer grin.
"I'm sorry. I think the pressure must be getting to me.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Fuck the company. We have to do this. We have to destroy those things right away." "Yes," I said, still staring at him. "We do." He paused. He took his hand away from my collar.
"You think I'm acting weird, don't you? Mary thinks I'm acting weird, too. She said so the other day. Am I acting weird?"
"Well,
you can tell me."
"Maybe on edge. You getting any sleep?"
"Not much, couple of hours."
"Maybe you should take a pill."
"I did. Doesn't seem to help. It's the damn pressure. I've been here a week now. This place gets to you."
"I imagine it must."
"Yeah, well, anyway."
He turned away as if suddenly embarrassed.
"Look, I'll be on the radio," he said. "I'll be with you every step of the way. I'm very grateful to you, Jack. You brought sanity and order here. Just be careful out there, okay?"
"I will." Ricky stepped aside. I went out the door past him. Going down the hallway to the power station with the air conditioners roaring full blast, May fell into step beside me. I said to her, "You really don't need to go out there, May. You could tell me over the radio how to handle the isotopes."
"It's not the isotopes I'm concerned with,"
she said, her voice low, so it would be buried in the roar.
"It's the rabbit."
I wasn't sure I'd heard her. "A what?"
"The rabbit. I need to examine the rabbit again."
"Why?"
"You remember that tissue sample I cut from the stomach? Well, I looked at it under the microscope a few minutes ago."
"And?"
"I'm afraid we have big problems, Jack."
Day 6, 2:52 p.m. I was the first one out the door, squinting in the desert sunlight. Even though it was almost 3 o'clock, the sun seemed as bright and hot as ever. A hot wind ruffled my trousers and shirt. I pulled my headset mouthpiece closer to my lips and said, "Bobby, you reading?" "I read you, Jack." "Got an image?" "Yes, Jack." Charlie Davenport came out and laughed. He said, "You know, Ricky, you really are a stupid schmuck. You know that?" Over my headset, I heard Ricky say, "Save it. You know I don't like compliments. Just get on with it." May came through the door next. She had a backpack slung over one shoulder. She said to me,
"For the isotopes."
"Are they heavy?"
"The containers are."
Then David Brooks came out with Rosie close behind him. She made a face as she stepped onto the sand. "Jesus, it's hot," she said. "Yeah, I think you'll find deserts tend to be that way," Charlie said.
"No shit, Charlie."
"I wouldn't shit you, Rosie." He belched. I was busy scanning the horizon, but I saw nothing. The cars were parked under a shed about 50 yards away. The shed ended in a square white concrete building with narrow windows. That was the storage unit. We started toward it. Rosie said, "Is that place air-conditioned?"
"Yes,"
May said.
"But it's still hot. It's poorly insulated."
"Is it airtight?" I said.
"Not really."
"That means no," Davenport said, laughing. He spoke into the headset. "Bobby, what wind do we have?" 17 knots, Bobby Lembeck said. "Good strong wind." "And how long until the wind dies? Sunset?" "Probably, yeah. Another 3 hours." I said, "That'll be plenty of time." I noticed that David Brooks was not saying anything. He just trudged toward the building. Rosie followed close behind him. "But you never know," Davenport said. "We could all be toast any minute now." He laughed again in his irritating way. Ricky said,
"Charlie, why don't you shut the fuck up?"
"Why don't you come out and make me, big boy?" Charlie said. "What's the matter? Your veins clogged with chicken shit?" I said, "Let's stay focused, Charlie." "Hey, I'm focused. I'm focused." The wind was blowing sand, creating a brownish blur just above the ground. May walked beside me. She looked across the desert and said abruptly,
"I want to have a look at the rabbit. You all go ahead if you want."
She headed off to the right toward the carcass. I went with her, and the others turned in a group and followed us. It seemed everybody wanted to stay together. The wind was still strong. Charlie said, "Why do you want to see it, May?"
"I want to check something."
She was pulling on gloves as she walked. The headset crackled. Ricky said,
"Would somebody please tell me what the hell is going on?"
"We're going to see the rabbit," Charlie said.
"What for?"
"May wants to see it."
"She saw it before. Guys, you're very exposed out there. I wouldn't be waltzing around."
"Nobody's waltzing around, Ricky." By now, I could see the rabbit in the distance, partially obscured by the blowing sand. In a few moments, we were all standing over the carcass. The wind had blown the body over on its side. May crouched down, turned it on its back, laid open the carcass.
"Jeez,"
Rosie said. I was startled to see that the exposed flesh was no longer smooth and pink. Instead, it was roughened everywhere, and in a few places looked as if it had been scraped, and it was covered by a milky white coating. "Looks like it was dipped in acid," Charlie said.
"Yes, it does,"
May said. She sounded grim. I glanced at my watch. All this had occurred in 2 hours. What happened to it? May had taken out her magnifying glass and was bent close to the animal. She looked here and there, moving the glass quickly. Then she said, "It's been partially eaten." "Eaten? By what?"
"Bacteria."
"Wait a minute," Charlie Davenport said. "You think this is caused by Theta D? You think the E. coli is eating it?"
"We'll know soon enough,"
she said. She reached into a pouch and pulled out several glass tubes containing sterile swabs. But it's only been dead a short time.
Long enough, May said, and high temperatures accelerate growth.
She daubed the animal with one swab after another, replacing each in a glass tube. Then the theta D must be multiplying very aggressively.
Bacteria will do that if you give them a good nutrient source. You shift into log phase growth, where they're doubling every 2 or 3 minutes. I think that's what's happening here.
I said, but if that's true, it means the swarm.
I don't know what it means, Jack,
she said quickly. She looked at me and gave a slight shake of the head. The meaning was clear. Not now. But the others weren't put off. May, Charlie Davenport said. You're telling us that the swarms killed the rabbit in order to eat it? In order to grow more coli and make more nanoswarms?
I didn't say that, Charlie.
Her voice was calm, almost soothing. But that's what you think, Charlie continued. You think the swarms consume mammalian tissue in order to reproduce?
Yes, that's what I think, Charlie.
May put her swabs away carefully and got to her feet.
But I've taken cultures now. We'll run them in Luria and agarose and we'll see what we see.
I bet if we come back in another hour, this white stuff will be gone and we'll see black forming all over the body. New black nanoparticles, and eventually there'll be enough for a new swarm. She nodded.
Yes, I think so too.
And that's why the wildlife around here has disappeared? David Brooks said.
Yes.
She brushed a strand of hair back with her hand.
This has been going on for a while.
There was a moment of silence. We all stood around the rabbit carcass, our backs to the blowing wind. The carcass was being consumed so quickly, I imagined I could almost see it happening right before my eyes, in real time. We better get rid of those fucking swarms, Charlie said. We all turned and set off for the shed. Nobody spoke. There was nothing to say. As we walked ahead, some of those small birds that hopped around the desert floor under the cholla cactus suddenly took to the air, chittering and wheeling before us. I said to May, "So there's no wildlife, but the birds are here."
Seems to be that way.
The flock wheeled and came back, then settled to the ground 100 yards away.
Maybe they're too small for the swarms to bother with,
May said.
Not enough flesh on their bodies.
Maybe. I was thinking there might be another answer, but to be sure, I would have to check the code. I stepped from the sun into the shade of the corrugated shed and moved along the line of cars toward the door of the storage unit. The door was plastered with warning symbols for nuclear radiation, biohazard, microwaves, high explosives, laser radiation. Charlie said, "You can see why we keep this shit outside." As I came to the door, Vince said, "Jack, you have a call, I'll patch it." My cell phone rang. It was probably Julia. I flipped it open. "Hello?" "Dad?" It was Eric, with that emphatic tone that he got when he was upset. I sighed. "Yes, Eric." "When are you coming back?" "I'm not sure, son." "Will you be here for dinner?" "I'm afraid not. Why? What's the problem?" "She is such an asshole." "Eric, just tell me what the problem—" "Aunt Ellen sticks up for her all the time. It's not fair." "I'm kind of busy now, Eric, so just tell me." "Why? What are you doing?" "Just tell me what's wrong, son." "Never mind," he said, turning sulky. "If you're not coming home, it doesn't matter. Where are you, anyway? Are you in the desert?" "Yes. How did you know that?" "I talked to Mom. Aunt Ellen made us go to the hospital to see her. It's not fair. I didn't want to go. She made me anyway." "Uh-huh. How is Mom?" "She's checking out of the hospital." "She's finished all her tests?" "The doctors wanted her to stay," Eric said. "But she wants to get out. She has a cast on her arm, that's all. She says everything else is fine." "Dad, why do I always have to do what Aunt Ellen says? It's not fair." "Let me talk to Ellen." "She isn't here. She took Nicole to buy a new dress for her play." "Who's with you at the house?" "Maria." "Okay," I said. "Have you done your homework?"
Not yet.
Well, get busy, son. I want your homework done before dinner. It was amazing how these lines just popped out of a parent's mouth. By now I had reached the storage room door. I stared at all the warning signs. There were several I didn't know, like a diamond made up of 4 different colored squares inside, each with a number. May unlocked the door and went in.
Dad?
Eric started to cry.
When are you coming home?
I don't know, I said. I hope by tomorrow.
Okay. Promise?
I promise. I could hear him sniffling, and then through the phone a long snarf sound as he wiped his nose on his shirt. I told him he could call me later if he wanted to. He seemed better and said okay, and then said goodbye. I hung up and entered the storage building. The interior was divided into 2 large storage rooms with shelves on all 4 walls and freestanding shelves in the middle of the rooms. Concrete walls, concrete floor. There was another door in the second room with a corrugated roll-up door for truck deliveries. Hot sunlight came in through wood-frame windows. The air conditioning rumbled noisily, but as May had said, the rooms were still hot. I closed the door behind me and looked at the seal. It was just ordinary weather stripping. The shed was definitely not airtight. I walked along the shelves stacked with bins of spare parts for the fabrication machinery and the labs. The second room had more mundane items: cleaning supplies, toilet paper, bars of soap, boxes of cereal, and a couple of refrigerators filled with food. I turned to May. Where are the isotopes?
Over here.
She led me around a set of shelves to a steel lid set in the concrete floor. The lid was about 3 feet in diameter. It looked like a buried garbage can, except for the glowing LED and keypad in the center. May dropped to one knee and punched in a code quickly. The lid lifted with a hiss. I saw a ladder that led down into a circular steel chamber. The isotopes were stored in metal containers of different sizes. Apparently, May could tell which they were just by looking, because she said, "We have selenium-172. Shall we use that?" "Sure." May started to climb down into the chamber.
"Will you fucking cut it out?"
In a corner of the room, David Brooks jumped back from Charlie Davenport. Charlie was holding a big spray bottle of Windex cleaner. He was testing the squeeze trigger mechanism and, in the process, spraying streaks of water on David. It didn't look accidental.
"Give me that damn thing,"
David said, snatching the bottle away. "I think it might work," Charlie said blandly. "But we'd need a remote mechanism." From the first room, Rosie said, "Would this work?" She held up a shiny cylinder with wires dangling from it. "Isn't this a solenoid relay?" "Yes," David said. "But I doubt it can exert enough force to squeeze this bottle. Has it got a rating? We need something bigger." "And don't forget, you also need a remote controller," Charlie said. "Unless you want to stand there and spray the fucker yourself." May came up from below, carrying a heavy metal tube. She walked to the sink and reached for a bottle of straw-colored liquid. She pulled on heavy rubber-coated gloves and started to mix the isotope into the liquid. A radiation counter over the sink was chattering. Over the headset, Ricky said, "Aren't you guys forgetting something? Even if you have a remote, how are you going to get the cloud to come to it? Because I don't think the swarm will just come over and stand there while you hose it down." "We'll find something to attract them," I said. "Like what?" "They were attracted to the rabbit." "We don't have any rabbits." Charlie said, "You know, Ricky, you are a very negative person." "I'm just telling you the facts." "Thank you for sharing," Charlie said. Like May, Charlie was seeing it too. Ricky had dragged his feet every step of the way. It was as if Ricky wanted to keep the swarms alive. Which made no sense at all, but that's how he was behaving. I would have said something to Charlie about Ricky, but over our headsets, everybody heard everything. The downside of modern communications: everybody can listen in. Hey, guys. It was Bobby Lembeck. How's it coming? We're getting there. Why? The wind's dropping. What is it now? I said. 15 knots, down from 18. That's still strong, I said. We're okay. I know, I'm just telling you. From the next room, Rosie said, What's thermite? In her hand, she held a plastic tray filled with thumb-sized metal tubes. Careful with that, David said. Must be left over from construction. I guess they did thermite welding. But what is it? Thermite is aluminum and iron oxide, David said. It burns very hot, 3,000 degrees, and so bright you can't look directly at it, and it'll melt steel for welding. How much of that have we got? I said to Rosie, because we can use it tonight. There's 4 boxes back there. She plucked one tube from the box. So how do you set 'em off? Be careful, Rosie. That's a magnesium wrapper. Any decent heat source will ignite it. Even matches? If you want to lose your hand, better use road flares, something with a fuse. I'll see, she said, and she disappeared around the corner. The radiation counter was still clicking. I turned to the sink. May had capped the isotope tube. She was now pouring the straw-colored liquid into a Windex bottle. Hey, guys. It was Bobby Lembeck again. I'm picking up some instability. Wind's fluctuating at 12 knots. Okay, I said. We don't need to hear every little change, Bobby. I'm seeing some instability is all. I think we're okay for the moment, Bobby. May was going to be another few minutes in any case. I went over to a computer workstation and turned it on. The screen glowed. There was a menu of options. Aloud, I said, Ricky, can I put up the swarm code on this monitor? The code? Ricky said. He sounded alarmed. What do you want the code for? I want to see what you guys have done. Why? Ricky, for Christ's sake, can I see it or not? Sure, of course you can. All the code revisions are in the directory /code. It's passworded. I was typing. I found the directory, but I wasn't being allowed to enter it. And the password is? It's LANGTON, all lowercase. Okay. I entered the password. I was now in the directory, looking at a list of program modifications, each with file size and date. The document sizes were large, which meant that these were all programs for other aspects of the swarm mechanism, because the code for the particles themselves would be small, just a few lines, maybe 8-10 kilobytes, no more. Ricky? Yes, Jack? Where's the particle code? Isn't it there? God damn it, Ricky, stop screwing around. Hey, Jack, I'm not responsible for the archiving. Ricky, these are work files, not archives, I said. Tell me where. A brief pause. There should be a subdirectory /CDN. It's kept there. I scrolled down. I see it. Within this directory, I found a list of files, all very small. The modification dates started about 6 weeks ago. There was nothing new from the last 2 weeks. Ricky, you haven't changed the code for 2 weeks? Yeah, about that. I checked on the most recent document. You got high-level summaries? When these guys had worked for me, I always insisted that they write natural language summaries of the program structure. It was faster to review than documentation within the code itself, and they often solved logic problems when they had to write it out briefly. Should be there, Ricky said. I scanned it for a while, looking for how they had changed it. Then I scrolled down into the actual code to see the implementation. But the important code wasn't there. The entire set of particle behaviors was marked as an object call to a something titled CompStat-Do. Ricky, I said, what's CompStat-Do? Where is it? Should be there. It's not. I don't know. Maybe it's compiled. Well, that isn't going to do me any good, is it? You couldn't read compiled code. Ricky, I want to see that damn module. What is the problem?" "No problem. I have to look for it, is all." "Okay." "I'll do it when you get back." I glanced over at May. "Have you gone through the code?" She shook her head. Her expression seemed to say it was never going to happen, that Ricky would make up more excuses and keep putting me off. I didn't understand why. I was there to advise them on the code, after all. That was my area of expertise. In the next room, Rosie and David were poking through the shelves of supplies, looking for radio relays. They weren't having any success. Across the room, Charlie Davenport farted loudly and cried, "Bingo!" "Jesus, Charlie," Rosie said. "You shouldn't hold things in," Charlie said. "It makes you sick." "You make me sick," Rosie said. "Oh, sorry." Charlie held up his hand, showing a shiny metal contraption. "And I guess you don't want this remote-controlled compression valve." "What?" Rosie said, turning. "Are you kidding?" David said, going over to look. "And it's got a pressure rating of ADC 20 pi. "That should work fine," David said. "If you don't fuck it up," Charlie said. They took the valve and went to the sink, where May was still pouring, wearing her heavy gloves. She said, "Let me finish." "Will I glow in the dark?" Charlie said, grinning at her. "Just your farts," Rosie said. "Hey, they already do that, especially when you light 'em." "Jesus, Charlie." "Farts are methane, you know. Burns with a hard, blue, gem-like flame." And he laughed. "I'm glad you appreciate yourself," Rosie said, "because nobody else does." "Ouch, ouch," Charlie said, clutching his breast. "I die! I die!" "Don't get our hopes up." My headset crackled. "Hey, guys," it was Bobby Lembeck again. "Wind's just dropped to 6 knots. I said, "Okay." I turned to the others. "Let's finish up, guys." David said, "We're waiting for May. Then we'll fit this valve." "Let's fit it back in the lab," I said. "Well, I just want to make sure." "Back at the lab," I said. "Pack it up, guys." I went to the window and looked out. The wind was still ruffling the juniper bushes, but there was no longer a layer of sand blowing across the ground. Ricky came on the headset. "Jack, get your fucking team out of there." "We're doing it now," I said. David Brooks said in a formal tone, "Guys, there's no point in leaving until we have a valve that we know fits this bottle." "I think we better go," May said. "Finished or not." "What good would that do?" David said. "Pack up," I said. "Stop talking and pack it up, now." Over the headset, Bobby said, 4 knots and falling, fast." "Let's go, everybody," I said. I was herding them toward the door. Then Ricky came on. "No." "What?" "You can't leave now." "Why not?" "Because it's too late. They're here." Day 6, 3:12 p.m. Everyone went to the window. We banged heads, trying to look out in all directions. As far as I could see, the horizon was clear. I saw nothing at all. "Where are they?" I said. "Coming from the south. We have them on the monitors." "How many?" Charlie said. 4. 4?
"Yeah, 4.
The main building was south of us. There were no windows in the south wall of the shed. David said, "We don't see anything. How fast are they coming?" "Fast." "Do we have time to run for it?" "I don't think so." David frowned. He doesn't think so, Jesus. And before I could say anything, David had bolted for the far door, opened it, and stepped out into the sunlight. Through the rectangle of the open door, we saw him look to the south, shading his eyes with his hand. We all spoke at once. "David! David, what the fuck are you doing?" "David, you asshole!" "I'm trying to see—" "Get back here! You stupid bastard!" But Brooks remained where he was, hands over his eyes. "I don't see anything yet," he said.
and I don't hear anything. Listen, I think maybe we can make a run for... No, we can't. He sprinted back inside, stumbled on the door frame, fell, scrambled to his feet, and slammed the door shut, pulled it tight behind him, tugging on the doorknob. Where are they? Coming, he said. They're coming. His voice shook with tension. Oh, Jesus! They're coming! He pulled back on the doorknob with both hands, using his whole body weight. He muttered over and over. Coming! They're coming! Oh, great, Charlie said. The fucking guy's cracked. I went over to David and put my hand on his shoulder. He was pulling on the doorknob, breathing in ragged gasps. David, I said quietly, let's take it easy now. Let's take a deep breath. I have to keep them. He was sweating, his whole body tense, his shoulder shaking under my hand. It was pure panic. David, I said, let's take a deep breath, okay? I have to. Big breath, David. I took one, demonstrating. That feels better. Come on now. Big breath. David was nodding, trying to hear me. He took a short breath, then resumed his quick gasps. That's good, David. Now another one. Another breath. His breathing slowed slightly. He stopped shaking. Okay, David, that's good. Behind me, Charlie said, I always knew that guy was fucked up. Look at him, talking to him like a fucking baby. I glanced back and shot Charlie a look. He just shrugged. Hey, I'm fucking right. May said, It's not helping, Charlie. Fuck helping. Rosie said, Charlie, just shut up for a while, okay? I turned back to David. I kept my voice even. All right, David? That's good. Breathe. Okay, now, let go of the doorknob. David shook his head, refusing, but he seemed confused now, uncertain of what he was doing. He blinked his eyes rapidly. It was as if he was coming out of a trance. I said softly, Let go of the doorknob. It's not doing any good. Finally, he let go and sat back on the ground. He began to cry, head in hands. Oh, Jesus, Charlie said. That's all we need. Shut up, Charlie. Rosie went to the refrigerator and came back with a bottle of water. She gave it to David, who drank as he cried. She helped him to his feet, nodded to me that she'd take it from here. I went back to the center of the room, where the others were standing by the workstation screen. On the screen, the lines of code had been replaced by a monitor view of the north face of the main building. 4 swarms were there, glinting silver as they moved up and down the length of the building. What are they doing? I said. Trying to get in? I said, why do they do that? We're not sure, May said. We watched for a moment, in silence. Once again I was struck by the purposefulness of their behavior. They reminded me of bears trying to break into a trailer to get food. They paused at every doorway and closed window, hovering there, moving up and down along the seals, until finally moving on to the next opening. I said, And do they always try the doors like that? Yes. Why? Because it looks like they don't remember that the doors are sealed. No, Charlie said. They don't remember. Because they don't have enough memory. Either that, he said, or this is another generation. You mean these are new swarms since noon? Yes. I looked at my watch. There's a new generation every 3 hours? Charlie shrugged. I couldn't say. We never found where they reproduce. I'm just guessing. The possibility that new generations were coming that fast meant that whatever evolutionary mechanism was built into the code was progressing fast too. Ordinarily, genetic algorithms which modeled reproduction to arrive at solutions, ordinarily they ran between 500 and 5,000 generations to arrive at an optimization. If these swarms were reproducing every 3 hours,
It meant they had turned over something like 100 generations in the last 2 weeks. And with 100 generations, the behavior would be much sharper. May watched them on the monitor and said,
"At least they're staying by the main building. It seems like they don't know we're here."
"How would they know?" I said. "They wouldn't," Charlie said. "Their main sensory modality is vision. They may have picked up a little auditory over the generations, but it's still primarily vision. If they don't see it, it doesn't exist for them." Rosie came over with David. He said, "I'm really sorry, guys." "No problem." "It's okay, David." "I don't know what happened. I just couldn't stand it." Charlie said, "Don't worry, David. We understand. You're a psycho and you cracked. We get the picture. No problem." Rosie put her arm around David, who blew his nose loudly. She stared at the monitor.
"What's happening with them now?"
Rosie said. "They don't seem to know we're here."
"Okay."
"We're hoping it stays that way."
And if it doesn't?"
Rosie said. I had been thinking about that. If it doesn't, we rely on the holes in the pred-prey assumptions. We exploit the weaknesses in the programming.
"Which means?"
"We flock," I said. Charlie gave a hoarse laugh. "Yeah, right. We flock. And pray like hell." "I'm serious," I said. Over the last 30 years, scientists had studied predator-prey interactions in everything from the lion to the hyena to the warrior ant. There was now a much better understanding of how prey defended themselves. Animals like zebras and caribou didn't live in herds because they were sociable. Herding was a defense against predation. Large numbers of animals provided increased vigilance, and attacking predators were often confused when the herd fled in all directions. Sometimes they literally stopped cold. Show a predator too many moving targets, and it often chased none. The same thing was true of flocking birds and schooling fish. Those coordinated group movements made it harder for predators to pick out a single individual. Predators were drawn to attack an animal that was distinctive in some way. That was one reason why they attacked infants so often, not only because they were easier prey, but because they looked different. In the same way, predators killed more males than females because non-dominant males tended to hang on the outskirts of the herd, where they were more noticeable. In fact, 30 years ago, when Hans Kruk studied hyenas in the Serengeti, he found that putting paint on an animal guaranteed it would be killed in the next attack. That was the power of difference. So the message was simple. Stay together, stay the same. That was our best chance. But I hoped it wouldn't come to that. The swarms disappeared for a while. They had gone around to the other side of the laboratory building. We waited tensely. Eventually they reappeared. They once again moved along the side of the building, trying openings, one after another. We all watched the monitor. David Brooks was sweating profusely. He wiped his forehead with his sleeve.
"How long are they going to keep doing that?"
"As long as they fucking want," Charlie said. May said,
"At least until the wind kicks up again, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen soon."
"Jesus," David said. "I don't know how you guys can stand it." He was pale. Sweat had dripped from his eyebrows onto his glasses. He looked like he was going to pass out. I said, "David, do you want to sit down?"
"Maybe I better."
"Okay."
"Come on, David,"
Rosie said. She took him across the room to the sink and sat him on the floor. He hugged his knees, put his head down. She put cold water on a paper towel and placed it on the back of his neck. Her gestures were tender. "That fucking guy," Charlie said, shaking his head. "That's all we need right now."
"Charlie,"
May said.
"you're not helping."
"So what? We're trapped in this fucking shed. It's not fucking airtight. There's nothing we can do, no place we can go, and he's fucking cracking up. Makes everything worse."
"Yes," she said quietly. "That's all true. And you're not helping it."
Charlie gave her a look and began to hum the theme from The Twilight Zone. "Charlie," I said, "pay attention." I was watching the swarms. Their behavior had subtly changed. They no longer stayed close to the building. Instead, they now moved in a zigzag pattern, away from the wall into the desert, and then back again. They were all doing it, in a kind of fluid dance. May saw it too.
"New behavior."
"Yes," I said. "Their strategy isn't working, so they're trying something else." "Not going to do shit for them," Charlie said. "They can zigzag all they want. It won't open any doors." Even so, I was fascinated to see this emergent behavior. The zigzags were becoming more exaggerated. The swarms were moving farther and farther away from the buildings. Their strategy was shifting progressively. It was evolving as we watched. "It's really amazing," I said. "Little fuckers," Charlie said. One of the swarms was now quite close to the rabbit carcass. It approached within a few yards and swirled away again, heading back to the main building. A thought occurred to me. How well do the swarms see? The headset clicked. It was Ricky. "They see fabulously," he said. "It's what they were made to do, after all. Eyesight's 20/05, he said. "Fantastic resolution, better than any human." I said, "And how do they do the imaging?" Because they were just a series of individual particles, like the rods and cones in the eye, central processing was required to form a picture from all the inputs. How was that processing accomplished? Ricky coughed. Not sure," Charlie said. "It showed up in later generations." "You mean they evolved vision on their own?" "Yeah." "And we don't know how they do it?" "No. We just know they just do." We watched as the swarm angled away from the wall, moved back near the rabbit, then returned to the wall once more. The other swarms were farther down the building, doing the same thing, swirling out into the desert, then swirling back again. Over the headset, Ricky said, "Why do you ask?" "Because." "You think they'll find the rabbit?" "I'm not worried about the rabbit," I said. "Anyway, it looks like they already missed it." "Then what?"
"Uh-oh,"
May said. "Shit," Charlie said, and he gave a long sigh. We were looking at the nearest swarm, the one that had just bypassed the rabbit. That swarm had moved out into the desert again, perhaps 10 yards away from the rabbit, but instead of turning back in its usual pattern, it had paused in the desert. It didn't move, but the silvery column rose and fell. "Why is it doing that?" I said. "That up and down thing." "Something to do with imaging? Focusing?" "No," I said. "I mean, why did it stop?" "Program stall?" I shook my head. "I doubt it." "Then what?" "I think it sees something." "Like what?" Charlie said. I was afraid I knew the answer. The swarm represented an extremely high-resolution camera combined with a distributed intelligence network. And one thing distributed networks did particularly well was detect patterns. That was why distributed network programs were used to recognize faces for security systems, or to assemble the shattered fragments of archaeological pottery. The networks could find patterns in data better than the human eye. "What patterns?" Charlie said when I told him. "There's nothing out there to detect except sand and cactus thorns." May said, "And footprints." "What, you mean our footprints from us walking over here?" Shit, May, the sand's been blowing for the last 15 minutes. There's no footprints left to find. We watched the swarm hang there, rising and falling like it was breathing. The cloud had turned mostly black now, with just an occasional glint of silver. It had remained at the same spot for 10 or 15 seconds, pulsing up and down. The other swarms were continuing in their zigzag course, but this one stayed where it was. Charlie bit his lip. "You really think it sees something?" "I don't know," I said. "Maybe." Suddenly the swarm rose up and began to move again, but it wasn't coming toward us. Instead, it moved on a diagonal over the desert, heading back toward the door in the power building. When it came to the door, it stopped and swirled in place. "What the hell?" Charlie said. I knew what it was. So did May. "It just tracked us," she said. "Backward." The swarm had followed the path we had originally taken from the door to the rabbit. The question was, what would it do next? The next 5 minutes were tense. The swarm retraced its path, going back to the rabbit. It swirled around the rabbit for a while, moving in slow semicircles back and forth. Then once again it retraced the route back to the power station door. It stayed at the door for a while, then returned to the rabbit. The swarm repeated this sequence 3 times. Meanwhile, the other swarms had continued their zigzagging around the building and were now out of sight. The solitary swarm returned to the door, then headed back to the rabbit again. "It's stuck in a loop," Charlie said. "It just does the same thing over and over again." "Lucky for us," I said. I was waiting to see if the swarm would modify its behavior. So far it hadn't, and if it had very little memory, then it might be like an Alzheimer's patient, unable to remember it had done all this before. Now it was going around the rabbit, moving in semicircles. "Definitely stuck in a loop," Charlie said. I waited. I hadn't been able to review all the changes they'd made to PredPrey, because the central module was missing. But the original program had a randomizing element built into it to handle situations exactly like this. Whenever PredPrey failed to attain its goal, and there were no specific environmental inputs to provoke new action, then its behavior was randomly modified. This was a well-known solution. For example, psychologists now believed a certain amount of random behavior was necessary for innovation. You couldn't be creative without striking out in new directions, and those directions were likely to be random. "Uh-oh," May said. The behavior had changed. The swarm moved in larger circles, going around and around the rabbit, and almost immediately it came across another path. It paused a moment, and then suddenly rose up and began to move directly toward us. It was following exactly the same path we had taken, walking to the shed. "Shit," Charlie said. "I think we're fucked." May and Charlie rushed across the room to look out the window. David and Rosie stood and peered out the window above the sink, and I started to shout, No, get away from the windows." "What?" "It's visual, remember? Get away from the windows." There was no good place to hide in the storage room, not really. Rosie and David crawled under the sink. Charlie pushed in beside them, ignoring their protests. May slipped into the shadow of one corner of the room, easing herself into the space where the 2 shelves didn't quite meet. She could only be seen from the west window, and then not easily. The radio crackled. "Hey, guys," it was Ricky. "One's heading for you, and, no, 2 others are joining it." "Ricky," I said, "go off air." "What?" "No more radio contact." "Why?" "Off, Ricky." I dropped down on my knees behind a cardboard carton of supplies in the main room. The carton wasn't large enough to hide me entirely. My feet stuck out. But like May, I wasn't easily seen. Someone outside would have to look at an angle through the north window to see me. In any case, it was the best I could do. From my crouched position, I could just see the others huddled beneath the sink. I couldn't see May at all, unless I really stuck my head around the corner of the carton. When I did, she looked quiet, composed. I ducked back and waited. I heard nothing but the hum of the air conditioner. 10 or 15 seconds passed. I could see the sunlight streaming in through the north window above the sink. It made a white rectangle on the floor to my left. My headset crackled. "Why no contact?" "Jesus fucking A," Charlie muttered. I put my finger to my lips and shook my head. "Ricky," I said, "don't these things have auditory capacity?" "Sure, maybe a little, but be quiet and stay off." "But—" I reached for the transmitter at my belt and clicked it off. I signaled the others beneath the sink. They each turned their transmitters off. Charlie mouthed something to me. I thought he mouthed, "That fucking guy wants us killed." But I couldn't be sure. We waited. It couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 minutes, but it seemed forever. My knees began to hurt on the hard concrete floor. Trying to get more comfortable, I shifted my position cautiously. By now I was sure the first swarm was in our vicinity. It hadn't appeared at the windows yet, and I wondered what was taking so long. Perhaps as it followed our path, it had paused to inspect the cars. I wondered what swarm intelligence would make of an automobile. How puzzling it must look to that high-resolution eye. But maybe because the cars were inanimate, the swarm would ignore them as some sort of large, brightly colored boulders. But still, what was taking so long? My knees hurt more with every passing second. I changed my position, putting weight on my hands and raising my knees like a runner at the blocks. I had a moment of temporary relief. I was so focused on my pain that I didn't notice at first that the glaring white rectangle on the floor was turning darker at the center and spreading out to the sides. In a moment, the entire rectangle turned dull gray. The swarm was here. I wasn't certain, but I fancied that beneath the hum of the air conditioner was a deep, thrumming sound. From my position behind the crate, I saw the window above the sink grow progressively darker from swirling black particles. It was as if there was a dust storm right outside. Inside the shed, it was dark, surprisingly dark. Underneath the sink, David Brooks began to moan. Charlie clapped his hand over his mouth. They looked upward, even though the sink blocked their view of the window above them. And then the swarm vanished from the window, as quickly as it had come. Sunlight poured in again. Nobody moved. We waited. Moments later, the window in the west wall turned dark in the same way. I wondered why the swarm didn't enter. The window wasn't airtight. The nanoparticles could slide through the cracks without difficulty, but they didn't even seem to try. Perhaps this was an instance where network learning was on our side. Perhaps the swarms had been trained by their experience at the lab to think doors and windows were impermeable. Maybe that's why they weren't trying. The thought gave me a hopeful feeling that helped counteract the pain in my knees. The west window was still dark when the north window over the sink turned dark again. Now 2 swarms were looking in at the same time. Ricky had said there were 3 coming toward the building. He hadn't mentioned the 4th. I wondered where the 3rd swarm was. A moment later, I knew. Like a silent black mist, nanoparticles began to come into the room underneath the west door. Soon more particles entered, all around the doorframe. Inside the room, the particles appeared to spin and swirl aimlessly, but I knew they would self-organize in a few moments. Then at the north window, I saw more particles flooding through the cracks. Through the air conditioning vents in the ceiling, still more particles rushed downward. There was no point in waiting any longer. I got to my feet and stepped from my hiding place. I shouted for everybody to come out of hiding. "Form up in 2 rows." Charlie grabbed the Windex spray bottle and fell into line, grumbling. "What do you think our fucking chances are?" "The best they'll ever get," I said. "Reynolds rules. Form up and stay with me. Let's go, now." If we weren't so frightened, we might have felt ridiculous, shuffling back and forth across the room in a tight cluster, trying to coordinate our movements, trying to imitate a flock of birds. My heart was pounding in my chest. I heard a roaring sound in my ears. It was hard to focus on our steps. I knew we were awkward, but we got better quickly. When we came to a wall, we wheeled and headed back again, moving in unison. I started swinging my arms and clapping with each step. The others did the same. It helped our coordination, and we each fought our terror. As May said later, "It was step aerobics from hell." And all the time we watched the black nanoparticles as they came hissing into the room through cracks in doors and windows. It seemed to go on for a long time, but it was probably only 30 or 40 seconds. Soon a kind of undifferentiated fog filled the room. I felt pinpricks all over my body, and I was sure the others felt it too. David started moaning again, but Rosie was right beside him, encouraging him, urging him to keep it together. Suddenly, with shocking speed, the fog cleared, the particles coalescing into 2 fully formed columns that now stood directly before us, rising and falling in dark ripples. Seen this close, the swarms exuded an unmistakable sense of menace, almost malevolence. Their deep thrumming sound was clearly audible, but intermittently I heard an angry hiss, like a snake. But they did not attack us. Just as I had hoped, the programming deficits worked for us. Confronted by a cluster of coordinated prey, these predators were stymied. They did nothing at all. At least for now. Between claps, Charlie said, "Do you believe this fucking shit? It's working." I said, "Yes, but maybe not for long." I was worried about how long David could control his anxiety, and I was worried about the swarms. I didn't know how long they'd just stand there before they innovated new behavior. I said, "I suggest we move toward that back door behind us and get the hell out." As we wheeled away from the wall, I angled slightly toward the rear room. Clapping and stepping in unison, our group moved away from the swarms, which thrummed deeply and followed. "And if we get outside, then what?" David whined. He was having trouble staying in sync with the rest of us. In his panic, he kept stumbling. He was sweating and blinking rapidly. "We continue this way, flocking this way, back to the lab, and get inside. Are you willing to try?" "Oh, geez," he moaned. "It's so far. I don't know if—" He stumbled again, nearly lost his balance, and he wasn't clapping with the rest of us. I could almost feel his terror, his overwhelming urge to flee. "David, you stay with us. If you go on your own, you'll never make it. Are you listening?" David moaned. "I don't know. Jack, I don't know if I can—" He stumbled again, bumped into Rosie, who fell against Charlie, who caught her and pulled her back to her feet, but our flock was knocked into momentary disarray, our coordination gone. Immediately the swarms turned dense black, coiled and tightened, as if ready to spring. I heard Charlie whisper, "Oh, fuck," under his breath. And indeed, for a moment, I thought he was right, and that it was all over. But then we regained our rhythm, and immediately the swarms rose up, returned to normal. Their dense blackness faded. They resumed their steady pulsing. They followed us into the next room, but they still didn't attack. We were now about 20 feet from the back door, the same door we had come in. I started to feel optimistic. For the first time, I thought it was possible. We really might make it. And then, in an instant, everything went to hell. David Brooks bolted. We were well into the back room and about to work our way around the freestanding shelves in the center of the room, when he ran straight between the swarms and past them, heading for the far door. The swarms instantly spun and chased him. Rosie was screaming for him to come back, but David was focused on the door. The swarms pursued him with surprising speed. David had almost reached the door. His hand was reaching for the doorknob when one swarm sank low and spread itself across the floor ahead of him, turning it black. The moment David Brooks reached the black surface, his feet shot out from under him, as if he had stepped on ice. He howled in pain as he slammed onto the concrete, and immediately tried to scramble to his feet again, but he couldn't get up. He kept slipping and falling again and again. His eyeglasses shattered. The frames cut his nose. His lips were coated with swirling black residue. He started to have trouble breathing. Rosie was still screaming as the second swarm descended on David, and the black spread across his face, onto his eyes, into his hair. His movements became increasingly frantic. He moaned pitifully like an animal, yet somehow, as he slid and tumbled on hands and knees, he managed to make his way toward the door. At last, he lunged upward, grabbed the doorknob, and managed to pull himself to his knees. With a final desperate movement, he twisted the knob and kicked the door open as he fell. Hot sunlight flared into the shed, and the third swarm swirled in from outside. Rosie cried, "We've got to do something!" I grabbed her arm as she ran past me toward David. She struggled in my grip. "We have to help him! We have to help him!" "There's nothing we can do." "We have to help him!" "Rosie, there's nothing we can do." David was now rolling on the ground, black from head to toe. The third swarm had enveloped him. It was difficult to see through the dancing particles. It looked as though David's mouth was a dark hole, his eyeballs completely black. I thought he might be blind. His breath came in ragged gasps with little choking sounds. The swarm was flowing into his mouth like a black river. His body began to shudder. He clutched at his neck. His feet drummed on the floor. I was sure he was dying. "Come on, Jack," Charlie said. "Let's get the fuck out of here." "You can't leave him," Rosie shouted. "You can't, you can't!" David was sliding out the door into the sunlight. His movements were less vigorous now. His mouth was moving, but we heard only gasps. Rosie struggled to get free. Charlie grabbed her shoulder and said, "God damn it, Rosie!" "Fuck you!" She wrenched free from his grip. She stamped on my foot, and in my moment of surprise I let go, and she sprinted across the shed into the next room, shouting, "David! David!" His hand, black as a miner's, stretched toward her. She grabbed his wrist, and in the same moment she fell, slipping on the black floor just as he had done. She kept saying his name until she began to cough, and a black rim appeared on her lips. Charlie said, "Let's go, for Christ's sake, I can't watch." I felt unable to move my feet, unable to leave. I turned to May. Tears were running down her cheeks. She said, "Go." Rosie was still calling out David's name as she hugged him, pulled his body to her chest, but he didn't seem to be moving on his own anymore. Charlie leaned close to me and said, "It's not your fucking fault." I nodded slowly. I knew what he was saying was true. "Hell, this is your first day on the job." Charlie reached down to my belt, flicked my headset on. "Let's go." I turned toward the door behind me, and we went outside. Day 6, 4:12 p.m. Beneath the corrugated roof, the air was hot and still. The line of cars stretched away from us. I heard the whir of a video camera motor up by the roof. Ricky must have seen us coming out on the monitors. Static hissed in my headset. Ricky said, "What the hell's going on?" "Nothing good," I said. Beyond the line of shade, the afternoon sun was still bright. "Where are the others?" Ricky said. "Is everybody okay?" No, everybody is not.
Well, tell me.
Not now. In retrospect, we were all numb from what had happened. We didn't have any reaction except to try to get to safety. The lab building stood across the desert 100 yards to our right. We could reach the power station door in 30 or 40 seconds. We set off toward it at a brisk jog. Ricky was still talking, but we didn't answer him. We were all thinking about the same thing. In another half a minute, we would reach the door in safety. But we had forgotten the fourth swarm.
"Oh, fuck,"
Charlie said. The fourth swarm swirled out from the side of the lab building and started straight toward us. We stopped, confused.
What do we do?
May said.
Flock?
No. I shook my head. There's only 3 of us. We were too small a group to confuse a predator, but I couldn't think of any other strategy to try. All the predator-prey studies I had ever read began to play back in my head. Those studies agreed on one thing. Whether you modeled warrior ants or Serengeti lions, the studies confirmed one major dynamic. Left to their own devices, predators would kill all the prey until none remained. Unless there was a prey refuge. In real life, the prey refuge might be a nest in a tree, or an underground den, or a deep pool in a river. If the prey had a refuge, they'd survive. Without a refuge, the predators would kill them all.
"I think we're fucked,"
Charlie said. We needed a refuge. The swarm was bearing down on us. I could almost feel the pinpricks on my skin and taste the dry, ashen taste in my mouth. We had to find some kind of shelter before the swarm reached us. I turned full circle, looking in all directions, but there was nothing I could see except... Are the cars locked? My headset crackled. No, they shouldn't be. We turned and ran. The nearest car was a blue Ford sedan. I opened the driver's door, and May opened the passenger side. The swarm was right behind us. I could hear the thrumming sound as I slammed the door shut, as May slammed hers. Charlie, still holding the Windex spray, was trying to open the rear passenger door, but it was locked. May twisted in the seat to unlock the door, but Charlie had already turned to the next car, a Land Cruiser, and climbed inside and slammed the door.
"Yow," he said. "Fucking hot."
I know, I said. The inside of the car was like an oven. May and I were both sweating. The swarm rushed past us and swirled over the front windshield, pulsating, shifting back and forth. Over the headset, a panicked Ricky said, "Guys? Where are you? Guys? We're in the cars." "Which cars?"
"What fucking difference does it make?"
Charlie said.
"We're in 2 of the fucking cars, Ricky."
The black swarm moved away from our sedan over to the Toyota. We watched as it slid from one window to another, trying to get in. Charlie grinned at me through the glass.
"It's not like the shed. These cars are airtight, so fuck 'em."
"What about the air vents?" I said.
"I shut mine."
"But they aren't airtight, are they?"
"No,"
he said.
"But you'd have to go under the hood to begin to get in, or maybe through the trunk, and I'm betting this overbred buzzball can't figure that out."
Inside our car, May was snapping closed the dashboard air ducts one after another. She opened the glove compartment, glanced inside, shut it again. I said, "You find any keys?" She shook her head no. Over the headset, Ricky said, "Guys, you got more company." I turned to see 2 additional swarms coming around the shed. They immediately swirled over our car, front and back. I felt like we were in a dust storm. I looked at May. She was sitting very still, stony-faced, just watching. The 2 new clouds finished circling the car, then came to the front. One was positioned just outside May's passenger door window. It pulsed, glinting silver. The other was on the hood of the car, moving back and forth from May to me.
From time to time it would rush the windshield and disperse itself over the glass. Then it would coalesce again, back away down the hood, and rush again. Charlie cackled gleefully. "Trying to get in! I told you they can't do it." I wasn't so sure. I noticed that with each charge, the swarm would move farther back down the hood, taking a longer run. Soon it would back itself up to the front grill, and if it started inspecting the grill, it could find the opening to the air vents, and then it would be over. May was rummaging in the utility compartment between the seats. She came up with a roll of tape and a box of plastic sandwich baggies. She said, "Maybe we can tape the vents." I shook my head. "There's no point," I said. "They're nanoparticles. They're small enough to pass right through a membrane."
"You mean they'd come through the plastic?"
"Or around through small cracks. You can't seal it well enough to keep them out."
"Then we just sit here?"
"Basically, yes."
"And hope they don't figure it out?"
I nodded. "That's right." Over the headset, Bobby Lembeck said, "Wind's starting to pick up again, 6 knots. It sounded like he was trying to be encouraging, but 6 knots wasn't anywhere near enough force. The swarms outside the windshield moved effortlessly around the car. Charlie said, "Jack, I just lost my buzzball. Where is it?" I looked over at Charlie's car and saw that the third swarm had slid down to the front tire well, where it was swirling in circles and moving in and out through the holes in the hubcap. "Checking your hubcaps, Charlie," I said. He sounded unhappy, and with good reason. If the swarm started exploring the car thoroughly, it might stumble on a way in. He said, "I guess the question is, how big is their SO component, really?" "That's right," I said. May said, "In English?" I explained. The swarms had no leader and no central intelligence. Their intelligence was the sum of the individual particles. Those particles self-organized into a swarm, and their self-organizing tendency had unpredictable results. You really didn't know what they would do. The swarms might continue to be ineffective as they were now. They might come upon the solution by chance, or they might start searching in an organized way. But they hadn't done that so far. My clothes were heavy, soaked in sweat. Sweat was dripping from my nose and chin. I wiped my forehead with the back of my arm. I looked at May. She was sweating too. Ricky said, "Hey, Jack." "What?" "Julia called a while ago. She's checked out of the hospital and—" "Not now, Ricky. She's coming out here tonight." "We'll talk later, Ricky." "I just thought you'd want to know." "Jesus," Charlie said, exploding. "Somebody tell this asshole to shut up. We're busy." Bobby Lembeck said, 8 knots of wind now. No, sorry, 7. Charlie said, "Jesus, the suspense is killing me. Where's my swarm now, Jack?" "Under the car. I can't see what it's doing." "No. Wait. It's coming up behind you, Charlie. Looks like it's checking out your taillights." "Some kind of car freak," he said. "Well, it can check away." I was looking over my shoulder at Charlie's swarm when May said, "Jack, look." The swarm outside her window on the passenger side had changed. It was almost entirely silver now, shimmering, but pretty stable, and on the silver surface I saw May's head and shoulders reflected back. The reflection wasn't perfect because her eyes and mouth were slightly blurred, but basically it was accurate. I frowned. "It's a mirror." "No," she said. "It's not." She turned away from the window to look at me. Her image on the silver surface did not change. The face continued to stare into the car.
Then, after a moment or two, the image shivered, dissolved, and reformed to show the back of her head.
"What does that mean?"
May said. "I've got a pretty good idea, but..." The swarm on the front hood was doing the same thing, except that its silver surface showed the two of us sitting side by side in the car, looking very frightened. Again, the image was somewhat blurred, and now it was clear to me that the swarm was not a literal mirror. The swarm itself was generating the image by the precise positioning of individual particles, which meant... "Bad news," Charlie said. "I know," I said. "They're innovating." "What do you figure? Is it one of the presets?" "Basically, yes. I assume it's imitation." May shook her head, not understanding. "The program presets certain strategies to help attain goals. The strategies model what real predators do. So, one preset strategy is to freeze where you are and wait to ambush. Another is to random walk until you stumble on your prey, and then pursue. A third is to camouflage yourself by taking on some element of the environment so you blend in. And a fourth is to mimic the prey's behavior, to imitate it." She said,
"You think this is imitation?"
"I think this is a form of imitation, yes."
"It's trying to make itself appear like us?"
"Yes."
"This is emergent behavior? It's evolved on its own?"
"Yes," I said. "Bad news," Charlie said mournfully. "Bad, bad news." Sitting in the car, I started to get angry, because what the mirror imaging meant to me was that I didn't know the real structure of the nanoparticles. I'd been told there was a piezo wafer that would reflect light, so it wasn't surprising that the swarm occasionally flashed silver in the sun. That didn't call for sophisticated orientation of the particles. In fact, you would expect that sort of silvery ripple as a random effect, just the way heavily trafficked highways will clog up and then flow freely again. The congestion was caused by random speed changes from one or two motorists, but the effect rippled down the entire highway. The same would be true of the swarms. A chance effect would pass like a wave down the swarm, and that's what we had seen. But this mirroring behavior was something entirely different. The swarms were now producing images in color and holding them fairly stable. Such complexity wasn't possible from the simple nanoparticle I'd been shown. I doubted you could generate a full spectrum from a silver layer. It was theoretically possible that the silver could be precisely tilted to produce prismatic colors, but that implied enormous sophistication of movement. It was more logical to imagine that the particles had another method to create colors, and that meant I hadn't been told the truth about the particles either. Ricky had lied to me yet again, so I was angry. I had already concluded something was wrong with Ricky, and in retrospect the problem lay with me, not him. Even after the debacle in the storage shed, I still failed to grasp that the swarms were evolving faster than our ability to keep pace with them. I should have realized what I was up against when the swarms demonstrated a new strategy, making the floor slippery to disable their prey and to move them. Among ants, that would be called collective transport. The phenomenon was well known. But for these swarms, it was unprecedented, newly evolved behavior. Yet at the time, I was too horrified to recognize its true significance. Now, sitting in the hot car, it wasn't useful to blame Ricky, but I was scared and tired, and I wasn't thinking clearly.
"Jack?"
May nudged my shoulder and pointed to Charlie's car. Her face was grim. The swarm, by the taillight of Charlie's car, was now a black stream that curved high in the air and then disappeared in the seam where the red plastic joined the metal. Over the headset, I said, "Hey, Charlie, I think it's found a way." "Yeah, I see it. Fuck a duck." Charlie was scrambling into the back seat,
Already, particles were beginning to fill the inside of the car, making a gray fog that rapidly darkened. Charlie coughed. I couldn't see what he was doing. He was down below the window. He coughed again. "Charlie?" He didn't answer, but I heard him swearing. "Charlie, you better get out." "Fuck these guys!" And then there was an odd sound, which at first I couldn't place. I turned to May, who was pressing her headset to her ear. It was a strange, rhythmic rasping. She looked at me questioningly. "Charlie?" "I'm spraying these little bastards. Let's see how they do when they're wet." May said, "You're spraying the isotope?" He didn't answer, but a moment later he appeared in the window again, spraying in all directions with the Windex bottle. Liquid streaked across the glass and dripped down. The interior of the car was growing darker as more and more particles entered. Soon we couldn't see him at all. His hand emerged from the black, pressed against the glass, then disappeared again. He was coughing continuously, a dry cough. "Charlie," I said, "run for it." "Ah, fuck. What's the point?" Bobby Lembeck said, "Wind's 10 knots. Go for it." 10 knots wasn't enough, but it was better than nothing. "Charlie? You here?" We heard his voice from the black interior. "Yeah. Okay. I'm looking. Can't find... Fucking door handle. Can't feel... Where's the goddamn door handle on this?" He broke into a spasm of coughing. Over the headset, I heard voices inside the lab, all speaking rapidly. Ricky said, "He's in the Toyota. Where's the handle in the Toyota?" Bobby Lembeck, "I don't know. It's not my car." "Whose car is it? Vince?" "Vince." No. It's that guy with the bad eyes." "Who?" "The engineer, the guy who blinks all the time." "David Brooks?" "Yeah, him." Ricky said, "Guys, we think it's David's car." I said, "That's not going to do us any..." And then I broke off, because May was pointing behind her to the back seat of our car. From the seam where the seat cushion met the back, particles were hissing into the car like black smoke. I looked closer and saw a blanket on the floor of the back seat. May saw it too and threw herself bodily into the back, diving between the seats. She kicked me in the head as she went, but she had the blanket and began stuffing it into the crack. My headset came off and caught on the steering wheel as I tried to climb back to help her. It was cramped in the car. I heard a tinny voice from the earpieces. "Come on," May said. "Come on." I was bigger than she was. There wasn't room for me back there. My body jackknifed over the driver's seat as I grabbed the blanket and helped her stuff it. I was vaguely aware that the passenger door banged open on the Toyota, and I saw Charlie's foot emerge from the black. He was going to try his luck outside. Maybe we should too, I thought, as I helped her with the blanket. The blanket wouldn't do any good. It was just a delaying tactic. Already, I sensed the particles were sifting right through the cloth. The car was continuing to fill. The air was getting darker and darker. I felt the pinpricks all over my skin. "May, let's run." She didn't answer. She just kept pushing the blanket harder into the cracks. Probably she knew we'd never make it if we went outside. The swarms would run us down, get in our path, make us slip and fall, and once we fell, they would suffocate us, just as they did to the others. The air was thicker. I started to cough. In the semi-darkness, I kept hearing a tinny voice from the headsets. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. May's headset had fallen off too, and I thought I had seen it on the front seat, but now it was becoming too dark to see. My eyes burned. I coughed continuously. May was coughing too. I didn't know if she was still stuffing the blanket. She was just a shadow in the fog. I squeezed my eyes against the sharp pain. My throat was tightening, and my cough was dry. I felt dizzy again. I knew we couldn't survive more than a minute or so, perhaps less. I looked back at May but couldn't see her. I heard her coughing. I waved my hand, trying to clear the fog so I could see her. It didn't work. I waved my hand in front of the windshield, and it cleared momentarily. Despite my fit of coughing, I saw the lab in the distance. The sun was shining. Everything looked normal.
It was infuriating that it should appear so normal and peaceful while we coughed ourselves to death. I couldn't see what happened to Charlie. He wasn't in front of me anywhere. In fact, I waved my hand again. All I saw was blowing sand. Jesus! Blowing sand! The wind was back up. "May!" I coughed. "May! The door!" I don't know if she heard me. She was coughing hard. I reached for the driver's side door, fumbling for the handle. I felt confused and disoriented. I was coughing continuously. I touched hot metal, jerked it down. The door swung open beside me. Hot desert air rushed in, swirling the fog. The wind had definitely come up. "May!" She was racked with coughing. Perhaps she couldn't move. I lunged for the passenger door opposite me. My ribs banged on the gear shift. The fog was thinner now, and I saw the handle, twisted it, and shoved the door open. It banged shut in the wind. I pushed forward, twisted, shoved it open again, holding it open with my hand. Wind blew through the car. The black cloud vanished in a few seconds. The back seat was still dark. I crawled forward, out the passenger door, and opened the back door. She reached to me, and I hauled her out. We were both coughing hard. Her legs buckled. I threw her arm over my shoulder and half carried her out into the open desert. Even now, I don't know how I made it back to the laboratory building. The swarms had vanished. The wind was blowing hard. May was a dead weight on my shoulders, her body limp, her feet dragging over the sand. I had no energy. I was racked with spasms of coughing, which often forced me to stop. I couldn't get my breath. I was dizzy, disoriented. The glare of the sun had a greenish tinge, and I saw spots before my eyes. May was coughing weakly, her breath shallow. I had the feeling she wouldn't survive. I trudged on, putting one foot ahead of the other. Somehow, the door loomed in front of me, and I got it open. I brought May into the black outer room. On the other side of the glass airlock, Ricky and Bobby Lembeck were waiting. They were cheering us on, but I couldn't hear them. My headset was back in the car. The airlock doors hissed open, and I got May inside. She managed to stand, though she was doubled over coughing. I stepped away. The wind began to blow her clean. I leaned against the wall, out of breath, dizzy. I thought, haven't I done this before? I looked at my watch. It was just 3 hours since I had narrowly escaped the last attack. I bent over and put my hands on my knees. I stared at the floor and waited for the airlock to become free. I glanced over at Ricky and Bobby. They were yelling, pointing to their ears. I shook my head. Couldn't they see I didn't have a headset? I said, "Where's Charlie?" They answered, but I couldn't hear them. "Did he make it? Where's Charlie?" I winced at the harsh electronic squeal, and then, over the intercom, Ricky said, "Not much you can do." "Is he here?" I said. "Did he make it?" "No." "Where is he?" "Back at the car," Ricky said. "He never got out of the car, didn't you know?" "I was busy," I said. "So he's back there?" "Yeah." "Is he dead?" No, he's alive." I was still breathing hard, still dizzy. "What?" "Hard to tell on the video monitor, but it looks like he's alive." "Then why the fuck don't you guys go get him?" Ricky's voice was calm. "We can't, Jack. We have to take care of May." "Someone here could go." "We don't have anyone to spare." "I can't go," I said. "I'm in no shape to go." "Of course not," Ricky said, turning on his soothing voice, the Undertaker's voice. "All this must be a terrible shock to you, Jack, all you've gone through." "Just tell me, who's going to get him, Ricky?" "To be brutally honest," Ricky said, "I don't think there's any point. He had a convulsion, a bad one. I don't think he has much left." I said, "Nobody's going?" "I'm afraid there's no point, Jack." Inside the airlock, Bobby was helping May out and leading her down the corridor. Ricky was standing there, watching me through the glass. "Your turn, Jack. Come on in." I didn't move. I stayed leaning against the wall. I said, "Somebody has to go get him." "Not right now. The wind isn't stable, Jack. It'll fall again any minute." "But he's alive." "Not for long." "Somebody has to go," I said. "Jack, you know as well as I do what we're up against," Ricky said. He was doing the voice of reason now, calm and logical. "We've had terrible losses. We can't risk anybody else. By the time somebody gets to Charlie, he'll be dead. He may be dead already. Come on and get in the airlock." I was taking stock of my body, feeling my breathing, my chest, my deep fatigue. I couldn't go back out right now, not in the condition I was in. So I got into the airlock. With a roar, the blowers flattened my hair, fluttered my clothes, and cleaned the black particles from my clothes and skin. My vision improved almost immediately. I breathed easier. Now they were blowing upward. I held out my hand and saw it turn from black to pale gray, then to normal flesh color again. Now the blowers came from the sides. I took a deep breath. The pinpricks were no longer so painful on my skin. Either I was feeling them less, or they were being blown off my skin. My head cleared a little. I took another breath. I didn't feel good, but I felt better. The glass doors opened. Ricky held out his arms. "Jack, thank God you're safe." I didn't answer him. I just turned around and went back the way I had come. "Jack?" The glass doors whished shut and locked with a thunk. "I'm not leaving him out there," I said. "What are you going to do? You can't carry him. He's too big. What are you going to do?" "I don't know, but I'm not leaving him behind, Ricky." And I went back outside. Of course, I was doing exactly what Ricky wanted, exactly what he expected me to do. But I didn't realize it at the time. And even if somebody had told me, I wouldn't have credited Ricky with that degree of psychological sophistication. Ricky was pretty obvious in the way he managed people. But this time, he got me. Day 6, 4:22 p.m. The wind was blowing briskly. There was no sign of the swarms, and I crossed to the shed without incident. I didn't have a headset, so I was spared Ricky's commentary. The back passenger door of the Toyota was open. I found Charlie lying on his back, motionless. It took me a moment to see he was still breathing, although shallowly. With an effort, I managed to pull him into a sitting position. He stared at me with dull eyes. His lips were blue and his skin was chalky gray. A tear ran down his cheek. His mouth moved. "Don't try to talk," I said. "Save your energy." Grunting, I pulled him over to the edge of the seat by the door and swung his legs around so he was facing out. Charlie was a big guy, 6 feet tall, and at least 20 pounds heavier than I was. I knew I couldn't carry him back, but behind the back seat of the Toyota, I saw the fat tires of a dirt bike. That might work. "Charlie, can you hear me?" An almost imperceptible nod. "Can you stand up?" Nothing, no reaction. He wasn't looking at me, he was staring into space. "Charlie," I said, "do you think you can stand?" He nodded again, then straightened his body so he slid off the seat and landed on the ground. He stood shakily for a moment, his legs trembling, and then he collapsed against me, clutching me to hold himself up. I sagged under his weight. "Okay, Charlie." I eased him back to the car and sat him down on the running board. "Just stay there, okay?" I let go of him and he remained sitting. He still stared into space, unfocused. "I'll be right back." I went around to the back of the Land Cruiser and popped the trunk.
There was a dirt bike, all right. The cleanest dirt bike I had ever seen. It was encased in a heavy mylar bag, and it had been wiped down after it was used. That would be David's way, I thought. He was always so clean, so organized. I pulled the bike out of the car and set it on the ground. There was no key in the ignition. I went to the front of the Toyota and opened the passenger door. The front seats were spotless and carefully ordered. David had one of those suction cup notepads on the dashboard, a cradle for his cell phone, and a telephone headset mounted on a little hook. I opened his glove box and saw that the interior was neatly arranged, too. Registration papers in an envelope, beneath a small plastic tray divided into compartments, containing lip balm, Kleenex, Band-Aids. No keys. Then I noticed that between the seats there was a storage box for the CD player, and beneath it was a locked tray. It had the same kind of lock as the ignition. It probably opened with the ignition key. I banged the tray with the heel of my hand and heard something metallic rattle inside. It might have been a small key, like a dirt bike key. Anyway, something metal. Where were David's keys? I wondered if Vince had taken David's keys away on arrival as he had taken mine. If so, then the keys were in the lab. That wouldn't do me any good. I looked toward the lab building, wondering if I should go back to get them. That was when I noticed that the wind was blowing less strongly. There was still a layer of sand blowing along the ground, but it was less vigorous. Great, I thought. That's all I need now. Feeling new urgency, I decided to give up on the dirt bike and its missing key. Perhaps there was something in the storage shed that I could use to move Charlie back to the lab. I didn't remember anything, but I went into the shed to check anyway. I entered cautiously, hearing a banging sound. It turned out to be the far door, banging open and shut in the wind. Rosie's body lay just inside the door, alternately light and dark as the door banged. She had the same milky coating on her skin that the rabbit had had, but I didn't go over to look closely. I hastily searched the shelves, opened the utility closet, looked behind stacked boxes. I found a furniture dolly made of wooden slats with small rollers, but it would be useless in sand. I went back outside under the corrugated shed and hurried to the Toyota. There was nothing to do but try to carry Charlie across to the lab building. I might be able to manage it if he could support part of his own weight. Maybe by now he was feeling better, I thought. Maybe he was stronger. But one look at his face told me he wasn't. If anything, he appeared weaker. Shit, Charlie, what am I going to do with you? He didn't answer. I can't carry you, and David didn't leave the keys in his car, so we're out of luck. I stopped. What if David were locked out of his car? He was an engineer. He thought of contingencies like that. Even if it was unlikely to happen, David would never be caught unprepared. He'd never be flagging down cars, asking if they had a wire hanger he could borrow. No. David would have hidden a key, probably in one of those magnetic key boxes. I started to lie down on my back to look underneath the car, when it occurred to me that David would never get his clothes dirty just to retrieve a key. He'd hide it cleverly, but within easy reach. With that in mind, I ran my fingers along the inside of the front bumpers. Nothing. I went to the back bumper, did the same. Nothing. I felt under the running boards on both sides of the car. Nothing. No magnetic box, no key. I couldn't believe it, so I got down and looked under the car to see if there was a brace or a strut I had somehow missed with my fingers. No, there wasn't. I felt no key. I shook my head, puzzled. The hiding place needed to be steel for the magnetic box, and it needed to be protected from the elements. That was why almost everybody hid their keys inside the car bumpers. David hadn't done that. Where else could you hide a key? I walked around the car again, looking at the smooth lines of the metal. I ran my fingers around the front grille opening and under the back license plate indentation. No key. I started to sweat. It wasn't only the tension. By now, I could definitely feel the drop in the wind.
I went back to Charlie, who was still sitting on the sideboard. "How you doing, Charlie?" He didn't answer, just gave a little shrug. I took his headset off and put it on. I heard static and voices talking softly. It sounded like Ricky and Bobby, and it sounded like an argument. I pulled the mouthpiece near my lips and said, "Guys, speak to me." A pause. Bobby, surprised. "Jack?" "That's right." "Jack, you can't stay there. The wind's been falling steadily for the last few minutes. It's only 10 knots now." "Okay. Jack, you've got to come back in." "I can't just yet." "Below 7 knots, the swarms can move." "Okay." Ricky. "What do you mean, okay? Jesus, Jack, are you coming in or not?" "I can't carry Charlie." "You knew that when you went out." "Uh-huh." "Jack, what the hell are you doing?" I heard the whir of the video monitor in the corner of the shed. I looked over the roof of the car and saw the lens rotate as they zoomed in on me. The Toyota was such a big car it almost blocked my view of the camera. And the ski rack on top made it even higher. I vaguely wondered why David had a ski rack, because he didn't ski. He always hated cold. The rack must have come with the car as standard equipment, and I swore it was so obvious. There was only one place I hadn't checked. I jumped up on the running board and looked at the roof of the car. I ran my fingers over the ski rack and along the parallel tracks bolted to the roof. My fingers touched black tape against the black rack. I pulled the tape away and saw a silver key. "Jack, 9 knots." "Okay." I dropped back down to the ground and climbed into the driver's seat. I put the key in the lockbox and twisted it. The box opened. Inside, I found a small yellow key. "Jack, what are you doing?" I hurried around to the back of the car. I fitted the yellow key in the ignition. I straddled the bike and started it up. The motor rumbled loudly under the corrugated shed. "Jack!" I walked the bike around the side of the car to where Charlie was sitting. That was going to be the tricky part. The bike didn't have a kickstand. I moved as close to Charlie as I could, and then tried to support him enough that he could climb onto the back seat, while I still sat on the bike and kept it upright. Fortunately, he seemed to understand what I was doing. I got him in place and told him to hold on to me. "Bobby Lembeck." "Jack, they're here." "Where?" "South side, coming toward you." "Okay." I gunned the motor and pulled the passenger door shut, and I stayed exactly where I was. "Jack?" "Ricky." "What's the matter with him? He knows what the danger is." "Bobby." "I know. He's just sitting there." Charlie had his hands around my waist. His head was on my shoulder. I could hear his raspy breathing. I said, "Hold tight, Charlie." He nodded. "Ricky." "Jack, what are you doing?" Then at my ear, in a voice just above a whisper, Charlie said, "Fucking idiot." "Yes," I nodded. I waited. I could see the swarms now coming around the building. This time there were 9 swarms, and they headed straight for me in a V formation. Their own flocking behavior. 9 swarms, I thought. Soon there would be 30 swarms, and then 200. Bobby. "Jack, do you see them?" "I see them." Of course I saw them. And of course they were different from before. They were denser now, the columns thicker and more substantial. Those swarms didn't weigh 3 pounds anymore. I sensed they were closer to 10 or 20 pounds, maybe even more than that, maybe 30 pounds. They would have real weight now, and real substance. I waited. I stayed where I was. Some detached part of my brain was wondering what the formation would do when it reached me. Would they circle me? Would some of the swarms hang back and wait? What did they make of the noisy bike? Nothing. They came right for me, flattening the V into a line. Then into a kind of inverted V. I could hear the deep, vibrating hum. With so many swarms, it was much louder.
The swirling columns were 20 yards away from me, then 10. Were they able to move faster now, or was it my imagination? I waited until they were almost upon me before I twisted the throttle and raced forward. I passed straight through the lead swarm into the blackness and out again, and then I was gunning for the power station door, bouncing over the desert, not daring to look back over my shoulder. It was a wild ride, and it only lasted a few seconds. As we reached the power station, I dropped the bike, put my shoulder under Charlie's arm, and staggered the final step or two to the door. The swarms were still 50 yards away from the door when I managed to turn the knob, pull, get one foot in the crack, and kick the door open the rest of the way. When I did that, I lost my balance, and Charlie and I more or less fell through the door onto the concrete. The door came swinging shut and whanged into our legs, which hung outside. I felt a sharp pain in my ankles, but worse, the door was still open, kept ajar by our legs. Through the opening, I could see the swarms approaching. I scrambled to my feet and dragged Charlie's inert body into the room. The door shut, but I knew it was a fire door and it wasn't airtight. Nanoparticles could come right in. I had to get both of us into the airlock. We wouldn't be safe until the first set of glass doors had hissed shut. Grunting and sweating, I hauled Charlie into the airlock. I got him into a sitting position, propped up against the side blowers. That cleared his feet of the glass doors, and because only one person could be in the airlock at a time, I stepped back outside, and I waited for the doors to close. But they didn't close. I looked on the side wall for some sort of button, but I didn't see anything. The lights were on inside the airlock, so it was getting power, but the doors didn't close. And I knew the swarms were fast approaching. Bobby Lembeck and May came running into the far room. I saw them through the second set of glass doors. They were waving their arms, making big gestures, apparently indicating for me to come back into the airlock. But that didn't make sense. Into my headset I said, "I thought you had to go one at a time." They didn't have headsets and couldn't hear me. They were waving frantically. "Come in, come in." I held up 2 fingers questioningly. They shook their heads. They seemed to be indicating I was missing the point. At my feet I saw the nanoparticles begin to come into the room like black steam. They were coming through the edges of the fire door. I had only 5 or 10 seconds now. I stepped back in the airlock. Bobby and May were nodding, approving. But the doors did not close. Now they were making other gestures, lifting. "You want me to lift, Charlie?" They did. I shook my head. Charlie was slumped there in a sitting position, a dead weight on the ground. I looked back at the anteroom and saw it was filling with black particles, starting to form a grayish mist in the air. The grayish mist was coming into the airlock as well. I felt the first tiny pinpricks on my skin. I looked at Bobby and May on the other side of the glass. They could see what was happening. They knew only seconds remained. They were again making gestures. "Lift Charlie up." I bent over him, got my hands under his armpits. I tried to haul him to his feet, but he didn't budge. "Charlie, for God's sake, help!" Groaning, I tried again. Charlie kicked his legs and pushed with his arms, and I got him a couple of feet off the ground. Then he slid back down. "Charlie, come on, once more." I pulled up as hard as I could, and this time he helped a lot, and we got his legs back under him, and with a final heave got him standing. I kept my hands under his armpits. We were in a kind of crazy lover's clench. Charlie was wheezing. I looked back to the glass doors. The doors didn't close. The air was getting blacker all the time. I looked to May and Bobby, and they were frantic, holding up 2 fingers, shaking them at me. I didn't get it. "Yes, there's 2 of us." What was wrong with the damn doors? Finally, May bent over and very deliberately pointed with 1 finger of each hand to her 2 shoes. I saw her mouth. 2 shoes. And point to Charlie. "Yeah, so we have 2 shoes. He's standing on 2 shoes. May shook her head. She held up 4 fingers. 4 shoes? The pinpricks were irritating, making it difficult to think. I felt the old confusion begin to seep over me. My brain felt sluggish.
What did she mean? 4 shoes? It was beginning to get dark in the airlock. It was becoming harder to see May and Bobby. They were pantomiming something else, but I didn't get it. They began to feel distant to me, distant and trivial. I was without energy and without care. 2 shoes, 4 shoes. And then I got it. I turned my back to Charlie, leaned against him, and said, "Put your hands around my neck." He did, and I grabbed his legs and lifted his feet off the floor. Instantly, the door hissed shut. That was it, I thought. The blowers began to blast down on us. The air rapidly cleared. I strained to hold Charlie up, and I managed until I saw the second set of doors unlock and slide open. May and Bobby hurried into the airlock. And I just fell down. Charlie landed on top of me. I think it was Bobby who dragged him off me, I'm not sure. From that point on, I don't remember much at all. Nest. Day 6, 6:18 p.m. I woke up in my bed in the residential module. The air handlers were roaring so loudly the room sounded like an airport. Bleary-eyed, I staggered over to the door. The door was locked. I pounded on it for a while, but nobody answered, even when I yelled. I went to the little workstation on the desk and clicked it on. A menu came up, and I searched for some kind of intercom. I didn't see anything like that, although I poked around the interface for a while. I must have set something off because a window opened, and Ricky appeared, smiling at me. He said, "So you're awake. How do you feel?" "Unlock the goddamn door." "Is your door locked?" "Unlock it, damn it." "It was only for your own protection." "Ricky," I said, "open the damn door." "I already did. It's open, Jack." I walked to the door. He was right. It opened immediately. I looked at the latch. There was an extra bolt, some kind of remote locking mechanism. I'd have to remember to tape over that. On the monitor, Ricky said, "You might want to take a shower." "Yeah, I would." "Why is the air so loud?" "We turned on full venting in your room," Ricky said, "in case there were any extra particles." I rummaged in my bag for clothes. "Where's the shower?" "Do you want some help?" "No, I don't want some help. Just tell me where the goddamn shower is." "You sound angry." "Fuck you, Ricky." The shower helped. I stood under it for about 20 minutes, letting the steaming hot water run over my aching body. I seemed to have a lot of bruises on my chest, my thigh, but I couldn't remember how I had gotten them. When I came out, I found Ricky there, sitting on a bench. "Jack, I'm very concerned." "How's Charlie?" "He seems to be okay. He's sleeping." "Did you lock his room, too?" "Jack, I know you've been through an ordeal, and I want you to know we're all very grateful for what you've done. I mean, the company is grateful, and fuck the company. Jack, I understand how you might be angry." "Cut the crap, Ricky. I got no goddamn help at all, not from you and not from anybody else in this place." "I'm sure it must feel that way." "It is that way, Ricky. No help is no help." Jack, please. I'm trying to tell you that I'm sorry for everything that happened. I feel terrible about it. I really do. If there were any way to go back and change it, believe me, I would. I looked at him. "I don't believe you, Ricky." He gave a winning little smile. "I hope in time that will change." "It won't." "You know that I always valued our friendship, Jack. It was always the most important thing to me." I just stared at him. Ricky wasn't listening at all. He just had that silly smile and everything will be fine look on his face. I thought, is he on drugs? He was certainly acting bizarrely. "Well, anyway," he took a breath, changed the subject. "Julia's coming out. That's good news. She should be here sometime this evening." "Uh-huh. Why is she coming out?"
Well, I'm sure because she's worried about these runaway swarms. How worried is she? I said. Because these swarms could have been killed off weeks ago when the evolutionary patterns first appeared. But that didn't happen.
Yes, well, the thing is, back then, nobody really understood.
I think they did.
Well, no.
He managed to appear unjustly accused and slightly offended, but I was getting tired of his game. Ricky, I said, I came out here on the helicopter with a bunch of PR guys. Who notified them there's a PR problem here?
I don't know about any PR guys.
They'd been told not to get out of the helicopter, that it was dangerous here. He shook his head.
I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about.
I threw up my hands and walked out of the bathroom.
I don't,
Ricky called after me, protesting.
I swear, I don't know a thing about it.
Half an hour later, as a kind of peace offering, Ricky brought me the missing code I had been asking for. It was brief, just a sheet of paper.
Sorry about that,
he said.
Took me a while to find it. Rosie took a whole subdirectory offline a few days ago to work on one section. I guess she forgot to put it back. That's why it wasn't in the main directory.
Uh-huh. I scanned the sheet. What was she working on?
Ricky shrugged. Beats me, one of the other files.
Ricky, I said, this code looks almost the same as the original.
Yeah, I think so. The changes are all minor. I don't know why it's such an issue.
He shrugged.
I mean, as soon as we lost control of the swarm, the precise code seemed a little beside the point to me. You couldn't change it anyway.
And how did you lose control? There's no evolutionary algorithm in this code here. He spread his hands.
Jack, he said, if we knew that, we'd know everything. We wouldn't be in this mess.
But I was asked to come here and check problems with the code my team had written, Ricky. I was told the agents were losing track of their goals.
I'd say breaking free of radio control is losing track of goals.
But the code's not changed.
Yeah, well, nobody really cared about the code itself, Jack. It's the implications of the code. It's the behavior that emerges from the code. That's what we wanted you to help us with. Because, I mean, it is your code, right?
Yeah, and it's your swarm.
True enough, Jack.
He shrugged in his self-deprecating way and left the room. I stared at the paper for a while, and then wondered why he'd printed it out for me. It meant I couldn't check the electronic document. Maybe Ricky was glossing over yet another problem. Maybe the code really had been changed, but he wasn't showing me. Or maybe... The hell with it, I thought. I crumpled up the sheet of paper and tossed it in the wastebasket. However this problem got solved, it wasn't going to be with computer code. That much was clear. May was in the biology lab, peering at her monitor, hand cupped under her chin. I said, "You feel okay?"
"Yes,"
she smiled. "How about you?" "Just tired, and my headache's back."
"I have one too, but I think mine's from this phage."
She pointed to the monitor screen. There was a scanning electron microscope image of a virus in black and white. The phage looked like a mortar shell, bulbous pointed head attached to a narrower tail. I said, "That's the new mutant you were talking about before?"
"Yes. I've already taken one fermentation tank offline. Production is now at only 60% capacity. Not that it matters, I suppose."
"And what are you doing with that offline tank?"
"I'm testing antiviral reagents," she said. "I have a limited number of them here. We're not really set up to analyze contaminants. Protocol is just to go offline and scrub any tank that goes bad."
"Why haven't you done that?"
"I probably will eventually, but since this is a new mutant, I thought I'd better try and find a counteragent. because they'll need it for future production. I mean, the virus will be back.
You mean it will reappear again? Re-evolve?
Yes, perhaps more or less virulent, but essentially the same.
I nodded. I knew about this from work with genetic algorithms, programs that were specifically designed to mimic evolution. Most people imagined evolution to be a one-time-only process, a confluence of chance events. If plants hadn't started making oxygen, animal life would never have evolved. If an asteroid hadn't wiped out the dinosaurs, mammals would never have taken over. If some fish hadn't come onto land, we'd all still be in the water, and so on. All that was true enough, but there was another side of evolution, too. Certain forms and certain ways of life kept appearing again and again. For example, parasitism, one animal living off another, had evolved independently many times in the course of evolution. Parasitism was a reliable way for life forms to interact, and it kept re-emerging. A similar phenomenon occurred with genetic programs. They tended to move towards certain tried-and-true solutions. The programmers talked about it in terms of peaks on a fitness landscape. They could model it as a three-dimensional false-color mountain range. But the fact was that evolution had its stable side, too. And one thing you could count on was that any big, hot broth of bacteria was likely to get contaminated by a virus. And if that virus couldn't infect the bacteria, it would mutate to a form that could. You could count on that the way you could count on finding ants in your sugar bowl if you left it out on the counter too long. Considering that evolution has been studied for 150 years, it was surprising how little we knew about it. The old ideas about survival of the fittest had gone out of fashion long ago. Those views were too simple-minded. 19th century thinkers saw evolution as nature red in tooth and claw, envisioning a world where strong animals killed weaker ones. They didn't take into account that the weaker ones would inevitably get stronger, or fight back in some other way, which, of course, they always do. The new ideas emphasized interactions among continuously evolving forms. Some people talked of evolution as an arms race, by which they meant an ever-escalating interaction. A plant attacked by a pest evolves a pesticide in its leaves. The pest evolves to tolerate the pesticide, so the plant evolves a stronger pesticide, and so on. Others talked about this pattern as coevolution, in which two or more life forms evolved simultaneously to tolerate each other. Thus, a plant attacked by ants evolves to tolerate the ants, and even begins to make special food for them on the surface of its leaves. In return, the resident ants protect the plant, stinging any animal that tries to eat the leaves. Pretty soon, neither the plant nor the ant species can survive without the other. This pattern was so fundamental that many people thought it was the real core of evolution. Parasitism and symbiosis were the true basis for evolutionary change. These processes lay at the heart of all evolution and had been present from the very beginning. Lynn Margulies was famous for demonstrating that bacteria had originally developed nuclei by swallowing other bacteria. By the 21st century, it was clear that coevolution wasn't limited to paired creatures in some isolated spinning dance. There were coevolutionary patterns with 3, 10, or N life forms, where N could be any number at all. A cornfield contained many kinds of plants, was attacked by many pests, and evolved many defenses. The plants competed with weeds. The pests competed with other pests. Larger animals ate both the plants and the pests. The outcome of this complex interaction was always changing, always evolving. And it was inherently unpredictable. That was, in the end, why I was so angry with Ricky. He should have known the dangers when he found he couldn't control the swarms. It was insanity to sit back and allow them to evolve on their own. Ricky was bright. He knew about genetic algorithms. He knew the biological background for current trends in programming. He knew that self-organization was inevitable. He knew that emergent forms were unpredictable. He knew that evolution involved interaction with N forms. He knew all that, and he did it anyway. He did, or Julia did. I checked on Charlie. He was still asleep in his room, sprawled out on the bed. Bobby Lembeck walked by. "How long has he been asleep?" "Since you got back, 3 hours or so." "Do you think we should wake him up, check on him?" "Nah, let him sleep. We'll check him after dinner." "When is that?" "Half an hour." Bobby Lembeck laughed. "I'm cooking." That reminded me. I was supposed to call home around dinner time, so I went into my room and dialed. Ellen answered the phone. "Hello. What is it?" She sounded harried. I heard Amanda crying and Eric yelling at Nicole in the background. Ellen said, "Nicole, do not do that to your brother." I said, "Hi, Ellen." "Oh, thank God," she said. "You have to speak to your daughter." "What's going on?" "Just a minute. Nicole, it's your father." I could tell she was holding out the phone to her. A pause, then, "Hi, Dad." "What's going on, Nick?" "Nothing. Eric is being a brat," matter-of-factly. "Nick, I want to know what you did to your brother." "Dad." She lowered her voice to a whisper. I knew she was cupping her hand over the phone. "Aunt Ellen is not very nice." "I heard that," Ellen said in the background. But at least the baby had stopped crying. She'd been picked up. "Nicole," I said, "you're the oldest child. I'm counting on you to help keep things together while I'm gone." "I'm trying, Dad, but he is a majorly turkey butt." From the background, "I am not. Up yours, weasel poop." "Dad, you see what I'm up against?" Eric, "Up your hole with a 10-foot pole." I looked at the monitor in front of me. It showed views of the desert outside, rotating images from all the security cameras. One camera showed my dirt bike lying on its side, near the door to the power station. Another camera showed the outside of the storage shed, with the door swinging open and shut, revealing the outline of Rosie's body inside. 2 people had died today. I had almost died. And now my family, which yesterday had been the most important thing in my life, seemed distant and petty. "It's very simple, Dad," Nicole was saying in her most reasonable grown-up voice. "I came home with Aunt Ellen from the store, I got a very nice blouse for the show, and then Eric came into my room and knocked all my books on the floor. So I told him to pick them up. He said no and called me the B word, so I kicked him in the butt, not very hard, and took his G.I. Joe and hid it. That's all." I said, "You took his G.I. Joe?" G.I. Joe was Eric's most important possession. He talked to G.I. Joe. He slept with G.I. Joe on the pillow beside him. "He can have it back," she said, "as soon as he cleans up my books." "Nick." "Dad, he called me the B word." "Give him his G.I. Joe." The images on the screen were rotating through the various cameras. Each image only stayed on screen for a second or two. I waited for the image of the shed to come back up. I had a nagging feeling about it. Something bothered me. "Dad, this is humiliating." "Nick, you're not his mother." "Oh, yeah, and she was here for maybe 5 seconds. She was at the house? Mom was there?" "But then, big surprise, she had to go. She had a plane to catch." "Uh-huh. Nicole, you need to listen to Ellen." "Dad, I told you she's being—" "Because she's in charge until I get back. So if she says to do something, you do it." "Dad, I feel this is unreasonable." Her members of the jury voice. "Well, honey, that's how it is."
But my problem...
Nicole, that's how it is until I get back.
When he coming home?
Probably tomorrow.
Okay.
So, we understand each other?
Yes, Dad. I'll probably have a nervous breakdown here.
Then I promise I'll visit you in the mental hospital as soon as I get back.
Very funny.
Let me speak to Eric. I had a short conversation with Eric, who told me several times that it was not fair. I told him to put Nicole's books back. He said he didn't knock them down, it was an accident. I said to put them back anyway. Then I talked to Ellen briefly. I encouraged her as best I could. Sometime during this conversation, the security camera showing the outside of the shed came up again, and I again saw the swinging door and the outside of the shed. In this elevation, the shed was slightly above grade. There were 4 wooden steps leading from the door down to ground level. But it all looked the way it should. I didn't know what had bothered me. Then I realized. David's body wasn't there. It wasn't in the frame. Earlier in the day, I had seen his body slide out the door and disappear from view, so it should be lying outside. Given the slight grade, it might have rolled a few yards from the door, but not more than that. No body. But perhaps I was mistaken. Or perhaps there were coyotes. In any case, the camera image had now changed. I'd have to sit through another cycle to see it again. I decided not to wait. If David's body was gone, there was nothing I could do about it now. It was about 7 o'clock when we sat down to eat dinner in the little kitchen of the residential module. Bobby brought out plates of ravioli with tomato sauce and mixed vegetables. I had been a stay-at-home dad long enough to recognize the brands of frozen food he was using. I really think that contadina is better ravioli. Bobby shrugged. I go to the fridge, I find what's there. I was surprisingly hungry. I ate everything on my plate. Could have been that bad, Bobby said. May was silent as she ate, as usual. Beside her, Vince ate noisily. Ricky was at the far end of the table, away from me, looking down at his food and not meeting my eyes. It was all right with me. Nobody wanted to talk about Rosie and David, but the empty stools around the table were pretty obvious. Bobby said to me, So you're going to go out tonight? Yes, I said. When is it dark? Sunset should be around 7:20, Bobby said. He flicked on a monitor on the wall. I'll get you the exact time. I said, So we can go out 3 hours after that, sometime after 10. Bobby said, And you think you can track the swarm? We should. Charlie sprayed one swarm pretty thoroughly. As a result of which, I glow in the dark, Charlie said, laughing. He came into the room and sat down. Everyone greeted him enthusiastically. If nothing else, it felt better to have another body at the table. I asked him how he felt. Okay, a little weak, and I have a fucking headache from hell. I know, me too. And me, May said. It's worse than the headache Ricky gives me, Charlie said, looking down the table. Lasts longer, too. Ricky said nothing, just continued eating. Do you suppose these things get into your brain? Charlie said. I mean, they're nanoparticles. They can get inhaled, cross the blood-brain barrier, and go into the brain? Bobby pushed a plate of pasta in front of Charlie. He immediately ground pepper all over it. Don't you want to taste it? No offense, but I'm sure it needs it. He started to eat. I mean, he continued, that's what everybody's worried about nanotechnology, polluting the environment, right? Nanoparticles are small enough to get places nobody's ever had to worry about before. They can get into the synapses between neurons. They can get into the cytoplasm of cardiac cells. They can get into cell nuclei. They're small enough to go anywhere inside the body, so maybe we're infected, Jack. You don't seem that worried about it, Ricky said. Hey, what can I do about it now? Hope I give it to you is about all. Hey, this spaghetti's not bad.
Ravioli, Bobby said.
Whatever, just needs a little pepper.
He ground some more over the top. Sundown is 7:27, Bobby said, reading the time off the monitor. He went back to eating. And it does not need pepper.
Fucking does.
I already put in pepper.
Needs more.
I said, Guys, are we missing anybody?
I don't think so. Why?
I pointed to the monitor. Who's that standing out in the desert? Day 6, 7:12 p.m.
Oh, shit, Bobby said.
He jumped up from the table and ran out of the room. Everyone else did, too. I followed the others. Ricky was holding his radio as he went.
Vince, lock us down. Vince?
We're locked down, Vince said.
Pressure is 5+.
Why didn't the alarm go off?
Can't say. Maybe they've learned to get past that, too.
I followed everybody into the utility room, where there were large wall-mounted liquid crystal displays showing the outside video cameras, views of the desert from all angles. The sun was already below the horizon, but the sky was a bright orange, fading into purple and then dark blue. Silhouetted against the sky was a young man with short hair. He was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt and looked like a surfer. I couldn't see his face clearly in the failing light, but even so, watching the way he moved, I thought there was something familiar about him.
We got any floodlights out there?
Charlie said. He was walking around holding his bowl of pasta, still eating.
Lights coming up, Bobby said.
And a moment later, the young man stood in glaring light. Now I could see him clearly. And then it hit me. He looked like the same kid who had been in Julia's car last night after dinner when she drove away just before her accident. The same blonde surfer kid who, now that I saw him again, looked like...
Jesus, Ricky, Bobby said. He looks like you.
You're right, May said. It's Ricky. Even the t-shirt.
Ricky was getting a soft drink out of the dispensing machine. He turned toward the display screen. What are you guys talking about?
He looks like you, May said. He even has your t-shirt with I am Root on the front.
Ricky looked down at his own t-shirt, then back at the screen. He was silent for a moment. I'll be damned. I said, You've never been out of the building, Ricky. How come it's you?
Fucking beats me,
Ricky said. He shrugged casually. Too casually? May said,
I can't make out the face very well. I mean the features.
Charlie moved closer to the largest of the screens and squinted at the image.
The reason you can't see the features, he said, is because there aren't any.
Oh, come on.
Charlie, it's a resolution artifact, that's all.
It's not, Charlie said. There are no fucking features. Zoom it in and see for yourself.
Bobby zoomed. The image of the blonde head enlarged. The figure was moving back and forth, in and out of the frame, but it was immediately clear that Charlie was right. There were no features. There was an oval patch of pale skin beneath the blonde hairline, and there was the suggestion of a nose and brow ridges, and a sort of mound where the lips should be, but there were no actual features. It was as if a sculptor had started to carve a face and had stopped before he was finished. It was an unfinished face, except that the eyebrows moved from time to time, a sort of wiggle or flutter. Or perhaps that was an artifact.
You know what we're looking at here, don't you? Charlie said.
He sounded worried.
Pan down. Let's see the rest of him.
Bobby panned down, and we saw white sneakers moving over the desert dirt, except the sneakers didn't seem to be touching the ground, but rather hovering just above it. And the sneakers themselves were sort of blurry. There was a hint of shoelaces and a streak where a Nike logo would be, but it was like a sketch rather than an actual sneaker.
"This is very weird,"
May said. "Not weird at all," Charlie said. "It's a calculated approximation for density. The swarm doesn't have enough agents to make high-resolution shoes, so it's approximating." "Or else," I said, "it's the best it can do with the materials at hand. It must be generating all these colors by tilting its photovoltaic surface at slight angles, catching the light. It's like those flashcards the crowd holds up in football stadiums to make a picture." "In which case," Charlie said, "its behavior is quite sophisticated." "More sophisticated than what we saw earlier," I said. "Oh, for Christ's sake," Ricky said irritably. "You're acting like this swarm is Einstein." "Obviously not," Charlie said. "'Cause if it's modeling you, it's certainly no Einstein." "Give it a rest, Charlie." "I would, Ricky, but you're such an asshole, I get provoked over and over." Bobby said, "Why don't you both give it a rest?" May turned to me and said, "Why is the swarm doing this? Imitating the prey?" "Basically, yes," I said. "I hate to think of us as prey," Ricky said. May said, "You mean it's been coded to literally, physically imitate the prey?" "No," I said. "The program instruction is more generalized than that. It simply directs the agents to attain the goal. So we are seeing one possible emergent solution, which is more advanced than the previous version. Before, it had trouble making a stable 2D image. Now, it's modeling in 3 dimensions. I glanced at the programmers. They had stricken looks on their faces. They knew exactly how big and advanced they were witnessing. The transition to 3 dimensions meant that not only was the swarm now imitating our external appearance, it was also imitating our behavior, our walks, our gestures, which implied a far more complicated internal model. May said, "And the swarm decided this on its own?" "Yes," I said, "although I'm not sure 'decided' is the right term. The emergent behavior is the sum of individual agent behaviors. There isn't anybody there to decide anything. There's no brain, no higher control in that swarm." "Group mind?" May said. "Hive mind?" "In a way," I said. "The point is, there is no central control." "But it looks so controlled," she said. "It looks like a defined, purposeful organism." "Yeah, well, so do we," Charlie said with a harsh laugh. Nobody else laughed with him. If you want to think about it that way, a human being is actually a giant swarm. Or more precisely, it's a swarm of swarms, because each organ, blood, liver, kidneys, is a separate swarm. What we refer to as a body is really the combination of all these organ swarms. We think our bodies are solid, but that's only because we can't see what is going on at the cellular level. If you could enlarge the human body, blow it up to a vast size, you would see that it was literally nothing but a swirling mass of cells and atoms clustered together into smaller swirls of cells and atoms. Who cares? Well, it turns out a lot of processing occurs at the level of the organs. Human behavior is determined in many places. The control of our behavior is not located in our brains. It's all over our bodies. So you could argue
that swarm intelligence rules human beings, too. Balance is controlled by the cerebellar swarm and rarely comes to consciousness. Other processing occurs in the spinal cord, the stomach, the intestine. A lot of vision takes place in the eyeballs, long before the brain is involved. And for that matter, a lot of sophisticated brain processing occurs beneath awareness, too. An easy proof is object avoidance. A mobile robot has to devote a tremendous amount of processing time simply to avoid obstacles in the environment. Human beings do too, but they're never aware of it until the lights go out. Then they learn painfully just how much processing is really required. So there's an argument that the whole structure of consciousness and the human sense of self-control and purposefulness is a user illusion. We don't have conscious control over ourselves at all. We just think we do. Just because human beings went around thinking of themselves as I didn't mean that it was true. And for all we knew, this damned swarm had some sort of rudimentary sense of itself as an entity, or if it didn't, it might very soon start to. Watching the faceless man on the monitor, we saw that the image was now becoming unstable. The swarm had trouble keeping the appearance solid. Instead, it fluctuated. At moments, the face and shoulders seemed to dissolve into dust, then re-emerge as solid again. It was strange to watch it. "Losing its grip?" Bobby said. "No, I think it's getting tired," Charlie said. "You mean it's running out of power?" "Yeah, probably. It'd take a lot of extra juice to tilt all those particles into exact orientations." Indeed, the swarm was reverting back to a cloud appearance again. "So, this is a low-power mode?" I said. "Yeah, I'm sure they were optimized for power management." "Or they are now," I said. It was getting darker quickly now. The orange was gone from the sky. The monitor was starting to lose definition. The swarm turned and swirled away. "I'll be goddamned," Charlie said. I watched the swarm disappear into the horizon. 3 hours, I said, and their history. Day 6, 10:12 p.m. Charlie went back to bed right after dinner. He was still asleep at 10 that night when May and I were preparing to go out again. We were wearing down vests and jackets because it was going to be cold. We needed a third person to go with us. Ricky said he had to wait for Julia, who was flying in any minute now. That was fine with me. I didn't want him anyway. Vince was off somewhere watching TV and drinking beer. That left Bobby. Bobby didn't want to go, but May shamed him into coming. There was a question about how the three of us would get around, since it was possible the swarm hiding place might be some distance away, perhaps even several miles. We still had David's dirt bike, but that could only sit 2. It turned out Vince had an ATV in the shed. I went to see him in the power unit to ask him for the key. "Don't need a key," he said. He was sitting on a couch watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I heard Regis say, "Final answer?" I said, "What do you mean?" "Key's in it," Vince said. "Always there." "Wait a minute," I said. "You mean there was a vehicle in the shed with keys in it all the time?" "Sure." On the TV I heard, "For $5,000, what is the name of the smallest state in Europe?" "Why didn't anybody tell me?" I said, starting to get mad. Vince shrugged. "Couldn't say. Nobody asked me." I stalked back to the main unit. "Where the hell is Ricky?" "He's on the phone," Bobby said. "Talking to the brass back in the valley." May said, "Take it easy." "I'm taking it easy," I said. "Which phone, in the main unit?" "Jack, She put her hands on my shoulders, stopped me.
It's after 10 o'clock. Forget it.
Forget it? He could have gotten us killed.
And right now we have work to do.
I looked at her calm face, her steady expression. I thought of the swift way she had eviscerated the rabbit. You're right, I said.
Good,
she said, turning away.
Now I think as soon as we get some backpacks, we'll be ready to go.
There was a reason, I thought, why May never lost an argument. I went to the storage cupboard and got out 3 packs. I threw one to Bobby. Let's hit the road, I said. It was a clear night filled with stars. We walked in darkness toward the storage shed, a dark outline against the dark sky. I pushed the dirt bike along. None of us talked for a while. Finally, Bobby said, "We're going to need lights."
"We're going to need a lot of things,"
May said.
"I made a list."
We came to the storage shed and pushed open the door. I saw Bobby hang back in the darkness. I went in and fumbled for the lights. I flicked them on. The interior of the storage shed appeared just as we had left it. May unzipped her backpack and began walking down the row of shelves.
"We need portable lights, ignition fuses, flares, oxygen,"
Bobby said. "Oxygen? Really?"
"If this site is underground, yes, we may. And we need thermite."
I said, "Rosie had it. Maybe she set it down when she—" "I'll look." I went into the next room. The box of thermite tubes lay overturned on the floor, the tubes nearby. Rosie must have dropped it when she ran. I wondered if she had had any in her hand. I looked over at her body by the door. Rosie's body was gone. Jesus. Bobby came running in. "What is it? What's wrong?" I pointed to the door. "Rosie's gone." "What do you mean, gone?" I looked at him. "Gone, Bobby. The body was here before, and now it's gone." "How can that be? An animal?" "I don't know." I went over and crouched down at the spot where her body had been. When I had last seen her 5 or 6 hours ago, her body had been covered with a milky secretion. Some of that secretion covered the floor, too. It looked exactly like thick, dried milk. Up where her head had been, the secretion was smooth and undisturbed, but closer to the door, it appeared to have been scraped. There were streaks in the coating. "It looks like she was dragged out," Bobby said. "Yes." I peered closely at the secretion, looking for footprints. A coyote alone couldn't have dragged her. A pack of animals would be needed to pull her out the door. They would surely leave marks. I saw none. I got up and walked to the door. Bobby stood beside me, looking out into the darkness. "You see anything?" he said. "No." I returned to May. She had found everything. She had coiled magnesium fuse, she had flare guns, she had portable halogen flashlights, she had head-mounted lamps with big elastic bands, she had small binoculars and night vision goggles, she had a field radio, and she had oxygen bottles and clear plastic gas masks. I was uneasy when I recognized that these were the same plastic masks I had seen on the men in the SSVT van back in California last night, except they weren't silvered. And then I thought, was it only last night? It was. Hardly 24 hours had passed. It felt to me like a month. May was dividing everything into the 3 backpacks. Watching her, I realized that she was the only one of us with actual field experience. In comparison, we were all stay-at-homes, theoreticians. I was surprised how dependent on her I felt tonight. Bobby hefted the nearest pack and grunted. "You really think we need all this stuff, May?"
"It's not like you have to carry it. We're driving, and yes, better safe than sorry."
Okay, fine, but I mean, a field radio?
You never know.
Who are you going to call?
The thing is, Bobby,
she said,
if it turns out you need any of this stuff, you really need it.
Yeah, but it's... May picked up the second backpack and slung it over her shoulder. She handled the weight easily. She looked at Bobby.
You were saying?
Never mind. I picked up the third backpack. It wasn't bad. Bobby was complaining because he was scared. It was true that the oxygen bottle was a little larger and heavier than I would have liked, and it fitted awkwardly into the backpack. But May insisted we have extra oxygen. Bobby said nervously, "Extra oxygen? How big do you guys think this hiding place is?"
I have no idea,
May said.
but the most recent swarms are much larger.
She went to the sink and picked up the radiation counter, but when she unplugged it from the wall, she saw the battery was dead. We had to hunt for a new battery, unscrew the case, replace the battery. I was worried the replacement would be dead too. If it was, we were finished. May said,
We better be careful with the night vision goggles too. I don't know how good any of the batteries are for the stuff we have.
But the counter clicked loudly. The battery indicator glowed.
Full power,
she said.
It'll last 4 hours.
Let's get started, I said. It was 10:43 p.m. The radiation counter went crazy when we came to the Toyota, clicking so rapidly the sound was continuous. Holding the wand in front of her, May left the car, walked into the desert. She turned west, and the clicks diminished. She went east, and they picked up again. But as she continued east, the clicks slowed. She turned north, and they increased.
North,
she said. I got on the bike, gunned the engine. Bobby rumbled out of the shed on the all-terrain vehicle with its fat rear tires and bicycle handlebars. The ATV looked ungainly, but I knew it was probably better suited to night travel in the desert. May got on the back of my bike, leaned over to hold the wand near the ground, and said,
Okay, let's go.
We started off into the desert, under a cloudless night sky. The headlight on the bike bounced up and down, jerking the shadows on the terrain ahead, making it difficult to see what was coming. The desert, that had looked so flat and featureless in daylight, was now revealed to have sandy dips, rock-filled beds, and deep arroyos that came up without warning. It took all my attention to keep the bike upright, particularly since May was continuously calling to me.
Go left. Now right. Now right. Okay, too much. Left.
Sometimes we had to make a full circle until she could be certain of the right path. If anybody followed our track in daylight, they'd think the driver must be drunk. It twisted and turned so much. The bike jumped and swerved on rough ground. We were now several miles from the lab, and I was starting to worry. I could hear the counter clicks, and they were becoming less frequent. It was getting hard to distinguish the swarm trail from the background radiation. I didn't understand why that should happen, but there was no question it was. If we didn't locate the swarm hiding place soon, we'd lose the trail entirely. May was worried, too. She kept bending over closer and closer to the ground, with one hand on the wand and one hand around my waist. And I had to go slower, because the trail was becoming so faint. We lost the trail, found it, went off it again. Under the black canopy of stars, we backtracked, turned in circles. I caught myself holding my breath. And at last, I was going around and around in the same spot, trying not to feel desperate. I made the circle 3 times, then 4, but to no avail. The counter in May's hand just clicked randomly. And suddenly, it was clear to us that the trail was truly lost. We were out here in the middle of nowhere, driving in circles. We had lost the trail. Exhaustion hit me suddenly and hard. I had been running on adrenaline all day, and now that I was finally defeated, a deep weariness came over my body. My eyes drooped. I felt as if I could go to sleep standing on the bike. Behind me, May sat up and said, "Don't worry, okay?" "What do you mean?" I said wearily. "My plan has totally failed, May." "Maybe not yet," she said. Bobby pulled up close to us. "You guys look behind you?" he said. "Why?" "Look back," he said. "Look how far we've come." I turned and looked over my shoulder. To the south, I saw the bright lights of the fabrication building, surprisingly close. We couldn't be more than a mile or two away. We must have traveled in a big semicircle, eventually turning back toward our starting point. That's weird. May had got off the bike and stepped in front of the headlamp. She was looking at the LCD readout on the counter. She said, Bobby said hopefully, "So what do you say, May? Time to go back?" "No," May said. "It's not time to go back. Take a look at this." Bobby leaned over, and we both looked at the LCD readout. It showed a graph of radiation intensity, stepping progressively downward, and finally dropping quickly. Bobby frowned. "And this is—" "Time course of tonight's readings," she said. "The machine's showing us that ever since we started, the intensity of the radiation has declined arithmetically. It's a straight-line decrease, a staircase, see there? And it stayed arithmetic until the last minute or so, when the decrease suddenly became exponential. It just fell to zero." "So?" Bobby looked puzzled. "That means what? I don't get it." "I do." She turned to me, climbed back on the bike. "I think I know what happened. Go forward. Slowly." I let out the clutch and rumbled forward. My bouncing headlights showed a slight rise in the desert, scrubby cactus ahead. "No, slower, Jack." I slowed. Now we were practically going at a walk. I yawned. There was no point in questioning her. She was intense, focused. I was just tired and defeated. We continued up the desert rise until it flattened, and then the bike began to tilt downward. "Stop!" I stopped. Directly ahead, the desert floor abruptly ended. I saw blackness beyond. "Is that a cliff?" "No, just a high ridge." I edged the bike forward. The land definitely fell away. Soon we were at the edge, and I could get my bearings. We were at the crest of a ridge 15 feet high, which formed one side of a very wide stream bed. Directly beneath me, I saw smooth river rocks with occasional boulders and clumps of scraggly brush that stretched about 50 yards away to the far side of the riverbed. Beyond the distant bank, the desert was flat again. "I understand now," I said. "The swarm jumped." "Yes," she said. "It became airborne, and we lost the trail." "But then it must have landed somewhere down there," Bobby said, pointing to the stream bed. "Maybe," I said, "and maybe not." I was thinking it would take us many minutes to find a safe route down. Then we would spend a long time searching among the bushes and rocks of the stream bed before picking up the trail again. It might take hours. We might not find it at all. From our position up here on top of the ridge, we saw the daunting expanse of desert stretching out before us. I said, "The swarm could have touched down in the stream bed, or it could have come down just beyond the bed, or it could have gone a quarter-mile beyond." May was not discouraged. "Bobby, you stay here," she said. "You'll mark the position where it jumped,
Jack and I will find a path down, go out into that plain, and run in a straight line east-west until we pick up the trail again. Sooner or later we'll find it."
"Okay," Bobby said. "Got you." "Okay," I said. We might as well do it. We had nothing to lose. But I had very little confidence we would succeed. Bobby leaned forward over his ATV. "What's that?" "What?" "An animal. I saw glowing eyes." "Where?" "In that brush over there." He pointed to the center of the stream bed. I frowned. We both had our headlights trained down the ridge. We were lighting a fairly large arc of desert. I didn't see any animals. "There," May said. "I don't see anything." She pointed. "It just went behind that juniper bush. See the bush that looks like a pyramid, that has the dead branches on one side?" "I see it," I said. But I didn't see an animal. "It's moving left to right. Wait a minute, and it'll come out again." We waited, and then I saw a pair of bright green glowing spots close to the ground, moving right. I saw a flash of pale white, and almost immediately I knew that something was wrong. So did Bobby. He twisted his handlebars, moving the headlamp to point directly to the spot. He reached for binoculars. "That's not an animal," he said. Moving among the low bushes, we saw more white, flesh white. But we saw only glimpses, and then I saw a flat white surface that I realized with a shock was a human hand dragging along the ground. A hand with outstretched fingers. "Jesus," Bobby said, staring through the binoculars. "What? What is it?" "It's a body being dragged," he said. And then, in a funny voice, he said, "It's Rosie." Day 6, 10:58 p.m. Gunning the bike, I took off with May, running along the edge of the ridge until it sloped down toward the streambed floor. Bobby stayed where he was, watching Rosie's body. In a few minutes, I had crossed the stream bed to the other bank and was moving back toward his light on the hill. May said, "Let's slow down, Jack." So I slowed down, leaning forward over my handlebars, trying to see the ground far ahead. Suddenly, the radiation counter began to chatter again. "Good sign," I said. We moved ahead. Now we were directly across from Bobby on the ridge above. His headlamp cast a faint light on the ground all around us, sort of like moonlight. I waved for him to come down. He turned his vehicle and headed west. Without his light, the ground was suddenly darker, more mysterious. And then we saw Rosie Castro. Rosie lay on her back, her head tilted so she appeared to be looking backward, directly at me, her eyes wide, her arm outstretched toward me, her pale hand open. There was an expression of pleading, or terror, on her face. Rigor mortis had set in, and her body jerked stiffly as it moved over low shrubs and desert cactus. She was being dragged away, but no animal was dragging her. "I think you should turn your light off," May said. "But I don't see what's doing it. There's like a shadow underneath her." "That's not a shadow," May said. "It's them." "They're dragging her?" She nodded. "Turn your light off." I flicked off the headlamp. We stood in darkness. I said, "I thought swarms couldn't maintain power more than 3 hours." "That's what Ricky said." "He's lying again?" "Or they've overcome that limitation in the wild." The implications were unsettling. If the swarms could now sustain power through the night, then they might be active when we reached their hiding place. I was counting on finding them collapsed, the particles spread on the ground, I intended to kill them in their sleep, so to speak. Now it seemed they weren't sleeping. We stood there in the cool, dark air, thinking things over. Finally, May said, "Aren't these swarms modeled on insect behavior?" "Not really," I said. The programming model was predator-prey, but because the swarm is a population of interacting particles, to some degree it will behave like any population of interacting particles, such as insects. Why? Insects can execute plans that take longer than the lifespan of a single generation. They can build nests that require many generations. Isn't that true? I think so. So maybe one swarm carried the body for a while, and then another took over. Maybe there have been 3 or 4 swarms so far. That way none of them has to go 3 hours at night. I didn't like the implications of that idea any better. That would mean the swarms are working together, I said. It would mean they're coordinated. They clearly are, by now. Except that's not possible, I said to her, because they don't have the signaling capability. It wasn't possible a few generations ago, May said. Now it is. Remember the V formation that came toward you? They were coordinated. That was true. I just hadn't realized it at the time. Standing there in the desert night, I wondered what else I hadn't realized. I squinted into the darkness, trying to see ahead. "Where are they taking her?" I said. May unzipped my backpack and pulled out a set of night goggles. "Try these." I was about to help her get hers, but she'd deftly taken her pack off, opened it, and pulled out her own goggles. Her movements were quick, sure. I slipped on the headset, adjusted the strap, and flipped the lenses down over my eyes. These were the new Gen 4 goggles that showed images in muted color. Almost immediately, I saw Rosie in the desert. Her body was disappearing behind the scrub as she moved farther and farther away. "Okay, so where are they taking her?" I said again. Even as I spoke, I raised the goggles higher, and at once I saw where they were taking her. From a distance, it looked like a natural formation, a mound of dark earth about 15 feet wide and 6 feet high. Erosion had carved deep vertical clefts so that the mound looked a little like a huge gear turned on edge. It would be easy to overlook this formation as natural. But it wasn't natural, and erosion hadn't produced its sculpted look. On the contrary, I was seeing an artificial construction, similar to the nests made by African termites and other social insects. Wearing the second pair of goggles, May looked for a while in silence, then said, "Are you going to tell me that is the product of self-organized behavior? That the behavior to make it just emerged all by itself?" "Actually, yes," I said. "That's exactly what happened." "Hard to believe." "I know." May was a good biologist, but she was a primate biologist. She was accustomed to studying small populations of highly intelligent animals that had dominance hierarchies and group leaders. She understood complex behavior to be the result of complex intelligence, and she had trouble grasping the sheer power of self-organized behavior within a very large population of dumb animals. In any case, this was a deep human prejudice. Human beings expected to find a central command in any organization. States had governments, corporations had CEOs, schools had principals, armies had generals. Human beings tended to believe that without central command, chaos would overwhelm the organization and nothing significant could be accomplished. From this standpoint, It was difficult to believe that extremely stupid creatures with brains smaller than pinheads were capable of construction projects more complicated than any human project. But in fact, they were. African termites were a classic example. These insects made earthen castle-like mounds 100 feet in diameter and thrusting spires 20 feet into the air. To appreciate their accomplishment, you had to imagine that if termites were the size of people, these mounds would be skyscrapers 1 mile high and 5 miles in diameter. And like a skyscraper, the termite mound had an intricate internal architecture to provide fresh air, remove excess CO2 and heat, and so on. Inside the structure were gardens to grow food, residences for royalty, and living space for as many as 2 million termites. No two mounds were exactly the same. Each was individually constructed to suit the requirements and advantages of a particular site. All this was accomplished with no architect, no foreman, no central authority. Nor was a blueprint for construction encoded in the termite genes. Instead, these huge creations were the result of relatively simple rules that the individual termites followed in relation to one another. Rules like, if you smell that another termite has been here, put a dirt pellet on this spot. Yet the outcome was arguably more complex than any human creation. Now we were seeing a new construction made by a new creature, and it was again difficult to conceive how it might have been made. How could a swarm make a mound, anyway? But I was beginning to realize that out here in the desert, asking how something happened was a fool's errand. The swarms were changing fast, almost minute to minute. The natural human impulse to figure it out was a waste of time. By the time you figured it out, things would have changed. Bobby rumbled up in his ATV and cut his light. We all stood there under the stars. Bobby said, "What do we do now?" "Follow Rosie," I said. "Looks like Rosie's going into that mound," he said. "You mean we follow her there?" "Yes," I said. At May's suggestion, we walked the rest of the way. Lugging our backpacks, it took us the better part of 10 minutes to reach the vicinity of the mound. We paused about 50 feet away. There was a nauseating smell in the air, a putrid odor of rotting and decay. It was so strong it made my stomach turn. Then, too, a faint green glow seemed to be emanating from inside the mound. Bobby whispered, "You really want to go in there?" "Not yet," May whispered. She pointed off to one side. Rosie's body was moving up the slope of the mound. As she came to the rim, her rigid legs pointed into the air for a moment. Then her body toppled over, and she fell into the interior. But she stopped before she disappeared entirely. For several seconds, her head remained above the rim, her arm outstretched, as if she were reaching for air. Then, slowly, she slid the rest of the way down and vanished. Bobby shivered. May whispered, "Okay, let's go." She started forward in her usual noiseless way. Following her, I tried to be as quiet as I could. Bobby crunched and crackled his way along the ground. May paused and gave him a hard look. Bobby held up his hands as if to say, "What can I do?" She whispered, "Watch where you put your feet." He whispered, "I am." "You're not. It's dark, I can't see." "You can if you try." I couldn't recall ever seeing May show irritation before, but we were all under pressure now, and the stench was terrible. May turned and once again moved forward silently. Bobby followed, making just as much noise as before. We had only gone a few steps before May turned, held up her hand, and signaled for him to stay where he was. He shook his head no. He clearly didn't want to be left alone. She gripped his shoulder, pointed firmly to the ground, and whispered, "You stay here." "No," she whispered. "You'll get us all killed." He whispered, "I promise." She shook her head, pointed to the ground. "Sit." Finally, Bobby sat down. May looked at me. I nodded. We set out again. By now we were 20 feet from the mound itself. The smell was almost overpowering. My stomach churned. I was afraid I might be sick. And this close, we began to hear the deep thrumming sound. More than anything, it was that sound that made me want to run away. But May kept going. We crouched down as we climbed the mound, and then lay flat along the rim. I could see May's face and the green glow coming from inside. For some reason, the stench didn't bother me anymore. Probably because I was too frightened. May reached into the side pouch of her pack and withdrew a small thumb-sized camera on a thin telescoping stick. She brought out a tiny LCD screen and set it on the ground between us. Then she slid the stick over the rim. On the screen, we saw a green interior of smooth, undulating walls. Nothing seemed to be moving. She turned the camera this way and that. All we saw were green walls. There was no sign of Rosie. May looked at me, pointed to her eyes. "Want to take a look now?" I nodded. We inched forward slowly until we could look over the rim. It wasn't what I expected at all. The mound simply narrowed, an existing opening that was huge, 20 feet wide or more, revealing a rock slide that sloped downward from the rim and ended at a gaping hole in the rock to our right. The green light was coming from somewhere inside this gaping hole. What I was seeing was the entrance to a very large cave. From our position on the rim, we couldn't see into the cave itself, but the thrumming sound suggested activity within. May opened the telescoping stick to its full length and gently lowered the camera into the hole. Soon we could see further into the cave. It was undoubtedly natural and large, perhaps 8 feet high, 10 feet wide. The rock walls were pale white and appeared to be covered with the milky substance we'd seen on Rosie. And Rosie's body was only a short distance inside. We could see her hand sticking out around a bend in the rock wall, but we could see nothing beyond the bend. May signaled me. "Want to go down?" I nodded slowly. I didn't like how this felt. I didn't like that I had no idea what was beyond the bend. But we really had no choice. She pointed back toward Bobby. "Get him?" I shook my head no. He wouldn't help us here. She nodded and started very slowly to slide out of her backpack, making no sound at all, when she suddenly froze. Literally froze. She didn't move a muscle. I looked at the screen, and I froze too. A figure had walked from behind the bend and now stood alertly at the entrance of the cave, looking around. It was Ricky. He was behaving as if he had heard a sound or had been alerted for some other reason. The video camera still dangled down the rim of the mound. It was pretty small. I didn't know if he would see it. I watched the screen tensely. The camera didn't have good resolution, and the screen was the size of my palm, but it was still clear that the figure was Ricky. I didn't understand what he was doing here, or even how he had gotten here. Then another man came around the bend. He was also Ricky.
I glanced at May, but she remained utterly still, a statue. Only her eyes moved. I squinted at the screen. Within the limits of video resolution, the two figures appeared to be identical in every respect. Same clothes, same movements, same gestures and shrugs. I couldn't see the faces well, but I had the impression they were more detailed than before. They didn't seem to notice the camera. They looked up at the sky, and then at the rock slide for a while, and then they turned their backs on us and returned to the interior of the cave. Still, May didn't move. She had been motionless for almost a minute already, and in that time she hadn't even blinked. Now the men were gone, and another figure came around the corner. It was David Brooks. He moved awkwardly, stiffly at first, but he quickly became more fluid. I had the feeling I was watching a puppeteer perfect his moves, animating the figure in a more lifelike way. Then David became Ricky, and then David again, and the David figure turned and went away. Still May waited. She waited fully 2 more minutes, and then finally withdrew the camera. She jerked her thumb, indicating we should go back. Together we crept away from the rim, back down the mound, and moved away silently into the desert night. We gathered 100 yards to the west, near our vehicles. May was rummaging in her backpack. She pulled out a clipboard with a felt marker. She flicked on her pen light and began to draw. "This is what you're up against," she said. "The cave has an opening like this, which you saw. Past the bend there's a big hole in the floor, and the cave spirals downward for maybe 100 yards. That brings you into one large chamber that is maybe 100 feet high and a couple of 100 feet wide. Single big room, that's all. There are no passages leading off, at least none that I saw." "That you saw?" "I've been in there," she said, nodding. "When?" "A couple of weeks ago, back when we first started looking for the swarm's hiding place. I found that cave and went in there in daylight. I didn't find any indication of a swarm then." She explained that the cave was filled with bats, the whole ceiling covered with them, packed together in a pink, squirming mass, all the way out to the entrance. "Ugh," Bobby said. "I hate bats." "I didn't see any bats there tonight." "You think they've been driven away?" "Eaten, probably." "Jesus, guys," Bobby said, shaking his head. "I'm just a programmer. I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can go in there." May ignored him. She said to me, "If we go in," she said, "we'll have to set off thermite and keep doing it all the way down to the chamber. I'm not sure we have enough thermite to do that." "Maybe not," I said. I had a different concern. "We're wasting our time unless we destroy all the swarms and all the assemblers that are making them, right?" They both nodded. "I'm not sure that'll be possible," I said. "I thought the swarms would be powered down at night. I thought we could destroy them on the ground, but they're not powered down, at least not all of them. And if just one of them gets past us, if it escapes from the cave—" I shrugged. "Then this has all been a waste of time." "Right," Bobby said, nodding. "That's right, it'd be a waste of time." May said, "We need some way to trap them in the cave." "There isn't any way," Bobby said. "I mean, they could just fly out whenever they want." May said, "There might be a way." She started rummaging in her backpack again, looking for something. "Meanwhile, the 3 of us better spread out." "Why?" Bobby said, alarmed. "Just do it," May said. "Now get moving." I tightened my backpack and adjusted the strap so it wouldn't rattle. I locked the night vision goggles up on my forehead and I started forward. I had gotten about halfway to the mound when I saw a dark figure climb out into the night. I dropped down as quietly as I could.
I was in a thick patch of sagebrush 3 feet high, so I was reasonably well concealed. I looked over my shoulder, but I didn't see either May or Bobby. They'd dropped to the ground, too. I didn't know if they had separated yet. Cautiously, I pushed aside a plant in front of me and looked toward the mound. The legs of the figure were silhouetted against the faint green glow. The upper body was black against the night stars. I flipped down the goggles and waited a moment while they flared blue, and then saw the image resolve. This time it was Rosie, walking around in the night, looking in all directions, her body vigilant and alert, except that she didn't move like Rosie. She moved more like a man. Then after a moment the silhouette changed into Ricky, and it moved like Ricky. The figure crouched down and appeared to be looking over the tops of the sage. I wondered what had brought it out of the mound. I didn't have to wait long to find out. Behind the figure, a white light appeared on the western horizon. It grew rapidly in brilliance, and soon I heard the thumping of helicopter blades. That would be Julia coming from the valley, I thought. I wondered what was so urgent that she had had to leave the hospital against orders and fly out here in the middle of the night. As the helicopter approached, it switched on its searchlight. I watched the circle of blue-white light as it rippled over the ground toward us. The Ricky figure watched too, then slid down out of sight. And then the helicopter roared over me, blinding me for a moment in the halogen light. Almost immediately it banked sharply and circled back. What the hell was going on? The helicopter made a slow arc, passing over the mound, but not stopping, then coming to a stop right above where I was hiding. I was caught in the blue glow. I rolled onto my back and waved to the helicopter, pointing repeatedly toward the lab. I mouthed, "Go," and pointed away. The helicopter descended, and for a moment I thought it was going to land right beside me. Then it abruptly banked again and moved away low to the ground, heading south toward the concrete pad. The sound faded. I decided I had better change my position fast. I got to my knees and in a crouch moved crabwise 30 yards to the left. Then I dropped down again. When I looked back at the mound, I saw 4 figures coming out of the interior. They moved apart, each heading to a different area of the mound. They all looked like Ricky. I watched as they went down the slope of the mound and moved out into the bush. My heart began to pound in my chest. One of the figures was coming in my direction. As it approached, I saw it veer off to the right. It was going to the place where I had been before. When it reached my last hiding place, it stopped and turned in all directions. It was not far from me at all. I could see through the goggles that this new Ricky figure now had a complete face, and the clothing was much more detailed. In addition, this figure moved with the sensation of real body weight. It might be an illusion, of course, but I guessed that the swarm had increased mass and now weighed 50 pounds, maybe more, maybe twice that. If so, then the swarm now had enough mass to jolt you with a physical impact, even knock you off your feet. Through the goggles, I saw the figure's eyes move and blink. The surface of the face now had the texture of skin. The hair appeared to be composed of individual strands. The lips moved. The tongue licked nervously. All in all, this face looked very much like Ricky, disturbingly like Ricky. When the head turned in my direction, I felt that Ricky was staring right at me. And I suppose it was, because the figure began to move directly toward me. I was trapped. My heart was thumping in my chest. I hadn't planned for this. I had no protection, no sort of defense. I could get up and run, of course, but there was nowhere to go. I was surrounded by miles of desert, and the swarms would hunt me down. In a few moments I would be... With a roar, the helicopter came back.
The Ricky figure looked toward it as it came, and then turned and fled, literally flying over the ground, not bothering any longer to animate the legs and feet. It was creepy to see this human replica suddenly floating over the desert. But the other 3 Ricky figures were running too, running hard, conveying a distinct sense of panic. Did the swarms fear the helicopter? It seemed they did, and as I watched, I understood why. Even though the swarms were now heavier and more substantial, they were still vulnerable to strong winds. The helicopter was 100 feet in the air, but the downdraft was powerful enough to deform the running figures, flattening them partially as they fled. It was as if they were being hammered down. The figures vanished into the mound. I looked back at May. She was standing up in the stream bed now, talking on her radio to the helicopter. She'd needed that radio all right. She yelled to me, "Let's go!" and began running toward me. I was dimly aware of Bobby running away from the mound, back to his ATV, but there was no time to worry about him. The helicopter hung, poised right above the mound itself. Dust whipped up, stinging my eyes. Then May was beside me. Removing our goggles, we pulled on our oxygen masks. She turned me, twisted the tank valve behind me. I did the same for her. Then we put the night goggles back on. It seemed like a lot of contraptions jiggling and rattling around my face. She clipped a halogen flashlight to my belt and another to her own. She leaned close, shouted, "Ready?" "I'm ready." "Okay, let's go." There was no time to think. It was better that way. The helicopter downdraft roared in my ears. Together we clawed our way up the slope of the mound, our clothes whipping around us. We arrived at the edge, barely visible in the thick, swirling dust. We couldn't see anything beyond the rim. We couldn't see what was below. May took my hand, and we jumped. Day 6, 11:22 p.m. I landed on loose stones and half stumbled, half slid down the slope toward the cave entrance. The thumping of the helicopter blades above us was loud. May was right beside me, but I could hardly see her in the thick dust. There were no Ricky figures anywhere in sight. We came to the cave entrance and stopped. May pulled out the thermite capsules. She gave me the magnesium fuses. She tossed me a plastic cigarette lighter. I thought, that's what we're using? Her face was already partly clouded behind the mask. Her eyes were hidden behind the night vision goggles. She pointed to the interior of the cave. I nodded. She tapped me on the shoulder, pointed to my goggles. I didn't understand, so she reached forward by my cheek and flicked a switch. "Me now?" she said. "Yes, I hear." "Okay then, let's go." We started into the cave. The green glow had vanished in the thick dust. We had only the infrared light mounted on top of our night vision goggles. We saw no figures. We heard nothing but the thumping of the helicopter. But as we went deeper into the cave, the sound began to fade. And as the sound faded, so did the wind. May was focused. She said, "Bobby, do you hear me?" "Yes, I hear you." "Get your ass in here." "I'm trying to." "Don't try. Get in here, Bobby." I shook my head. If I knew Bobby Lembeck, he was never coming into this pit. We rounded the bend and saw nothing but suspended dust, the vague outlines of cave walls. The walls seemed smooth here, with no place to hide. Then from the gloom directly ahead, I saw a Ricky figure emerge. He was expressionless, just walking toward us. Then another figure from the left, and another. The 3 formed a line. They marched toward us at a steady pace, their faces identical and expressionless. "First lesson," May said, holding out the thermite cap. "Let's hope they don't learn it," I said, and I lit the fuse. It sputtered white-hot sparks. She tossed the cap forward. It landed a few feet in front of the advancing group. They ignored it, staring forward at us.
May said, "It's a 3 count. 2, 1, and turn away."
I twisted away, ducking my head under my arm, just as a sphere of blinding white filled the tunnel. Even though my eyes were closed, the glare was so strong that I saw spots when I opened my eyes again. I turned back. May was already moving forward. The dust in the air had a slightly darker tint. I saw no sign of the 3 figures. "Did they run?"
"No. Vaporized," she said.
She sounded pleased. "New situations," I said. I was feeling encouraged. If the programming assumption still held, the swarms would be weak when reacting to genuinely new situations. In time they would learn. In time they would evolve strategies to deal with the new conditions. But initially their response would be disorganized, chaotic. That was a weakness of distributed intelligence. It was powerful and it was flexible, but it was slow to respond to unprecedented events.
"We hope," May said.
We came to the gaping hole in the cave floor she had described. In the night goggles, I saw a sort of sloping ramp. 4 or 5 figures were coming up toward us, and there seemed to be more behind. They all looked like Ricky, but many of them were not so well formed, and those in the rear were just swirling clouds. The thrumming sound was loud.
"Second lesson."
May held out a cap. It sizzled white when I lit it. She rolled it gently down the ramp. The figures hesitated when they saw it.
"Damn," I said.
But then it was time to duck away and shield my eyes from the explosive flash. Inside the confined space, there was a roar of expanding gas. I felt a burst of intense heat on my back. When I looked again, most of the swarms beneath us had vanished, but a few hung back, apparently undamaged. They were learning. Fast.
"Next lesson,"
May said, holding 2 caps this time. I lit both, and she rolled one and threw the second one deeper down the ramp. The explosions roared simultaneously, and a huge gust of hot air rolled upward past us. My shirt caught fire. May pounded it out with the flat of her hand, smacking me with rapid strokes. When we looked again, there were no figures in sight, and no dark swarms. We went down the ramp, heading deeper into the cave. We had started with 20 thermite caps. We had 16 left, and we had gone only a short distance down the ramp toward the large room at the bottom. May moved quickly now. I had to hurry to catch up with her, but her instincts were good. The few swarms that materialized before us all quickly backed away at our approach. We were herding them into the lower room. May said, "Bobby, where are you?" The headset crackled. "Try and get—" "Bobby, come on, damn it!" But all the while we were moving deeper into the cave, and soon we heard only static. Down here, dust hung suspended in the air, diffusing the infrared beams. We could see clearly the walls and ground directly in front of us, but beyond that, there was total blackness. The sense of darkness and isolation was frightening. I couldn't tell what was on either side of me unless I turned my head, sweeping my beam back and forth. I began to smell that rotten odor again, sharp and nauseating. We were coming to level ground. May stayed calm. When a half-dozen swarms buzzed before us, she held out another cap for me to light. Before I could light the fuse, the swarms backed off. She advanced at once. "Sort of like lion taming," she said. "So far," I said. I didn't know how long we could keep this up. The cave was large, much larger than I had imagined. 16 caps didn't seem like enough to get us through it. I wondered if May was worried too. She didn't seem to be, but probably she wouldn't show it. Something was crunching underfoot. I looked down and saw the floor was carpeted with thousands of tiny, delicate yellow bones.
like bird bones, except these were the bones of bats. May was right. They'd all been eaten. In the upper corner of my night vision image, a red light began to blink. It was some kind of warning, probably the battery. "May," I began. Then the red light went out as abruptly as it had begun. "What?" she said. "What is it?" "Never mind." And then at last we came to the large central chamber. Except there was no central chamber, at least not anymore. Now the huge space was filled from floor to ceiling with an array of dark spheres about 2 feet in diameter and bristling with spiky protrusions. They looked like enormous sea urchins. They were stacked in large clusters. The arrangement was orderly. May said, "Is this what I think it is?" Her voice was calm, detached, almost scholarly. "Yeah, I think so," I said. Unless I was wrong, these spiked clusters were an organic version of the fabrication plant that Xymos had built on the surface. "This is how they reproduce." I moved forward. "I don't know if we should go in," she said. "We have to, May. Look at it. It's ordered." "You think there's a center?" "Maybe." And if there was, I wanted to drop thermite on it. I continued onward. Moving among the clusters was an eerie sensation. Thick, mucus-like liquid dripped from the tips of the spikes, and the spheres seemed to be coated with a kind of thick gel that quivered, making the whole cluster seem to be moving, alive. I paused to look more closely. Then I saw that the surface of the spheres really was alive. Crawling within the gel were masses of twisting black worms. Jesus! "They were here before," she said calmly. "What?" "The worms. They were living in the layer of guano on the cave floor when I came here before. They eat organic material and excrete high-content phosphorus compounds." "And now they're involved in swarm synthesis," I said. "That didn't take long, just a few days. Coevolution in action. The spheres probably provide food and collect their excretions in some way." "Or collect them," May said dryly. "Yeah, maybe." It wasn't inconceivable. Ants raised aphids the way we raised cows. Other insects grew fungus in gardens for food. We moved deeper into the room. The swarms swirled on all sides of us, but they kept their distance. Probably another unprecedented event, I thought. Intruders in the nest. They hadn't decided what to do. I moved carefully. The floor was now increasingly slippery in spots. There was a kind of thick muck on the ground. In a few places it glowed streaky green. The streaks seemed to go inward, toward the center. I had the sense that the floor sloped gently downward. "How much farther?" May said. She still sounded calm, but I didn't think she was. I wasn't either. When I looked back, I could no longer see the entrance to the chamber, hidden behind the clusters. And then suddenly we reached the center of the room, because the clusters ended in an open space, and directly ahead I saw what looked like a miniature version of the mound outside. It was a mound about 4 feet high, perfectly circular, with flat veins extending outward on all sides. It, too, was streaked with green. Pale smoke was coming off the veins. We moved closer. "It's hot," she said. And it was. The heat was intense. That's why it was smoking. She said, "What do you think is in there?" I looked at the floor. I could see now that the streaks of green were running from the clusters down to this central mound. I said, "Assemblers." The spiky urchins generated raw organic material. It flowed to the center, where the assemblers churned out the final molecules. This is where the final assembly occurred. "Then this is the heart," May said.
Yeah, you could say. The swarms were all around us, hanging back by the clusters. Apparently they wouldn't come into the center, but they were everywhere around us, waiting for us. "How many you want?" she said quietly, taking the thermite from her pack. I looked around at all the swarms. 5 here, I said. We'll need the rest to get out.
"We can't light 5 at once."
"It's all right." I held out my hand. "Give them to me."
"But Jack—"
"Come on, May." She gave me 5 capsules. I moved closer and tossed them, unlit, into the central mound. The surrounding swarms buzzed, but still did not approach us.
"Okay,"
she said. She understood immediately what I was doing. She was already taking out more capsules. "Now 4, I said, looking back at the swarms. They were restless, moving back and forth. I didn't know how long they would stay there. 3 for you, 1 for me. You do the swarms."
"Right."
She gave me 1 capsule. I lit the others for her. She threw them back in the direction we had come. The swarms danced away. She counted,
3, 2, 1, now.
We crouched, ducked away from the harsh blast of light. I heard a cracking sound. When I looked again, some of the clusters were breaking up, falling apart. Spikes were rolling on the ground. Without hesitating, I lit the next capsule, and as it spit white sparks, I tossed it into the central mound. "Let's go!" We ran for the entrance. The clusters were crumbling in front of us. May leapt easily over the falling spikes and kept going. I followed her, counting in my mind. 3, 2, 1, now. There was a kind of high-pitched shriek, and then a terrific blast of hot gas, a booming detonation and stabbing pain in my ears. The shock wave knocked me flat on the ground, sent me skidding forward in the sludge. I felt the spikes sticking in my skin all over my body. My goggles were knocked away, and I was surrounded by blackness. Blackness. I could see nothing at all. I wiped the sludge from my face. I tried to get to my feet, slipped and fell. "May," I said. "May."
"There was an explosion,"
she said in a surprised voice. "May, where are you? I can't see." Everything was pitch black. I could see nothing at all. I was deep in some damn cave full of spiky things, and I couldn't see. I fought panic.
"It's all right,"
May said. In the darkness, I felt her hand gripping my arm. Apparently, she could see me. She said,
"The flashlight's on your belt."
She guided my hand. I fumbled in the darkness, feeling for the clip. I found it, but I couldn't get it open. It was a spring clip, and my fingers kept slipping off. I began to hear a thrumming sound, low at first, but starting to build. My hands were sweating. Finally, the clip opened, and I flicked the flashlight on with a sigh of relief. I saw May in the cold halogen beam. She still had her goggles and looked away. I swung the beam around the cave. It had been transformed by the explosion. Many of the clusters had broken apart, and the spikes were all over the floor. Some substance on the floor was beginning to burn. Acrid, foul smoke was billowing up. The air was thick and dark. I stepped backward and felt something squishy. I looked down and saw David Brooks's shirt. Then I realized I was standing on what was left of David's torso, which had turned into a kind of whitish jelly. My foot was right in his abdomen. His rib cage scraped against my shin, leaving a white streak on my pants. I looked back and saw David's face, ghostly white and eroded, his features eaten away until he looked as featureless as the faces on the swarms. I felt instant nausea and tasted bile. "Come on," May said, grabbing my arm, squeezing it hard.
"Come on, Jack."
With a sucking sound, my foot pulled free of the body. I tried to scrape my shoe on the floor to get clean of the white muck. I was not thinking anymore. I was just fighting nausea and an overpowering sense of horror. I wanted to run. May was talking to me, but I didn't hear her. I saw only glimpses of the room around me, and was only dimly aware that the swarms were emerging all around us, swarm after swarm after swarm. They were buzzing everywhere.
"I need you, Jack,"
May said, holding out 4 caps, and somehow, fumbling with the flashlight, I managed to light them, and she flung them in all directions. I threw my hands over my eyes as the hot spheres exploded around me. When I looked again, the swarms were gone, but in only a few moments they began to re-emerge. First 1 swarm, then 3, then 6, then 10, and then too many to count. They were converging with an angry buzz toward us. "How many caps have we got left?" I said.
8.
I knew then that we were not going to make it. We were too deep in the cave. We would never get out. I had no idea how many swarms were around us. My halogen beams swung back and forth across what seemed like an army.
"Jack,"
May said, holding out her hand. She never seemed to lose confidence. I lit 3 more caps, and May threw them, retracing her steps toward the entrance as she did so. I stayed close to her, but I knew our situation was hopeless. Each blast scattered the swarms for just a moment. Then they quickly regrouped. There were far too many swarms.
"Jack?"
More thermite in her hands. Now I could see the entrance to the chamber, just a few yards ahead. My eyes were watering from all the acrid smoke. My halogen light was just a narrow beam cutting through the dust. The air was getting thicker and thicker. A final series of white-hot blasts, and we came to the entrance. I saw the ramp leading back toward the surface. I never thought we'd get this far. But I wasn't thinking anymore. Everything was impressions. "How many left?" I said. May didn't answer me. I heard the rumble of an engine from somewhere above us. Looking up, I saw a wobbling white light in the cave higher up. The rumble became very loud. I heard an engine gunned, and then I saw the ATV poised on the ramp above. Bobby was up there shouting, "Get out!" May turned and ran up the ramp, and I scrambled to follow her. I was vaguely aware of Bobby lighting something that burst into orange flame, and then May pushed me against the wall as the riderless ATV roared down the ramp toward the chamber below, with a flaming cloth hanging from its gas tank. It was a motorized Molotov cocktail. As soon as it passed, May shoved me hard in the back. "Run!" I sprinted the last few yards up the ramp. Bobby was reaching down for us, hauling us up over the lip to the level above. I fell and scraped my knee, but hardly felt it as he dragged me onto my feet again. Then I was running, hard, toward the cave entrance, and had almost reached the opening when a fiery blast knocked us off our feet, and I went tumbling through the air and smashed against one of the cave walls. I got to my feet, head ringing. My flashlight was gone. I heard a kind of strange screaming sound from somewhere behind me, or thought I did. I looked at May and Bobby. They were getting to their feet. With the helicopter still thumping above us, we clambered up the incline and collapsed over the lip of the mound and tumbled down the slopes out into the cool black desert night. The last thing I saw was May waving the helicopter away, gesturing for it to go, go, go. And then the cave exploded. The ground jumped beneath my feet, knocking me over. I fell to the ground just as the shock wave caused sharp pain in my ears. I heard the deep rumble of the explosion. From the mouth of the cave, an enormous angry fireball billowed upward, orange, laced in black. I felt a wave of heat rolling down toward me, and then it was gone, and everything was suddenly quiet, and the world around me was black. How long I lay there beneath the stars, I'm not sure. I must have lost consciousness, because the next thing I remember was Bobby pushing me up into the back seat of the helicopter. May was already inside, and she leaned over to buckle me in. They were both looking at me with expressions of concern. I wondered dully if I had been injured. I didn't feel any pain. The door slammed beside me, and Bobby got in the front next to the pilot.
We had done it. We had succeeded. I could hardly believe it was over. The helicopter rose into the air, and I saw the lights of the lab in the distance. Pray. Day 7, 12:12 a.m. Jack! Julia rushed toward me as I came down the corridor. In the overhead light, her face looked beautiful in a lean, elegant way. She was in truth more beautiful than I remembered. Her ankle was bandaged, and she had a cast on her wrist. She threw her arms around me and buried her head in my shoulder. Her hair smelled of lavender. "Oh, Jack, Jack, thank God you're all right." "Yeah," I said hoarsely. "I'm okay." "I'm so glad, so glad." I just stood there, feeling her hug me. Then I hugged her back. I didn't know how to react. She was so energized, but I was exhausted, flat. "Are you all right, Jack?" she said, still hugging me. "Yeah, Julia," I said, just above a whisper. "I am." "What's wrong with your voice?" she said, pulling back to look at me. She scanned my face. "What's wrong?" "He probably burned his vocal cords," May said. She was hoarse, too. Her face was blackened with soot. She had a cut on her cheek and another on her forehead. Julia embraced me again. Her fingers touched my shirt. "Darling, you're hurt." "Just my shirt." "Jack, are you sure you're not hurt? I think you're hurt." "No, I'm okay." I stepped away from her awkwardly. "I can't tell you," she said, "how grateful I am for what you did tonight, Jack. What all of you did," she added, turning to the others. "You, May, and Bobby, too. I'm only sorry I wasn't here to help. I know this is all my fault, but we're very grateful. The company is grateful." I thought, the company? But all I said was, "Yeah, well, it had to be done." "It did. Yes, it certainly did. Quickly and decisively. And you did it, Jack. Thank God." Ricky was standing in the background, head bobbing up and down. He was like one of those mechanical birds that drinks from a water glass, bobbing up and down. I felt unreal, as if I was in a play. "I think we should all have a drink to celebrate," Julia was saying as we went down the corridor. "There must be some champagne around here. Ricky, is there? Yes, I want to celebrate what you guys have done." "I just want to sleep," I said. "Oh, come on, just one glass." It was typical Julia, I thought, involved in her own world, not noticing how anyone around her was feeling. The last thing any of us wanted to do right now was drink champagne. "Thanks anyway," May said, shaking her head. "Are you sure? Really? It'd be fun. How about you, Bobby?" "Maybe tomorrow," Bobby said. "Oh, well, okay, after all. You're the conquering heroes. We'll do it tomorrow, then." I noticed how fast she was talking, how quick her body movements were. I remembered Ellen's comment about her taking drugs. It certainly seemed like she was on something, but I was so tired I just didn't give a damn. "I've told the news to Larry Handler, the head of the company," she said, "and he's very grateful to you all." "That's nice," I said. "Is he going to notify the Army?" "Notify the Army? About what?" "About the runaway experiment." "Well, Jack, that's all taken care of now. You've taken care of it." "I'm not sure we have," I said. "Some of the swarms might have escaped, or there might be another nest out there. To be safe, I think we should call in the Army." I didn't really think we had missed anything, but I wanted to get outsiders in here. I was tired. I wanted somebody else to take over. "The Army?" Julia's eyes flicked to Ricky, then back to me. "Jack, you're absolutely right," she said firmly. "This is an extremely serious situation. If there is the slightest chance something was missed, we must notify them at once." "I mean, tonight." "Yes, I agree, Jack, tonight. In fact, I'll do it right now." I glanced back at Ricky. He was walking along, still nodding in that mechanical way. I didn't get it. What about Ricky's earlier panic, his fear that the experiment would be made public? Now it seemed he didn't care. Julia said, "You three can get some sleep, and I'll call my contacts at the Pentagon." "I'll go with you," I said. "It's really not necessary." "I want to," I said. She glanced at me and smiled. "You don't trust me?" "It's not that," I said. "But they might have questions. I could answer for them." "Okay, fine. Good idea. Excellent idea." I felt sure that something was wrong. I felt as if I were in a play, and everyone was acting a part, except I didn't know what the play was. I glanced over at May. She was frowning slightly. She must have sensed it too. We passed through the airlocks into the residential unit. Here the air felt uncomfortably cold to me. I shivered. We went into the kitchen, and Julia reached for the phone. "Let's make that call, Jack," she said. I went to the refrigerator and got a ginger ale. May had an iced tea. Bobby had a beer. We were all thirsty. I noticed a bottle of champagne sitting in the fridge, waiting. I touched it. It was cold. There were 6 glasses in there, too, being chilled. She'd already planned the party. Julia pushed the speakerphone button. We heard a dial tone. She punched in a number, but the call didn't go through. The line just went dead. "Huh," she said. "Let's try that again." She dialed a second time. Again the call failed to go through. "That's funny. Ricky, I'm not getting an outside line." "Try one more time," Ricky said. I sipped my ginger ale and watched them. There was no question that this was all an act, a performance for our benefit. Julia dutifully dialed a third time. I wondered what number she was calling. Or did she know the number for the Pentagon by heart? "Huh," she said. "Nothing." Ricky picked up the phone, looked at the base, put it down again. "Should be okay," he said, acting puzzled. "Oh, for Christ's sake," I said. "Let me guess. Something has happened and we can't dial out." No, we can," Ricky said. "I was just calling a few minutes ago," Julia said, "just before you got back." Ricky pushed away from the table. "I'll check the comm lines." "You do that," I said, glowering. Julia was staring at me. "Jack," she said, "I'm worried about you." "Uh-huh." "You're angry." "I'm being fucked with." "I promise you," she said quietly, meeting my eyes. "You're not." May got up from the table, saying she was going to take a shower. Bobby wandered into the lounge to play a video game, his usual way to unwind. Soon I heard the sound of machine gun fire and the cries of dead bad guys. Julia and I were alone in the kitchen. She leaned over the table toward me. She spoke in a low, earnest voice. "Jack," she said, "I think I owe you an explanation." "No," I said. "You don't." "I mean, for my behavior, my decisions these past days." "It doesn't matter."
"It does to me."
"Maybe later, Julia."
"I need to tell you now. You see, the thing is, I just wanted to save the company, Jack. That's all. The camera failed and we couldn't fix it. We lost our contract, and the company was falling apart. I've never lost a company before. I never had one shot out from underneath me, and I didn't want Xymos to be the first. I was invested. I had a stake, and I guess I had my pride. I wanted to save it. I know, I didn't use good judgment. I was desperate. It's nobody else's fault. They all wanted to stop it. I pushed them to go on. It was my crusade." She shrugged. "And it was all for nothing. The company's going to fold in a matter of days. I've lost it." She leaned closer. "But I don't want to lose you, too. I don't want to lose my family. I don't want to lose us." She dropped her voice lower and stretched her hand across the table to cover mine. "I want to make amends, Jack. I want to make things right and get us back on track again." She paused. "I hope you do, too." I said, "I'm not sure how I feel." "You're tired." "Yes, but I'm not sure anymore." "You mean about us?" I said,
I hate this fucking conversation. And I did. I hated that she would start this when I was exhausted, when I had just gone through an ordeal that nearly got me killed, and that was ultimately all her doing. I hated that she dismissed her involvement as bad judgment, when it was considerably worse than that. "Oh, Jack, let's go back to the way we were," she said, and suddenly she leaned the rest of the way across the table and tried to kiss me on the lips. I pulled back, turned my head away. She stared at me, eyes pleading. "Jack, please." "This is not the time or the place, Julia," I said. A pause. She didn't know what to say. Finally, "The kids miss you." "I'm sure they do. I miss them too." She burst into tears. "And they don't miss me," she sobbed. "They don't even care about me, about their mother." She reached for my hand again. I let her hold it. I tried to take stock of my feelings. I just felt tired and very uncomfortable. I wanted her to stop crying. "Julia," the intercom clicked. I heard Ricky's voice, amplified. "Hey, guys, we have a problem with the comm lines. You better come here right away." The comm room consisted of a large closet in one corner of the maintenance room. It was sealed with a heavy security door, with a small tempered glass window set in the upper half. Through this window, I could see all the wiring panels and switch racks for the telecommunications in the lab. I also saw that great chunks of wiring had been yanked out. And slumped in a corner of the closet, I saw Charlie Davenport. He appeared to be dead. His mouth hung open, his eyes stared into space. His skin was purple-gray. A black, buzzing swarm swirled around his head. "I can't imagine how this happened," Ricky was saying. "He was fast asleep when I checked on him." "When was that?" I said. "Maybe half an hour ago." "And the swarm? How did it get there?" "I can't imagine," Ricky said. "He must have carried it with him from outside." "How?" I said. "He went through all the airlocks." "I know, but—" "But what, Ricky? How's it possible?" "Maybe, I don't know, maybe it was in his throat or something." "In his throat?" I said. "You mean just hanging out between his tonsils? These things kill you, you know." "Yeah, I know, of course, I know." He shrugged. "Beats me." I stared at Ricky, trying to understand his demeanor. He had just discovered that his lab was invaded by a lethal nanoswarm, and he didn't appear to be upset at all. He was taking it all very casually. May came hurrying into the room. She took in the situation with a glance. "Did anyone check the video playback?" "We can't," Ricky said. He pointed to the closet. "The controls are disabled. In there." "So you don't know how he got in there?" "No, but he evidently didn't want us calling out. At least, that's how it looks." May said, "Why would Charlie go in there?" I shook my head. I had no idea. Julia said, "It's airtight. Maybe he knew he was infected and wanted to seal himself off. I mean, he locked the door from the inside." I said, "He did? How do you know that?" Julia said, I just assumed, She peered through the glass. "And, you can see the lock reflected in that chrome fitting. See that one there?" I didn't bother to look, but May did, and I heard her say, "Oh, yes, Julia, you're right. Good observation. I missed that myself." It sounded very phony, but Julia didn't seem to react. So everybody was play-acting now. Everything was staged, and I didn't understand why. But as I watched May with Julia, I noticed that she was being extremely careful with my wife, almost as if she was afraid of her, or at least afraid of offending her. That was odd, and a little alarming. I said to Ricky,
Is there a way to unlock the door?
I think so. Vince probably has a skeleton key, but nobody's unlocking that door now, Jack. Not as long as that swarm is in there.
So we can't call anywhere? I said. We're stuck here? Incommunicado?
Until tomorrow, yes. Helicopter will be back tomorrow morning on its regular run.
Ricky peered in through the glass at the destruction.
Geez, Charlie really did a job on those switching panels.
I said,
Why do you think he would do that?
Ricky shook his head.
Charlie was a little crazy, you know. I mean, he was colorful, but all that farting and humming, he was a few fries short of a Happy Meal, Jack.
I never thought so.
Just my opinion, he said.
I stood beside Ricky and looked through the glass. The swarm was buzzing around Charlie's head, and I was starting to see the milky coating form on his body. The usual pattern. I said, What about pumping liquid nitrogen in there, freezing the swarm?
We could probably do that, Ricky said, but I'm afraid we'd damage the equipment.
Can you turn the air handlers up enough to suck the particles out?
Handlers are going full bore now.
And you wouldn't want to use a fire extinguisher. He shook his head.
Extinguishers are halon, won't affect the particles.
So we're effectively kept out of that room.
Far as I can tell, yes.
Cell phones? He shook his head.
Antennas route through that room. Every form of communication we have. Cells, internet, high-speed data trunks. Everything goes through that room.
Julia said,
Charlie knew that room was airtight. I bet he went there to protect the rest of us. It was a selfless act, a courageous act.
She was developing her theory about Charlie, fleshing it out, adding details. It was a little distracting, considering the main problem was still unanswered. How to unlock the door and disable the swarm. I said, Is there another window in that closet?
No.
This window in the door is the only one?
Yes.
Okay, then, I said. Let's black out the window and turn the lights out in there, and wait a few hours until the swarm loses power.
Geez, I don't know,
Ricky said doubtfully.
What do you mean, Ricky?
Julia said.
I think it's a great idea. It's certainly worth a try. Let's do it right now. Okay, fine,
Ricky said, immediately deferring to her.
But you're going to have to wait 6 hours.
I said, I thought it was 3 hours.
It is, but I want extra hours before I open that door. If that swarm gets loose in here, we've all had it.
In the end, that was what we decided to do. We got black cloth and taped it over the window, and put black cardboard over that. We turned out the lights and taped the light switch in the off position. At the end of that time, exhaustion hit me again. I looked at my watch. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. I said, I have to go to bed.
We should all get some sleep,
Julia said.
We can revisit this in the morning.
We all headed off toward the residence module. May sidled up alongside me.
How are you feeling?
She said. Okay, my back's starting to hurt a little. She nodded.
You better let me take a look at it.
Why?
Just let me take a look before you go to bed. Oh, Jack, darling, Julia cried. You poor baby.
What is it? I was sitting on the kitchen table with my shirt off. Julia and May were behind me, clucking. What is it? I said again.
There's some blistering, May said. Blistering? Julia said. His whole back is covered. I think we have dressings, May said, interrupting her, reaching for the first aid kit beneath the sink. Yes, I hope so, Julia smiled at me. Jack, I can't tell you how sorry I am that you had to go through this. This may sting a little, May said. I knew that May wanted to talk to me alone, but there was no opportunity. Julia was not going to leave us alone for a minute. She had always been jealous of May, even years ago when I first hired May in my company, and now she was competing with her for my attention. I wasn't flattered. The dressings were cool at first as May applied them,
but within moments they stung bitterly. I winced.
"I don't know what painkillers we have," May said. "You've got a good area of second-degree burns."
Julia rummaged frantically through the first aid kit, tossing contents out right and left. Tubes and canisters clattered to the floor.
"There's morphine,"
she said at last, holding up a bottle. She smiled at me brightly.
"That should do it."
"I don't want morphine," I said. What I really wanted to say was that I wanted her to go to bed. Julia was annoying me. Her frantic edge was getting on my nerves, and I wanted to talk to May alone.
"There's nothing else," Julia said, "except aspirin."
"Aspirin is fine."
"I'm worried it won't be."
"Aspirin is fine."
"You don't have to bite my head off."
"I'm sorry, I don't feel well."
"Well, I'm only trying to help."
Julia stepped back.
"I mean, if you two want to be alone, you should just say so."
"No," I said. "We don't want to be alone."
"Well, I'm only trying to help."
She turned back to the medicine kit.
"Maybe there is something else."
Containers of tape and plastic bottles of antibiotics fell to the floor. "Julia," I said, "please stop."
"What am I doing? What am I doing that is so awful?"
"Just stop."
"I'm only trying to help."
"I know that." Behind me, May said,
"Okay, all finished now. That should hold you until tomorrow."
She yawned.
"And now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed."
I thanked her and watched her leave the room. When I turned back, Julia was holding a glass of water and 2 aspirins for me. "Thank you," I said.
"I never liked that woman,"
she said. "Let's get some sleep," I said.
"There's only single beds here."
"I know." She moved closer.
"I'd like to be with you, Jack."
"I'm really tired. I'll see you in the morning, Julia." I went back to my room and looked at the bed. I didn't bother taking off my clothes. I don't remember my head touching the pillow. Day 7, 4:42 a.m. I slept restlessly, with constant and terrible dreams. I dreamed that I was back in Monterey, marrying Julia again, and I was standing in front of the minister when she came up alongside me in her bridal gown, and when she lifted the veil, I was shocked by how beautiful and young and slender she was. She smiled at me, and I smiled back, trying to conceal my uneasiness, because now I saw she was more than slender. Her face was thin, almost emaciated, almost a skull. Then I turned to the minister in front of us, but it was May, and she was pouring colored liquids back and forth in test tubes. When I looked back at Julia, she was very angry and said she never liked that woman. Somehow it was my fault. I was to blame. I woke up, briefly, sweating. The pillow was soaked. I turned it over and went back to sleep. I saw myself sleeping on the bed, and I looked up and saw that the door to my room was open. Light came in from the hallway outside. A shadow fell across my bed. Ricky came into the room and looked down at me. His face was backlit and dark. I couldn't see his expression, but he said, "I always loved you, Jack." He leaned over to whisper something in my ear, and I realized as his head came down that he was going to kiss me instead. He was going to kiss me on the lips, passionately. His mouth was open. His tongue licked his lips. I was very upset. I didn't know what to do, but at that moment Julia came in and said, "What's going on?" And Ricky hastily pulled away and made some kind of evasive comment. Julia was very angry and said, "Not now, you fool." And Ricky made another evasive comment. And then Julia said, "This is completely unnecessary. It will take care of itself." And Ricky said, "There are constriction coefficients for deterministic algorithms if you do interval global optimization." And she said, "It won't hurt you if you don't fight it." She turned on the light in the room and walked out. Then I was suddenly back in my Monterey wedding. Julia was standing beside me in white, and I turned to look back at the audience, and I saw my 3 kids sitting in the first row, smiling and happy. And as I watched, a black line appeared around their mouths and swept down their bodies until they were cloaked in black. They continued to smile, but I was horrified. I ran to them, but I couldn't rub the black cloak off. And Nicole said calmly, "Don't forget the sprinklers, Dad." I woke up, tangled up in the sheets, drenched in sweat. The door to my room was open. A rectangle of light fell across my bed from the hallway outside. I looked over at the workstation monitor. It said 4:55 a.m. I closed my eyes and lay there for a while, but I couldn't go back to sleep. I was wet and uncomfortable. I decided to take a shower. Shortly before 5 in the morning, I got out of bed. The hallway was silent. I walked down the corridor to the bathrooms. The doors to all the bedrooms were open, which seemed strange. I could see everybody sleeping as I walked past, and the lights were on in all the bedrooms. I saw Ricky asleep, I saw Bobby, and I saw Julia and Vince. May's bed was empty, and of course, Charlie's bed was empty. I stopped in the kitchen to get a ginger ale from the refrigerator. I was very thirsty, my throat painful and parched, and my stomach felt a little queasy. I looked at the champagne bottle. I suddenly had a funny feeling about it, as if it might have been tampered with. I took it out and looked closely at the cap, at the metal foil that covered the cork. It looked entirely normal. No tampering, no needle marks, no nothing. Just a bottle of champagne. I put it back and closed the refrigerator door. I began to wonder if I had been unfair to Julia. Maybe she really did believe she'd made a mistake and wanted to put things right. Maybe she just wanted to show her gratitude. Maybe I was being too tough on her, too unforgiving. Because when you thought about it, what had she done that was suspicious or wrong? She'd been glad to see me, even if she was over the top. She'd accepted responsibility for the experiment, and she'd apologized for it. She'd immediately agreed to make the call to the Army. She'd agreed with my plan to kill the swarm in the comm room. She'd done everything she could do to show she supported me and was on my side. But I still was uneasy. And of course, there was the matter of Charlie and his swarm. Ricky's idea that Charlie had somehow been carrying the swarm inside his body, in his mouth or under his armpit or something, didn't make a lot of sense to me. Those swarms killed within seconds, so it left a question. How did the swarm get into the comm room with Charlie? Did it get in from outside? Why hadn't it attacked Julia and Ricky and Vince? I forgot about my shower. I decided to go down to the utility room and look around outside the comm room door. Maybe there was something I had missed. Julia had been talking a lot, interrupting my train of thought, almost as if she hadn't wanted me to figure something out. There I was again, being hard on Julia. I went through the airlock, down the corridor, through another airlock. When you were tired, it was annoying to have that wind blowing on you. I came out into the utility area and went toward the comm room door. I didn't notice anything. I heard the sound of a clicking keyboard and looked into the biology lab. May was there at her workstation. I said, "What are you doing?" "Checking the video playback." "I thought we couldn't do that because Charlie pulled the wires." "That's what Ricky said, but it isn't true." I started to come around the lab bench to look over her shoulder. She held up her hand. "Jack," she said, "maybe you don't want to look at this." "What? Why not?" It's, maybe you don't want to deal with this, not right now, maybe tomorrow." But of course after that, I practically ran around the table to see what was on her monitor. And I stopped,
What I saw on her screen was an image of an empty corridor, with a time code at the bottom of the picture. "Is this it?" I said. "Is this what I shouldn't deal with?"
"No."
She turned in her chair.
"Look, Jack, you have to go through all the security cameras in sequence, and each one only records 10 frames a minute, so it's very difficult to be sure of what we're—"
"Just show me, May."
"I have to go back a bit."
She pressed the back button in the corner of the keyboard repeatedly. Like many new control systems, the Xymos system was modeled on Internet browser technology. You could go backward in work, retracing your steps. The frames jumped backward until she came to the place she wanted. Then she ran it forward, the security images jumping from one camera to the next in rapid succession. A corridor, the main plant, another angle on the plant, an airlock, another corridor, the utility room, a corridor, the kitchen, the lounge, the residence hallway, an exterior view looking down at the floodlit desert, corridor, the power room, the outside, ground level, another corridor. I blinked. "How long have you been doing this?"
"About an hour."
Jesus. Next, I saw a corridor, Ricky moving down it. Power station, outside, looking down on Julia stepping into the floodlight. A corridor, Julia and Ricky together, embracing, and then a corridor, and— "Wait," I said. May hit a button. She looked at me, said nothing. She pressed another key, flicked the images forward slowly. She stopped on the camera that showed Ricky and Julia.
10 frames.
The movement was blurred and jerky. Ricky and Julia moved toward each other. They embraced. There was a clear sense of ease, of familiarity between them. And then they kissed passionately. "Ah, shit," I said, turning away from the screen. "Shit, shit, shit."
"I'm sorry, Jack,"
May said.
"I don't know what to say."
I felt a wave of dizziness, almost as if I might collapse. I sat down on the table. I kept my body turned away from the screen. I just couldn't look. I took a deep breath. May was saying something more, but I didn't hear her words. I took another breath. I ran my hand through my hair. I said, "Did you know about this?"
"No, not until a few minutes ago."
"Did anybody?"
"No, we used to joke about it sometimes, that they had a relationship, but none of us believed it."
Jesus. I ran my hand through my hair again. "Tell me the truth, May. I need to hear the truth. Did you know about this or not?"
"No, Jack, I didn't."
Silence. I took a breath. I tried to take stock of my feelings. "You know what's funny?" I said. "What's funny is that I've suspected this for a while now. I mean, I was pretty sure it was happening. I just didn't know who. I mean, even though I expected it, it's still kind of a shock."
"I'm sure."
"I never would have figured Ricky," I said. "He's such a, I don't know, smarmy kind of guy. And he's not a big power guy. Somehow, I would have thought she'd pick someone more important, I guess." As I said it, I remembered my conversation with Ellen after dinner. "Are you so sure about Julia's style?" That was after I'd seen the guy in the car. The guy whose face I couldn't really make out. "Ellen. It's called denial, Jack." "Jesus," I said, shaking my head. I felt angry, embarrassed, confused, furious. It kept changing every second. May waited. She didn't move or speak. She was completely still. Finally she said,
"Do you want to see any more?"
Is there more?
Yes.
I don't know if I... No, I don't want to see any more.
Maybe you'd better.
No.
I mean, it might make you feel better.
I don't think so, I said. I don't think I can take it.
She said, "It may not be what you think, Jack. At least, it may not be exactly what you think."
It's called denial, Jack. Sorry, May, I said, but I don't want to pretend anymore. I saw it. I know what it is. I thought I'd be with Julia forever. I thought we loved the kids together. We had a family, a house, a life together. And Ricky had a new baby of his own. It just was weird. It didn't make sense to me, but then things never turn out the way you think they will. I heard May typing quickly on the keyboard. I turned so I could see her, but not the screen. What are you doing?
Trying to find Charlie. See if I can track what happened to him over the last few hours.
She continued typing. I took a breath. She was right. Whatever was going on in my personal life was already well advanced. There was nothing I could do about it. At least not right now. I turned all the way around and faced the screen. "Okay," I said. "Let's look for Charlie." It was disorienting to watch the camera images flash by, repeating in sequence. People popped in and out of images. I saw Julia in the kitchen. The next time I saw her and Ricky in the kitchen. The refrigerator door was open, then shut. I saw Vince in the main plant room. Then he popped out. I saw him in a corridor, then gone. I don't see Charlie.
Maybe he's still asleep,
May said. Can you see in the bedrooms?
Yes, there are cameras there, but I'd have to change security cycle. Ordinary cycle doesn't go into the bedrooms.
How big a deal is it to change the security cycle?
I'm not sure. This is really Ricky's area. The system here is pretty complicated. Ricky's the only one who really knows how to work it. Let's see if we find Charlie in the regular cycle.
So that's what we did, waiting to see if he appeared in any of the standard camera images. We searched for about 10 minutes more. From time to time, I had to look away from the images, though it never seemed to bother May. But sure enough, we saw him in the residential hallway walking down the corridor, rubbing his face. He'd just woken up.
"Okay," May said. "We got him."
"What's the time?" She froze the image so we could read it. It was 12:10 a.m. I said, "That's only about half an hour before we got back."
"Yes."
She ran the images forward. Charlie disappeared from the hallway, but we saw him briefly heading into the bathroom. Then we saw Ricky and Julia in the kitchen. I felt my body tense. But they were just talking. Then Julia put the champagne in the refrigerator, and Ricky started handing her glasses to put in beside the bottle. It was difficult to be sure what happened next because of the frame rate. 10 frames a second of video meant that you only got an image every 6 seconds. So events appeared blurred and jumpy when things moved fast, because too much happened between the frames. But this is what I thought happened. Charlie showed up and began talking to the two of them. He was smiling, cheerful. He pointed to the glasses. Julia and Ricky put the glasses away while they talked to him. Then he held up his hand to stop. He pointed to a glass that Julia was holding in her hand before she put it in the refrigerator. He said something. Julia shook her head and put the glass in the refrigerator. Charlie seemed puzzled. He pointed again to another glass. Julia shook her head. Then Charlie hunched his shoulders and thrust out his chin as if he were getting angry. He poked the table repeatedly with his finger, making a point. Ricky stepped forward between Julia and Charlie. He acted like someone interrupting an argument. He held his hands up soothingly to Charlie. "Take it easy." Charlie wasn't taking it easy. He was pointing to the sink.
heaped with unwashed dishes. Ricky shook his head and put his hand on Charlie's shoulder. Charlie brushed it off. The two men began to argue. Meanwhile, Julia calmly put the rest of the glasses into the refrigerator. She seemed indifferent to the argument a few feet from her, almost as if she didn't hear it. Charlie was trying to get around Ricky to the refrigerator, but Ricky kept moving to block him and held his hands up each time. Ricky's whole demeanor suggested that he didn't regard Charlie as rational. He was treating Charlie in that careful way you do when someone's out of control. May said, "Is Charlie being affected by the swarm? Is that why he's acting that way?" "I can't tell." I looked closer at the screen. "I don't see any swarm." "No," she said, "but he's pretty angry." "What does he want them to do?" I said. May shook her head. "Put the glasses back? Wash them? Use different glasses? I can't tell." I said, "Charlie doesn't care about that stuff. He'd eat out of a dirty plate somebody else had used." I smiled. "I've seen him do it." Suddenly, Charlie stepped several paces back. For a moment, he was completely still, as if he had discovered something that stunned him. Ricky said something to him. Charlie began pointing and shouting at both of them. Ricky tried to approach him. Charlie kept backing away, and then he turned to the phone mounted on the wall. He lifted the receiver. Ricky came forward very quickly, his body a blur, and slammed the phone down. He shoved Charlie back hard. Ricky's strength was surprising. Charlie was a big guy, but he went down to the floor and skidded backward a few feet. Charlie got to his feet, continued to yell, then he turned and ran out of the room. Julia and Ricky exchanged a glance. Julia said something to him. Immediately, Ricky ran after Charlie. Julia ran after Ricky. "Where are they going?" I said. May released the hold button, and the screen flashed, "Updating time." And then we started seeing images from all the cameras again, in sequence. We saw Charlie running down a corridor, and we saw Ricky start after him. We waited impatiently for the next cycle, but nobody was visible there. Another cycle. Then we saw Charlie in the utility room dialing the phone. He glanced over his shoulder. A moment later, Ricky came in, and Charlie hung up the phone. They argued, circling around each other. Charlie picked up a shovel and swung it at Ricky. The first time, Ricky dodged away. The second time, it caught him on the shoulder and knocked him to the floor. Charlie swung the shovel over his head and slammed it down on Ricky's head. The gesture was brutal, the intention clearly murderous. Ricky managed to duck back just as the shovel smashed into the concrete. "My God," May said. Ricky was getting to his feet when Charlie turned and saw Julia enter the room. Julia held out her hand, pleading with Charlie to put down the shovel. Charlie looked from one of them to the other, and then Vince entered the room, too. Now that they were all in the room, he seemed to lose his urge to fight. They were circling him, closing in. Suddenly, Charlie dashed for the comm room, stepped inside, and tried to shut the door behind him. Ricky was on him in a flash. He had his foot in the door, and Charlie couldn't get it closed. Charlie's face looked angry through the glass. Vince came right alongside Ricky. With both of them at the door, I couldn't see what was happening. Julia seemed to be giving orders. I thought I saw her reach her hand through the crack in the door, but it was difficult to be sure. In any case, the door opened, and both Vince and Ricky entered the room. The action that came next was swift, blurred on the video, but apparently the three men were fighting, and Ricky managed to get behind Charlie and get him in a hammerlock. Vince pulled Charlie's arm behind his back, and together the two men subdued Charlie. He stopped fighting. The image was less blurred. "What's happening?" May said. "They never told us any of this."
Ricky and Vince were holding Charlie from behind. Charlie was panting, his chest heaving, but he no longer struggled. Julia came into the room. She looked at Charlie and had some conversation with him. And then Julia walked up to Charlie and kissed him, full and long on the lips. Charlie struggled, tried to wrench away. Vince grabbed a fistful of Charlie's hair and tried to hold his head steady. Julia continued to kiss him. Then she stepped away, and as she did, I saw a river of black between her mouth and Charlie's. It was only there for a moment, and then it faded.
"Oh, my God,"
May said. Julia wiped her lips and smiled. Charlie sagged, dropped to the ground. He appeared dazed. A black cloud came out of his mouth and swirled around his head. Vince patted him on the head and left the room. Ricky went over to the panels and pulled out wiring by the handful. He literally ripped the panels apart. Then he turned back to Charlie, said something else, and walked out of the comm room. At once Charlie sprang to his feet, closed the door, and locked it. But Ricky and Julia just laughed, as if this was a futile gesture. Charlie sagged again. From then on, he was out of sight. Ricky threw his arm around Julia's shoulder, and they walked out of the room together.
"Well, you two are certainly up bright and early."
I turned. Julia was standing in the doorway. Day 7, 5:12 a.m. She came forward into the room, smiling.
"You know, Jack," she said, "if I didn't trust you so completely, I'd think there was something going on between the two of you."
"Really?" I said. I stepped away from May a little while she typed quickly. I felt tremendously uneasy. "Why would you think that?"
"Well, you had your heads together about something," she said as she came toward us. "You looked quite fascinated by what you were seeing on the screen. What are you looking at, anyway?"
"It's, technical."
"May I see? I'm interested in technical things. Didn't Ricky tell you I had a new technical interest? I do. I'm fascinated by this technology. It's a new world, isn't it? The 21st century has arrived. Don't get up, May. I'll just look over your shoulder."
By now, she had walked around the bench and could see the screen. She frowned at the image, which showed bacterial cultures on a red growth medium, white circles within red circles.
"What's this?"
May said,
"Bacterial colonies. We've got some contamination of the coli stock. I had to take one tank offline. We're trying to figure out what's wrong." "Probably phage, don't you think?" Julia said. "Isn't that what it usually is with bacterial stocks? A virus?"
She sighed.
"Everything about molecular manufacturing is so delicate. Things go wrong so easily and so often. You have to keep alert for trouble."
She glanced at me and at May.
"But surely this isn't what you've been looking at all this time?"
"Actually, it is," I said.
"What, pictures of mold?"
"Bacteria."
"Yes, bacteria. You've been looking at this the whole time, May?"
She shrugged, nodded.
"Yes, Julia, it's my job." "And I don't question your dedication for a moment," Julia said. "But do you mind?"
Her hand darted forward and hit the back key in the corner of the keyboard. The previous screen showed more pictures of bacterial growth. The next screen showed a virus electron micrograph, and then a table of growth data over the last 12 hours. Julia continued to hit the back key half a dozen times more, but all she saw were images of bacteria and viruses, graphs and data tables. She took her hand away from the keyboard. "You seem to be devoting a lot of time to this. Is it really so important?" "Well, it's a contaminant," May said. "If we don't control it, we'll have to shut down the entire system." "Then by all means keep at it." She turned to me. "Want to have breakfast? I'd imagine you must be starving." "Sounds great," I said.
"Come with me," Julia said. "We'll make it together."
"Okay," I said. I glanced at May. I'll see you later. Let me know if I can do anything to help. I left with Julia. We started down the corridor to the residences.
I don't know why, Julia said, but that woman bothers me.
I don't know why either. She's very good, very thoughtful, very conscientious.
And very pretty.
Julia,
is that why you won't kiss me, because you're involved with her?
Julia, for Christ's sake. She stared at me, waiting. Look, I said, it's been a rough couple of weeks for everybody. Frankly, you've been difficult to live with.
I'm sure I have.
And frankly, I've been pretty angry with you.
With good reason. I know. I'm sorry for what I put you through.
She leaned over, kissed me on the cheek.
But it feels so distant now. I don't like the tension between us. What do you say we kiss and make up?
Maybe later, I said. We have a lot to do now. She got playful, puckering her lips, kissing air.
Ooh, come on, sweetie, just a little smooch. Come on, it won't kill you.
Later, I said. She sighed and gave up. We continued down the corridor in silence for a while. Then she said in a serious voice,
You're avoiding me, Jack, and I want to know why.
I didn't answer her. I just gave a long, suffering sigh and kept walking, acting like what she'd said was beneath response. In fact, I was badly worried. I couldn't keep refusing to kiss her forever. Sooner or later, she'd figure out what I knew. Maybe she already had. Because even when Julia was acting girlish, she seemed sharper, more alert than she'd ever been before. I had the feeling she didn't miss anything. And I had the same feeling about Ricky. It was as if they were tuned up, ultra-aware. And I was worried about what I'd seen on May's monitor. The black cloud that seemed to come from Julia's mouth. Had it really been there on the video? Because as far as I knew, swarms killed their prey on contact. They were merciless. Now Julia seemed to be harboring a swarm. How could that be? Did she have some sort of immunity, or was the swarm tolerating her, not killing her for some reason? And what about Ricky and Vince? Did they have immunity too? One thing was clear. Julia and Ricky did not want us to call anybody. They had deliberately isolated us in the desert, knowing that they would have only a few hours until the helicopter arrived. So apparently, that's all the time they needed. To do what? Kill us, or just infect us? What? Walking down the corridor next to my wife, I felt as if I was walking with a stranger, with somebody I didn't know anymore. Somebody who was immensely dangerous. I glanced at my watch. The helicopter would be here in less than 2 hours now. Julia smiled. Got an appointment? No, just thinking it's time for breakfast. Jack, she said, why won't you be honest with me? I'm being honest. No, you were wondering how long until the helicopter comes. I shrugged. 2 hours, she said, and she added, I bet you'll be glad to get out of here, won't you? Yes, I said, but I'm not leaving until everything is done. Why? What's left to be done? By now we had reached the residential unit. I could smell bacon and eggs cooking. Ricky came around the corner. He smiled heartily when he saw me. Hey, Jack, how'd you sleep? I slept okay. Really? 'Cause you look a little tired. I had bad dreams, I said. Oh, yes? Bad dreams? Bummer. It happens sometimes, I said. We all went into the kitchen. Bobby was making breakfast. Scrambled eggs with chives and cream cheese, he said cheerfully. What kind of toast do you guys want? Julia wanted wheat toast. Ricky wanted English muffin. I said I didn't want anything. I was looking at Ricky, noticing again how strong he appeared. Beneath his T-shirt, the muscles were well defined, cut. He caught me staring at him. Something wrong? No, just admiring your butch look. I tried to be light, but the truth was that I felt incredibly uncomfortable in the kitchen with all of them around me. I kept thinking of Charlie and how swiftly they had attacked him. I wasn't hungry. I just wanted to get out of there. But I couldn't see how to do it without arousing suspicion. Julia went to the refrigerator, opened the door. The champagne was in there. "You guys ready to celebrate now?" "Sure," Bobby said. "Sounds great. A little mimosa in the morning?" "Absolutely not," I said. "Julia, I'm going to insist you take this situation seriously. We're not out of the woods yet. We have to get the army in here, and we haven't been able to call. It's not time to break out the champagne." She pouted. "Oh, you're such a spoil sport." "Spoil sport, hell, you're being ridiculous."
"Oh, baby, don't get mad. Just kiss me, kiss me."
She puckered her lips again and leaned across the table. But it seemed like getting angry was the only move I had. "God damn it, Julia," I said, raising my voice. "The only reason we're in this mess is because you didn't take it seriously in the first place. You had a runaway swarm out there in the desert for, 2 weeks? And instead of eradicating it, you played with it. You fooled around until it got out of control, and as a result, 3 people are dead. This is not a goddamn celebration, Julia. It's a disaster. And I'm not drinking any fucking champagne while I am here, and neither is anyone else." I took the bottle to the sink and smashed it. I turned back to her. "Got it?" Stony-faced, she said,
"That was completely unnecessary."
I saw Ricky looking at me thoughtfully, as if he was trying to decide something. Bobby turned his back while he cooked, as if he was embarrassed by a marital spat. Had they gotten to Bobby? I thought I saw a thin black line at his neck, but I couldn't be sure, and I didn't dare stare. "Unnecessary?" I said, full of outrage. "Those people were my friends, and they were your friends, Ricky, and yours, Bobby, and I don't want to hear this celebration shit anymore." I turned and stomped out of the room. As I left, Vince was coming in. "Better take it easy, pal," Vince said. "You'll give yourself a stroke." "Fuck off," I said. Vince raised his eyebrows. I brushed past him. "You're not fooling anybody, Jack," Julia called after me. "I know what you're really up to." My stomach flipped, but I kept walking. "I can see right through you, Jack. I know you're going back to her." "Damn right," I said. Was that what Julia really thought? I didn't believe it for a moment. She was just trying to mislead me, to keep me off guard until... What? What were they going to do? There were 4 of them, and only 2 of us. At least, there were 2 if they hadn't already gotten to May. May wasn't in the biology laboratory. I looked around and saw that a side door was ajar, leading downstairs to the underground level where the fermentation chambers were installed. Up close, they were much larger than I had realized. Giant stainless spheres about 6 feet across. They were surrounded by a maze of pipes and valves and temperature control units. It was warm here and very noisy. May was standing by the 3rd unit, making notes on a clipboard and shutting a valve. She had a rack of test tubes at her feet. I went down and stood beside her. She looked at me, then shot a glance toward the ceiling, where a security camera was mounted. She walked around to the other side of the tank, and I followed her. Over here, the tank blocked the camera. She said,
"They slept with the lights on."
I nodded. I knew what it meant now.
"They're all infected," she said.
"Yes."
"And it's not killing them."
"Yes," I said. "But I don't understand why."
"It must have evolved," she said, "to tolerate them."
"That fast?"
"Evolution can happen fast," she said.
"You know the Ewald studies." I did. Paul Ewald had studied cholera. What he found was that the cholera organism would quickly change to sustain an epidemic. In places where there were no sanitary water supplies, but perhaps a ditch running through a village, the cholera was virulent, prostrating the victim and killing him where he fell from massive, overwhelming diarrhea. The diarrhea contained millions of cholera organisms. It would run into the water supply and infect others in the village. In this way, the cholera reproduced, and the epidemic continued. But when there was a sanitary water supply, the virulent strain could not reproduce. The victim would die where he fell, but his diarrhea would not enter the water supply. Others would not be infected, and the epidemic would fade. Under those circumstances, the epidemic evolved to a milder form, enabling the victim to walk around and spread the milder organisms by contact, dirty linens, and so on. May was suggesting that the same thing had happened to the swarms. They had evolved to a milder form which could be transmitted from one person to another. "It's creepy," I said. She nodded. "But what can we do about it?" And then she began to cry silently, tears running down her cheeks. May was always so strong. Seeing her upset unnerved me now. She was shaking her head. "Jack, there's nothing we can do. There's 4 of them. They're stronger than we are. They're going to kill us the way they killed Charlie." She pressed her head against my shoulder. I put my arm around her, but I couldn't comfort her, because I knew she was right. There was no way out. Winston Churchill once said that being shot at focused the mind wonderfully. My mind was going very fast now. I was thinking that I had made a mistake, and I had to fix it, even though it was a typically human mistake. Considering that we live in an era of evolutionary everything, evolutionary biology, evolutionary medicine, evolutionary ecology, evolutionary psychology, evolutionary economics, evolutionary computing, it was surprising how rarely people thought in evolutionary terms. It was a human blind spot. We looked at the world around us as a snapshot, when it was really a movie, constantly changing. Of course, we knew it was changing, but we behaved as if it wasn't. We denied the reality of change. So change always surprised us. Parents were even surprised by the maturing of their own children. They treated them as younger than they really were. And I had been surprised by the change in the evolution of the swarms. There was no reason why the swarms shouldn't evolve in 2 directions at the same time, or 3 or 4 or 10 directions for that matter. I should have anticipated that. I should have looked for it, expected it. If I had, I might be better prepared to deal with the situation now. But instead, I had treated the swarm as one problem, a problem out there in the desert, and I had ignored other possibilities. It's called denial, Jack. I started to wonder what else I was denying now, what else I had failed to see. Where did I go wrong? What was the first clue I had missed? Probably the fact that my initial contact with a swarm had produced an allergic reaction, a reaction that almost killed me. May had called it a coliform reaction, caused by a toxin from the bacteria in the swarm. That toxin was obviously the result of an evolutionary change in the E. coli that made up the swarm. Well, for that matter, the very presence of phage in the tank was an evolutionary change, a viral response to the bacteria that... "May," I said. "Wait a minute." "What?" I said. "There might be something we can do to stop them." She was skeptical. I could see it in her face, but she wiped her eyes and listened. I said, "The swarm consists of particles and bacteria. Is that right?" "Yes. The bacteria provide the raw ingredients for the particles to reproduce themselves, right? Okay. So if the bacteria die, the swarm dies too?" "Probably," she frowned. "Are you thinking of an antibiotic? Giving everyone an antibiotic? Because you need a lot of antibiotics to clear an E. coli infection.
They'd have to take drugs for several days, and I don't...
No, I'm not thinking of antibiotics. I tapped the tank in front of me. I'm thinking of this.
Phage?
Why not?
I don't know if it'll work, she said.
She frowned.
It might, except how are you going to get the phage into them? They won't just drink it down, you know.
Then we'll fill the atmosphere with it, I said. They'll breathe it in, and they'll never know.
Uh-huh. How do we fill the atmosphere?
Easy. Don't shut down this tank. Feed the bacteria into the system. I want the assembly line to start making virus, a lot of virus. Then we release it into the air. May sighed.
It won't work, Jack, she said.
Why not?
Because the assembly line won't make a lot of virus.
Why not?
Because of the way the virus reproduces.
You know, the virus floats around, attaches to a cell wall, and injects itself into the cell. Then it takes over the cell's own RNA and converts it to making more viruses. The cell ceases all its normal metabolic functions and just cranks out viruses. Pretty soon the cell is packed with viruses, and it bursts like a balloon. All the viruses are released, they float to other cells, and the process starts all over. Yes. So?
If I introduce phage into the assembly lines, the virus will reproduce rapidly for a while, but it will rupture a lot of cell membranes, leaving behind all those membranes as a lipid crud. The crud will clog the intermediate filters. After about an hour or two, the assembly lines will start to overheat. The safety systems will kick in and shut everything down. The whole production line will just stop. No virus.
Can the safety systems be turned off?
Yes, but I don't know how.
Who does?
Only Ricky.
I shook my head. That won't do us any good. Are you sure you can't figure out?
There's a code,
she said.
Ricky's the only one who knows it.
Oh.
Anyway, Jack, it'd be too dangerous to turn off the safeties. Parts of that system operate at high temperature and high voltages, and there's a lot of ketones and methane produced in the arms. It's continuously monitored and drawn off to keep the levels below a certain concentration, but if it isn't drawn off, and you start high-voltage sparking...
She paused, shrugged. What are you saying? It could explode?
No, Jack, I'm saying it will explode in a matter of minutes after the safeties are shut off. 6, maybe 8 minutes at most. And you wouldn't want to be there when that happens. So you can't use the system to produce a lot of virus. Safety's on or safety's off. It just won't work.
Silence. Frustration. I looked around the room. I looked at the steel tank curving upward over my head. I looked at the rack of test tubes at May's feet. I looked in the corner, where I saw a mop and a bucket and a 1-gallon plastic bottle of water. And I looked at May, frightened, still on the verge of tears, but somehow holding it together. And I had a plan. Okay. Do it anyway. Release the virus into the system.
What's the point of that?
Just do it.
Jack,
she said.
Why are we doing this? I'm afraid they know that we know. We can't fool them. They're too clever. If we try to do this, they'll be onto us in a minute.
Yes, I said. They probably will.
And it won't work anyway. The system won't make viruses. So why, Jack? What good will it do?
May had been a good friend through all this, and now I had a plan, and I wasn't going to tell her. I hated to do it this way, but I had to make a distraction for the others. I had to fool them, and she had to help me do it, which meant she had to believe in a different plan. I said, May, we have to distract them, to fool them. I want you to release the virus into the assembly line. Let them focus on that. Let them worry about that. Meanwhile, I'll take some virus up to the maintenance area beneath the roof and dump it into the sprinkler reservoir.
And then set the sprinklers off?
Yes. She nodded.
And they'll be soaked in virus. Everybody in this facility, drenched.
Right.
She said, "It just might work, Jack."
I can't think of anything better, I said. Now, open one of those valves and let's draw off some test tubes of virus, and I want you to put some virus into that gallon jug over there. She hesitated.
The valve is on the other side of the tank. The security camera will see us.
That's okay, I said. It can't be helped now. You just have to buy me a little time.
And how do I do that?
I told her. She made a face.
You're kidding. They'll never do that.
Of course not. I just need a little time. We went around the tank. She filled the test tubes. The liquid that came out was a thick, brown glop. It smelled fecal. It looked fecal. May said to me, "Are you sure about this?" "Gotta do it," I said. "There's no choice."
You first.
I picked up the test tube, took a breath, and swallowed it whole. It was disgusting. My stomach heaved. I thought I would vomit, but I didn't. I took another breath, swallowed some water from the gallon jug, and looked at May.
Awful, huh?
She said. Awful. She picked up a test tube, held her nose, and swallowed. I waited through her coughing fit. She managed not to vomit. I gave her the gallon jug, she drank, and poured the rest out onto the floor. Then she filled it with brown slop. The last thing she did was twist the handle of a big flow valve.
"There," she said. "It's going into the system now."
"Okay," I said. I took 2 test tubes and stuck them in my shirt pocket. I took the gallon jug. It said Arrowhead Pure Water on the label. "See you later." And I hurried off. As I went down the hallway, I figured there was 1 chance in 100 that I would succeed, maybe only 1 chance in 1,000. But I had a chance. Later on, I watched the entire scene on the security camera, so I knew what happened to May. She walked into the kitchen, carrying her rack of brown test tubes. The others were all there, eating. Julia gave her a frosty look. Vince ignored her. Ricky said, "What have you got there, May?"
"Phage,"
she said.
"What for?"
Now Julia looked over. May said,
"It's from the fermentation tank."
"Ew, no wonder it stinks."
"Jack just drank one. He made me drink one."
Ricky snorted. "What did you do that for? Geez, I'm surprised you didn't puke."
"I almost did. Jack wants all of you to drink one, too."
Bobby laughed. "Yeah, what for?"
"To make sure none of you is infected."
Ricky frowned. "Infected? What do you mean, infected?"
"Jack says that Charlie was harboring the swarm inside his body, so maybe the rest of us are too. Or some of us. So you drink this virus, and it'll kill the bacteria inside you and kill the swarm."
Bobby said.
"Are you serious? Drink that crap? No way, May."
She turned to Vince.
"Smells like shit to me," Vince said. "Let someone else try it first."
May said,
"Ricky, you want to be the first?"
Ricky shook his head. "I'm not drinking that. Why should I?"
"Well, for one thing, you'd be assured you weren't infected. And for another, we would be assured too."
"What do you mean? It's a test?" May shrugged.
"That's what Jack thinks."
Julia frowned. She turned to May.
"Where is Jack now?" she said. "I don't know. The last time I saw him was by the fermentation chambers. I don't know where he is now."
"Yes, you do," Julia said coldly.
"You know exactly where he is." "I don't. He didn't tell me."
He did tell you. He tells you everything, Julia said. In fact, you and he planned this little interlude, didn't you? You couldn't seriously expect us to drink that stuff. Where is Jack, May? I told you I don't know. Julia said to Bobby, Check the monitors, find him. She came around the table. Now then, May. Her voice was calm but full of menace. I want you to answer me, and I want you to tell me the truth. May backed away from her. Ricky and Vince were closing in on either side of her. May backed against the wall. Julia advanced slowly. Tell me now, May, she said. It will be much better for you if you cooperate. From the other side of the room, Bobby said, I found him. He's going through the fab room. He's carrying a jug of the crap, looks like. Tell me, May, Julia said, leaning close to May. She was so close, their lips were almost touching. May squeezed her eyes and her lips tightly shut. Her body was beginning to shake with fear. Julia caressed her hair. Don't be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Just tell me, what is he doing with that jug? Julia said. May began to sob hysterically. I knew it wouldn't work. I told him you would find out. Of course we would, Julia said quietly. Of course we would find out. Just tell now. He took the jug of virus, May said, and he's putting it in the water sprinklers. Is he? Julia said. That's really very clever of him. Thank you, sweetie. And she kissed May on the mouth. May squirmed, but her back was against the wall, and Julia held her head. When Julia finally stepped back, she said, Try and stay calm. Just remember, it won't hurt if you don't fight against it. And she walked out of the room. Day 7, 6:12 a.m. Things happened faster than I expected. I could hear them running toward me down the corridor. I hastily hid the jug, then ran back and continued crossing the fabrication room. That was when they all came after me. I started to run. Vince tackled me, and I hit the concrete floor hard. Ricky threw himself on top of me after I was down. He knocked the wind out of me. Then Vince kicked me in the ribs a couple of times, and together they dragged me to my feet to face Julia. Hi, Jack, she said, smiling. How's it going? It's been better. We've had a nice talk with May, Julia said. So there's no point in beating around the bush. She looked around the floor nearby. Where is the jug? What jug? Jack. She shook her head sadly. Why do you bother? Where is the jug of phase you were going to put in the sprinkler system? I don't have any jug. She stepped close to me. I could feel her breath on my face. Jack? I know that look on your face, Jack. You have a plan, don't you? Now tell me where the jug is. What jug? Her lips brushed mine. I just stood there, still as a statue. Jack, darling, she whispered. You know better than to play with dangerous things. I want the jug. I stood there. Jack, just one kiss. She was close, seductive. Ricky said, Forget it, Julia. He's not afraid of you. He drank the virus, and he thinks it'll protect him. Will it? Julia said, stepping back. Maybe, Ricky said. But I bet he's afraid to die. And then he and Vince began dragging me across the fabrication room. They were taking me to the high-mag field room. I began to struggle. That's right, Ricky said. You know what's coming, don't you? This was not in my plan. I hadn't expected it. I didn't know what I could do now. I struggled harder, kicking and twisting, but they were both immensely strong. They just dragged me forward. Julia opened the heavy steel door to the mag room.
Inside, I saw the circular drum of the magnet, 6 feet in diameter. They shoved me in roughly. I sprawled on the ground in the room, my head banged against the steel shielding. I heard the door click and lock. I got to my feet. I heard the rumble of the cooling pumps as they started up. The intercom clicked. I heard Ricky's voice. "Ever wonder why these walls are made out of steel, Jack? Pulsed magnets are dangerous. Run them continuously and they blow apart, get ripped apart by the field they generate. We got a 1-minute load time, so you've got 1 minute to think it over." I had been in this room before, when Ricky showed me around. I remembered there was a knee plate, a safety cutoff. I hit it with my knee. "Won't work, Jack," Ricky said laconically. "I inverted the switching. Now it turns the magnet on instead of off. Thought you'd like to know." The rumbling was louder. The room began to vibrate slightly. The air grew swiftly colder. In a moment I could see my breath. "Sorry if you're uncomfortable, but that's only temporary," Ricky said. "Once the pulses get going, the room will heat up fast. Let's see, 47 seconds. The sound was a rapid chunk, 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 like a muffled jackhammer. It was loud and getting louder. I could hardly hear Ricky over the intercom. "Now, Jack," he said, "you have a family that needs you, so think about your choices very carefully." I said, "Let me speak to Julia." "No, Jack, she doesn't want to talk to you right now. She's very disappointed in you, Jack." "Let me speak to her." "Jack, aren't you listening to me? She says no, not until you tell her where the virus is." Chunk, chunk, chunk. The room was starting to get warmer. I could hear the gurgle of the coolant as it went through the piping. I kicked the safety plate with my knee. "I told you, Jack. It'll only turn the magnet on. Are you having trouble hearing me?" "Yes," I yelled. "I am." "Well, that's too bad," Ricky said. "I'm sorry to hear that." At least I thought that's what he was saying. The chunk, chunk, chunk seemed to fill the room, to make the very air vibrate. It sounded like an enormous MRI, those giant pumps. My head hurt. I stared at the magnet, at the heavy bolts that held the plates together. Those bolts would soon become missiles. "We're not fucking around, Jack," Ricky said. "We'd hate to lose you. 20 seconds. The load time was the time it took to charge the magnet capacitors, so that millisecond pulses of electricity could be delivered. I wondered how long after loading it would take for the pulses to blow the magnet apart. Probably a few seconds at most. So time was running out for me. I didn't know what to do. Everything had gone horribly wrong, and the worst part was that I had lost the only advantage I ever had, because they now recognized the importance of the virus. Earlier they hadn't focused on it as a threat, but now they understood and were demanding I hand it over. Soon they would think to destroy the fermentation tank. They would eradicate the virus very thoroughly, I felt sure. And there was nothing I could do about it. Not now. I wondered how May was and whether they had hurt her. I wondered if she was still alive. I felt detached, indifferent. I was sitting in an oversized MRI, that was all. This big, terrifying sound. It must have been how Amanda felt when she was in the MRI. My mind drifted, uncaring. 10 seconds, Ricky said. "Come on, Jack, don't be a hero. It's not your style. Tell us where it is. 6 seconds, 5. Jack, come on." The chunk, chunk, chunk stopped, and there was a whang and a scream of rending metal. The magnet had switched on for a few milliseconds. "First pulse," Ricky said. "Don't be an asshole, Jack." Another whang, whang, whang. The pulses were coming faster and faster. I saw the jacketing on the coolant beginning to indent with each pulse. They were coming too fast. Whang! Whang! I couldn't take it anymore. I shouted, "Okay, Ricky, I'll tell you." Whang! "Go ahead, Jack." Whang! "I'm waiting." "No, turn it off first, and I only tell Julia." Whang! Whang! "Very unreasonable of you, Jack. You're in no position to bargain." Whang! "You want the virus, or you want it to be a surprise?" Whang! 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 And then, abruptly, silence. Nothing but the low swoosh of the coolant flowing through the jacketing. The magnet was hot to the touch, but at least the MRI sound had stopped. The MRI. I stood in the room and waited for Julia to come in, and then, thinking it over, I sat down. I heard the door unlock. Julia walked in.
"Jack, you're not hurt, are you?"
"No," I said. "Just my nerves are shot."
"I don't know why you put yourself through it,"
she said.
"It was totally unnecessary. But guess what? I have good news. The helicopter just arrived."
"It did?"
"Yes, it's early today. Just think, wouldn't it be nice to be on it now, going home, back to your house, back to your family? Wouldn't that feel great?"
I sat there with my back against the wall, looking up at her. "Are you saying I can go?"
"Of course, Jack. There's no reason for you to stay here. Just give me the bottle of virus and go home."
I didn't believe her for a second. I was seeing the friendly Julia, the seductive Julia, but I didn't believe her. "Where is May?"
"She's resting."
"You've hurt her."
No. No. Why would I do that?"
She shook her head.
"You really don't understand, do you? I don't want to hurt anybody, Jack. Not you, not May, not anybody. I especially don't want to hurt you."
"Try telling that to Ricky."
"Jack, please. Let's put emotion aside and be logical for a moment. You're doing all this to yourself. Why can't you accept the new situation?"
She held out her hand to me. I took it, and she pulled me up. She was strong, stronger than I ever remembered her being.
"After all," she said, "you're an integral part of this. You killed the wild type for us, Jack."
"So the benign type could flourish."
"Exactly, Jack. So the benign type could flourish and create a new synergy with human beings."
"The synergy that you have now, for example."
"That's right, Jack."
She smiled. It was a creepy smile. "You are, what, coexisting? Co-evolving?"
"Symbiotic."
She was still smiling. "Julia, this is all bullshit," I said. "This is a disease."
"Well, of course you would say that, because you don't know any better yet. You haven't experienced it."
She came forward and hugged me. I let her do it.
"You have no idea what's ahead of you."
"Story of my life," I said.
"Stop being so stubborn for once. Just go along with it. You look tired, Jack."
I sighed. "I am tired," I said. And I was. I was feeling distinctly weak in her arms. I was sure she could sense it.
"Then why don't you just relax? Embrace me, Jack."
"I don't know. Maybe you're right."
"Yes, I am."
She smiled again, ruffled my hair with her hand.
"Oh, Jack, I really have missed you."
"Me too," I said. "I missed you." I gave her a hug, squeezed her, held her close. Our faces were close. She looked beautiful, her lips parted, her eyes staring up at me, soft, inviting. I felt her relax. Then I said, "Just tell me one thing, Julia. It's been bothering me."
"Sure, Jack."
"Why did you refuse to have an MRI in the hospital?" She frowned, leaned back to look at me.
"What? What do you mean?"
"Are you like Amanda?"
"Amanda?"
Our baby daughter. You remember her. She was cured by the MRI instantly.
What are you talking about?
Julia, does the swarm have some problem with magnetic fields? Her eyes widened. She began to struggle in my grip.
Let go of me! Ricky! Ricky!
Sorry, hon, I said. I kicked the plate with my knee, and there was a loud whang as the magnet pulsed. Julia screamed. Her mouth was open as she screamed, a steady, continuous sound, her face rigid with tension. I held her hard. The skin of her face began to shiver, vibrating rapidly, and then her features seemed to grow, to swell as she screamed. I thought her eyes looked frightened. The swelling continued, and began to break up into rivulets and streams. And then, in a sudden rush, Julia literally disintegrated before my eyes. The skin of her swollen face and body blew away from her in streams of particles, like sand blown off a sand dune. The particles curved away in the arc of the magnetic field toward the sides of the room. I felt her body growing lighter and lighter in my arms. Still, the particles continued to flow away with a kind of whooshing sound to all corners of the room. And when it was finished, what was left behind, what I still held in my arms, was a pale and cadaverous form. Julia's eyes were sunk deep in her cheeks. Her mouth was thin and cracked, her skin translucent. Her hair was colorless, brittle. Her collarbones protruded from her bony neck. She looked like she was dying of cancer. Her mouth worked. I heard faint words, hardly more than breathing. I leaned in, turned my ear to her mouth to hear.
"Jack,"
she whispered.
"It's eating me."
I said, "I know." Her voice was just a whisper.
"You have to do something."
"I know."
"Jack, the children."
"Okay," she whispered.
"I kissed them."
I said nothing. I just closed my eyes.
"Jack, save my babies. Jack."
"Okay," I said. I glanced up at the walls and saw all around me Julia's face and body stretched and fitted to the room. The particles retained her appearance, but were now flattened onto the walls, and they were still moving, coordinating with the movement of her lips, the blink of her eyes. As I watched, they began to drift back from the walls toward her in a flesh-colored haze. Outside the room, I heard Ricky shouting, "Julia! Julia!" He kicked the door a couple of times, but he didn't come in. I knew he wouldn't dare. I had waited a full minute so the capacitors were charged. He couldn't stop me from pulsing the magnet now. I could do it at will, at least until the charge ran out. I didn't know how long that would be.
"Jack."
I looked at her. Her eyes were sad, pleading.
"Jack,"
she said.
"I didn't know."
"It's all right," I said. The particles were drifting back, reassembling her face before my eyes. Julia was becoming solid and beautiful again. I kicked the knee plate. Whang! The particles shot away, flying back to the walls, though not so swiftly this time, and I had the cadaverous Julia in my arms again, her deep-set eyes pleading with me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out one of the vials of phage. "I want you to drink this," I said.
"No. No."
She was agitated.
"Too late for—"
"Try," I said. I held the vial to her lips. "Come on, darling, I want you to try."
"No. Please. Not important."
Ricky was yelling. "Julia! Julia!" He pounded on the door. "Julia, are you all right?" The cadaver eyes rolled toward the door. Her mouth worked. Her skeleton fingers plucked at my shirt, scratching the cloth. She wanted to tell me something. I turned my head again so I could hear. She breathed shallowly, weakly. I couldn't catch the words, and then suddenly they were clear. She said, "They have to kill you now." "I know," I said. "Don't let them. Children." "I won't." Her bony hand touched my cheek. She whispered, "You know I always loved you, Jack. I would never hurt you." "I know, Julia. I know." The particles on the walls were drifting free once more. Now they seemed to telescope back, returning to her face and body. I kicked the knee plate once again, hoping for more time with her, but there was only a dull, mechanical thunk. The capacitor was drained. And suddenly, in a whoosh, all the particles returned, and Julia was full and beautiful and strong as before, and she pushed me away from her with a contemptuous look, and said, in a loud, firm voice, "I'm sorry you had to see that, Jack." "So am I," I said. "But it can't be helped. We're wasting time. I want the bottle of virus, Jack, and I want it right now." In a way, it made everything easier, because I understood I wasn't dealing with Julia anymore. I didn't have to worry about what might happen to her. I just had to worry about May, assuming she was still alive, and me, and assuming I could stay alive for the next few minutes. Day 7, 7:12 a.m. "Okay," I said to her. "Okay, I'll get you the virus." She frowned. "You've got that look on your face again." "No," I said. "I'm done. I'll take you." "Good. We'll start with those vials in your pocket." "What, these here?" I said. I reached into my pocket for them as I went through the door. Outside, Ricky and Vince were waiting for me. "Very fucking funny," Ricky said. "You know, you could have killed her. You could have killed your own wife." "How about that?" I said. I was still fumbling in my pocket, as if the test tubes were stuck in the cloth. They didn't know what I was doing, so they grabbed me again, Vince on one side and Ricky on the other. "Guys," I said, "I can't do this if you—" "Let him go," Julia said, coming out of the room. "Like hell," Vince said. "He'll pull something." I was still struggling, trying to bring the tubes out. Finally, I had them in my hand. While we struggled, I threw one onto the ground. It smashed on the concrete floor, and brown sludge spattered up. "Jesus!" They all jumped away, releasing me. They stared at the floor and bent over to look at their feet, making sure none of it had touched them. And in that moment, I ran. I grabbed the jug from its hiding place and kept going across the fabrication room. I had to get all the way across the room to the elevator and ride it up to the ceiling level, where all the basic system equipment was located. Up there, where the air handlers were and the electrical junction boxes, and the tank for the sprinkler system. If I could reach the elevator and ride it just 7 or 8 feet in the air, then they couldn't touch me. If I could do that, then my plan would work. The elevator was 150 feet away. I ran hard, vaulting over the lowest arms of the octopus, ducking beneath the chest-high sections. I glanced back and couldn't see them through the maze of arms and machinery, but I heard the 3 of them shouting, and I heard running feet. I heard Julia say, "He's going for the sprinklers." Ahead, I saw the yellow open cage of the elevator. I was going to make it, after all. At that moment, I stumbled over one of the arms and went sprawling. The jug skidded across the floor, came to rest against a support beam. I scrambled quickly to my feet again and retrieved the jug. I knew they were right behind me. I didn't dare look back now. I ran for the elevator, ducking beneath one final pipe, but when I looked again, Vince was already there. He must have known a shortcut through the octopus arms. Somehow he had beaten me. Now he stood in the open cage, grinning. I looked back and saw Ricky just a few yards behind me, closing fast. Julia called, "Give it up, Jack. It's no good." She was right about that. It was no good at all. I couldn't get past Vince, and I couldn't outrun Ricky now. He was much too close. I jumped over a pipe, stepping around a standing electrical box, and ducked down. As Ricky jumped the pipe, I slammed my elbow upward between his legs. He howled and went down, rolling on the floor in agony. I stopped and kicked him in the head as hard as I could. That was for Charlie. I ran. At the elevator, Vince stood in a half-crouch, fists bunched. He was relishing a fight. I ran straight toward him, and he grinned broadly in anticipation. And at the last moment, I swerved left. I jumped and started climbing the ladder on the wall. Julia screamed, "Stop him! Stop him!" It was difficult climbing because I had my thumb hooked through the jug. The bottle kept banging painfully against the back of my right hand as I went up. I focused on the pain. I panic at heights, and I didn't want to look down, and so I couldn't see what was dragging at my legs, pulling me back toward the floor. I kicked, but whatever it was held on to me. Finally, I turned to look. I was 10 feet above the ground and 2 rungs beneath me. Ricky had his free arm locked around my legs, his hand clutching my ankle. He jerked at my feet and yanked them off the rung. I slid for an instant and then felt a burst of searing pain in my hands, but I held on. Ricky was smiling grimly. I kicked my legs backward, trying to hit his face, but to no avail. He had both legs locked tight against his chest. He was immensely strong. I kept trying until I realized that I could pull one leg up and free. I did, and stomped down on his hand that was holding onto the rung. He yelled and released my legs to hold onto the ladder with his other hand. I stomped again and kicked straight back, catching him right under the chin. He slid down 5 rungs, then caught himself. He hung there, near the bottom of the ladder. I climbed again. Julia was running across the floor. "Stop him!" I heard the elevator grind as Vince rode up past me, heading toward the top. He would wait for me there. I climbed. I was 15 feet above the floor, then 20. I looked down to see Ricky pursuing me, but he was far behind. I didn't think he could catch me. And then Julia came swirling up through the air toward me, spiraling like a corkscrew, and grabbed the ladder right alongside me. Except she wasn't Julia. She was the swarm. And for a moment, the swarm was disorganized enough that I could see right through her in places. I could see the swirling particles that composed her. I looked down and saw the real Julia, deathly pale, standing and looking up at me, her face a skull. By now, the swarm alongside me became solid appearing, as I had seen it become solid before. It looked like Julia. The mouth moved, and I heard a strange voice say, "Sorry, Jack." And the swarm shrank, becoming denser still, collapsing into a small Julia about 4 feet tall. I turned to climb again. The small Julia swung back and slammed hard against my body. I felt like I was hit by a sack of cement. The wind knocked out of me. My grip loosened from the ladder, and I barely managed to hang on as the Julia's swarm smashed against me again. I ducked and dodged, grunting in pain, and kept going despite the impacts. The swarm had enough mass to hurt me, but not enough to knock me off the ladder. The swarm must have realized it too, because now the small Julia swarm compressed itself into a sphere and slid smoothly forward to envelop my head in a buzzing cloud. I was totally blind. I could see nothing at all. It was as if I was in a dust storm. I groped for the next rung on the ladder, and the next after that. Pinpricks stung my face and hands, the pain becoming more intense, sharper. Apparently the swarm was learning how to focus pain, but at least it hadn't learned to suffocate. The swarm did nothing to interfere with my breathing. I kept on. I climbed in darkness. And then I felt Ricky pulling at my legs again. And in that moment, finally, I didn't see how I could go on. I was 25 feet in the air, hanging onto a ladder for dear life,
dragging a jug of brown sludge up with me, with Vince above waiting and Ricky below dragging, and a swarm buzzing around my head, blinding me and stinging me like hell. I was exhausted and defeated, and I could feel my energy draining away. My fingers felt shaky on the rungs. I couldn't hold my grip much longer. I knew that all I had to do was release my grip and fall, and it would be over in an instant. I was finished anyway. I felt for the next rung, gripped it, and hauled my body up, but my shoulders burned. Ricky was pulling down fiercely. I knew he would win. They would all win. They were always going to win. And then I thought of Julia, pale as a ghost and brittle thin, saying in a whisper, "Save my babies." I thought of the kids waiting for me to come back. I saw them sitting around the table waiting for dinner. And I knew I had to go on no matter what. So I did. It's not clear to me now what happened to Ricky. Somehow he pulled my legs off the rungs, and I hung in the air from my arms, kicking wildly. And I must have kicked him in the face and broken his nose, because in an instant Ricky let go of me, and I heard a thump-thump-thumping as his body went down the ladder, and he desperately tried to grab the rungs as he fell. I heard, "Ricky, no!" and the cloud vanished from my head. I was completely free again. I looked down and saw the Julia swarm alongside Ricky, who had caught himself about 12 feet above the floor. He looked up angrily. His mouth and nose were gushing blood. He started toward me, but the Julia swarm said, "No, Ricky. No, you can't. Let Vince." And then Ricky half climbed, half fell the rest of the way down the ladder to the ground, and the swarm re-inhabited Julia's pale body, and the two of them stood there and watched me. I turned away from them and looked up the ladder. Vince was standing there, 5 feet above me. His feet were on the top rungs, and he was leaning over, blocking my way. There was no possible way I could get past him. I paused to take stock, shifted my weight on the ladder, got one leg up to the next rung, hooked my free arm around the rung nearest my face. But as I raised my leg, I felt the lump in my pocket. I paused. I had one more vial of phage. I reached into my pocket and drew it out to show him. I pulled out the cork with my teeth. "Hey, Vince," I said, "how about a shit shower?" He didn't move, but his eyes narrowed. I moved up another rung. "Better get back, Vince," I said. I was panting so hard I couldn't manage the proper menace. "Get on back before you get wet." One more rung. I was only 3 rungs below him. "It's your call, Vince." I held the vial in my other hand. "I can't hit your face from down here, but I'll sure as hell hit your legs and shoes. Do you care?" One more rung. Vince stayed where he was. "Maybe not," I said. "You like to live dangerously?" I paused. If I advanced another rung, he could kick me in the head. If I stayed where I was, he would have to come down to me, and I could get him. So I stayed. "What do you say, Vince? Going to stay or go?" He frowned. His eyes flicked back and forth, from my face to the vial and back again. And he stepped away from the ladder. "Good boy, Vince." I came up one rung. He had stepped back so far that now I couldn't see where he was. I thought he was probably planning to rush me at the top, so I got ready to duck down and swing laterally. Last rung. And now I saw him. He wasn't planning anything. Vince was shaking with panic, a cornered animal, huddled back in the dark recess of the walkway. I couldn't read his eyes, but I saw his body tremble. "Okay, Vince," I said. "I'm coming up." I stepped onto the mesh platform. I was right at the top of the stairs, surrounded by roaring machinery. Not 20 paces away, I saw the paired steel tanks for the sprinkler system. I glanced down and saw Ricky and Julia staring up at me. I wondered if they realized how close I was to my goal. I looked back at Vince just in time to see him pull a translucent white plastic tarp off a corner box.
He wrapped himself in the tarp like a shield, and then with a guttural yell, he charged. I was right at the edge of the ladder. I had no time to get out of the way. I just turned sideways and braced myself against a big 3-foot pipe against the coming impact. Vince slammed into me. The vial went flying out of my hand, shattering on the mesh. The jug was knocked from my other hand and tumbled along the walkway, coming to rest at the lip of the mesh path. Another few inches and it would go over. I moved toward it. Still hiding behind the tarp, Vince smashed into me again. I was slammed back against the pipe. My head clanged on steel. I slipped on the brown sludge that dripped through holes in the mesh, barely keeping my balance. Vince slammed me again. In his panic, he never realized I had lost my weapons. Or perhaps he couldn't see through the tarp. He just kept pounding me with his full body, and I finally slipped on the sludge and went down on my knees. I immediately scrambled toward the jug, which was about 10 feet away. That odd behavior made Vince stop for a moment. He pulled down the tarp, saw the jug, and lunged for it, vaulting his whole body forward in the air. But he was too late. I had my hand on the jug and yanked it away just as Vince landed, tarp and all, right where the jug had been. His head banged hard on the walkway lip. He was momentarily stunned, shaking his head to clear it. And I grabbed the edge of the tarp and yanked upward. Vince yelled and went over the side. I watched as he hit the floor. His body didn't move. Then the swarm came off him, sliding into the air like a ghost. The ghost joined Ricky and Julia, who were looking up at me. Then they turned away and hurried across the floor of the fabrication room, jumping over the octopus arms as they went. Their movements conveyed a clear sense of urgency. You might even think they were frightened. Good, I thought. I got to my feet and headed for the sprinkler tanks. The instructions were stenciled on the lower tank. It was easy to figure out the valves. I twisted the inflow, unscrewed the filler cap, waited for the pressurized nitrogen to hiss out, and then dumped in the jug of phage. I listened as it gurgled into the tank. Then I screwed the cap back on, twisted the valve, repressurized with nitrogen. And I was done. I took a deep breath. I was going to win this thing after all. I rode the elevator down, feeling good for the first time all day. Day 7, 8:12 a.m. They were all clustered together on the other side of the room. Julia, Ricky, and now Bobby as well. Vince was there, too, hovering in the background. But I could sometimes see through him. His swarm was slightly transparent. I wondered which of the others were only swarms now. I couldn't be sure, but it didn't matter now anyway. They were standing beside a bank of computer monitors that showed every parameter of the manufacturing process. Graphs of temperature, output, God knows what else. But they had turned their backs to the monitors. They were watching me. I walked calmly toward them, in measured steps. I was in no rush, far from it. I must have taken a full 2 minutes to cross the fabrication room to where they were standing. They regarded me with puzzlement, and then with increasingly open amusement.
"Well, Jack,"
Julia said finally.
"How's your day going?"
"Not bad," I said. "Things are looking up."
"You seem very confident."
I shrugged.
"You've got everything under control?"
Julia said. I shrugged again.
"By the way, where is May?"
"I don't know. Why?"
"Bobby's been looking for her. He can't find her anywhere."
"I have no idea," I said. "Why were you looking for her?"
"We thought we should all be together,"
Julia said.
"when we finish our business here."
"Oh," I said. "Is that what happens now? We finish?" She nodded slowly.
"Yes, Jack, it is."
I couldn't risk looking at my watch. I had to try and gauge how much time had passed. I was guessing 3 or 4 minutes. I said, "So what do you have in mind?"
Julia began to pace.
Well, Jack, I'm very disappointed in how things have gone with you. I really am. You know how much I care about you. I would never want anything to happen to you, but you're fighting us, Jack, and you won't stop fighting, and we can't have that.
I see, I said.
We just can't, Jack.
I reached in my pocket and brought out a plastic cigarette lighter. If Julia or the others noticed, they gave no sign. She kept pacing.
Jack, you put me in a difficult position.
How's that?
You've been privileged to witness the birth of something truly new here. Something new and miraculous. But you are not sympathetic, Jack.
No, I'm not.
Birth is painful.
So is death, I said. She continued to pace.
Yes,
she said.
So is death.
She frowned at me. Something the matter?
Where is May?
She said again. I don't know. I don't have the faintest idea. She continued to frown.
We have to find her, Jack.
I'm sure you will.
Yes, we will.
So you don't need me, I said. Just do it on your own. I mean, you're the future, if I remember right. Superior and unstoppable. I'm just a guy. Julia started walking around me, looking at me from all sides. I could see she was puzzled by my behavior. Or appraising. Maybe I had overdone it, gone too far. She was picking up something. She suspected something. And that made me very nervous. I turned the cigarette lighter over in my hands nervously.
Jack,
she said.
You disappoint me.
You said that already.
Yes,
she said.
But I am still not sure.
As if on some unspoken cue, the men all began to walk in circles. They were moving in concentric circles around me. Was this some kind of scanning procedure, or did it mean something else? I was trying to guess the time. I figured 5 minutes had elapsed.
Come, Jack. I want to look more closely.
She put her arm on my shoulder and led me over to one of the big octopus arms. It was easily 6 feet across and mirrored on its surface. I could see Julia standing next to me, her arm over my shoulder.
Don't we make a handsome couple? It's a shame. We could have such a future.
I said, yeah, well... And the moment I spoke, a river of pale particles streamed off Julia, curved in the air, and came down like a shower all over my body and into my mouth. I clamped my mouth shut, but it didn't matter, because in the mirror, my body seemed to dissolve away, to be replaced by Julia's body. It was as if her skin had left her, flowed into the air, and slid down over me. Now there were 2 Julias standing side by side in front of the mirror. I said, "Cut it out, Julia." She laughed.
Why? I think it's fun.
"Stop it," I said. I sounded like myself, even though I looked like Julia. "Stop it."
Don't you like it? I think it's amusing. You get to be me for a while.
I said, "Stop it."
Jack, you're just no fun anymore.
I pulled at the Julia image on my face, trying to tear it away like a mask, but I felt only my own skin beneath my fingertips. When I scratched at my cheek, the Julia cheek showed scratches in the mirror. I reached back and touched my own hair. In my panic, I dropped the cigarette lighter. It clattered on the concrete floor. "Get it off me," I said. "Get it off." I heard a whoosh in my ears, and the Julia skin was gone, sweeping into the air, then descending onto Julia. Except that she now looked like me. Now there were 2 Jacks side by side in the mirror.
Is this better?
She said. "I don't know what you're trying to prove." I took a breath. I bent over and picked up the lighter.
I'm not trying to prove anything, she said. I'm just feeling you out, Jack. And you know what I found? You've got a secret, Jack, and you thought I wouldn't find it out.
Yes?
But I did,
she said. I didn't know how to take her words. I wasn't sure where I was anymore, and the changes in appearance had so unnerved me that I had lost track of the time.
You're worried about the time, aren't you, Jack?
She said.
You needn't be. We have plenty of time. Everything is under control here. Are you going to tell us your secret, or do we have to make you tell?
Behind her, I could see the stacked monitor screens of the control station. The corner ones had a flashing bar along the top with lettering that I couldn't read. I could see that some of the graphs were rising steeply, their lines turning from blue to yellow to red as they climbed. I did nothing. Julia turned to the men.
Okay, she said. Make him tell.
The three men converged toward me. It was time to show them. It was time to spring my trap. No problem, I said. I raised my lighter, flicked the flame, and held it under the nearest sprinkler head. The men stopped in their tracks. They watched me. I held the lighter steady. The sprinkler head blackened with the smoke, and nothing happened. The flame was melting the soft metal tab beneath the sprinkler head. Splotches of silver were dripping on the ground at my feet, and still nothing happened. The sprinklers didn't come on. Oh, shit, I said. Julia was watching me thoughtfully.
It was a nice try. Very inventive, Jack. Good thinking, but you forgot one thing.
What's that?
There's a safety system for the plant, and when we saw you going for the sprinklers, Ricky turned the system off. Safety's off, sprinklers off.
She shrugged.
Guess you're out of luck, Jack.
I flicked the lighter off. There was nothing for me to do. I just stood there, feeling foolish. I thought I smelled a faint odor in the room, a kind of sweetish, nauseating odor, but I couldn't be sure.
It was a nice try, though,
Julia said.
But enough is enough.
She turned to the men and jerked her head. The three of them walked toward me. I said, "Hey, guys, come on." They didn't react. Their faces were impassive. They grabbed me, and I started to struggle. "Hey, come on now." I pulled free of them. "Hey!" Ricky said, "Don't make it any harder for us, Jack." And I said, "Fuck you, Ricky." And I spit in his face just as they threw me to the floor. I was hoping the virus would get in his mouth. I was hoping I would delay him, that we would have a fight, anything for a delay. But they threw me to the floor, and then they all fell on me and began to strangle me. I could feel their hands on my neck. Bobby had his hands over my mouth and nose. I tried to bite him. He just kept his hands firmly in place and stared at me. Ricky smiled distantly at me. It was as if he didn't know me, had no feeling for me. They were all strangers, killing me efficiently and quickly. I pounded on them with my fists until Ricky got his knee on one of my arms, pinning it down, and Bobby got the other arm. Now I couldn't move at all. I tried to kick my legs, but Julia was sitting on my legs, helping them out. I saw the world start to turn misty before my eyes, a faint and misty gray. Then there was a faint popping sound, almost like popcorn or glass cracking, and then Julia screamed. "What is that?" The three men released me and got to their feet. They walked away from me. I lay on the ground, coughing. I didn't even try to get up. "What is that?" Julia yelled. The first of the octopus tubes burst open, high above us. Brown liquid steam hissed out. Another tube popped open, and another. The sound of hissing filled the room. The air was turning dark, foggy brown, billowing brown. Julia screamed, "What is that?" "It's the assembly line," Ricky said. "It's overheated, and it's blowing." "How? How can that happen?" I sat up, still coughing, and got to my feet. I said, "No safety systems, remember? You turned them off. Now it's blowing virus all through this room."
Not for long, Julia said. We'll have the safeties back in 2 seconds. Ricky was already standing at the control board, frantically hitting keys. Good thinking, Julia, I said. I lit my cigarette lighter and held it under the sprinkler head. Julia screamed, Stop! Ricky, stop! Ricky stopped. I said, Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Julia turned in fury and hissed, I hate you! Already her body was turning shades of gray, fading to a kind of monochrome. So was Ricky, the color washing out of him. It was the virus in the air already affecting their swarms. There was a brief crackle of sparks from high in the octopus arms, then another short lightning arc. Ricky saw it and yelled, Forget it, Julia. We take our chances. He hit the keys and turned the safety system back on. Alarms started to sound. The screens flashed red with the excess concentrations of methane and other gases. The main screen showed Safety Systems On, and the sprinklers burst into cones of brown spray. They screamed as the water touched them. They were writhing and beginning to shrink, to shrivel, right before my eyes. Julia's face was contorted. She stared at me with pure hatred, but already she was starting to dissolve. She fell to her knees and then onto her back. The others were all rolling on the floor, screaming in pain. Come on, Jack. Someone was tugging at my sleeve. It was May. Come on, she said. This room is full of methane. You have to go. I hesitated, still looking at Julia. Then we turned and ran. Day 7, 9:11 a.m. The helicopter pilot pushed the doors open as we ran across the pad. We jumped in. May said, Go! He said, I'll have to insist you get your harnesses on before... Fly this fucking thing! I yelled. Sorry, it's a regulation and it's not safe. Black smoke started to pour out of the power station door we had just come out of. It billowed into the blue desert sky. The pilot saw it and said, Hang on. We lifted off and headed north, swinging wide of the building. Now there was smoke coming from all the exhaust vents near the roof. A black haze was rising into the air. May said, Fire burns the nanoparticles and the bacteria, too. Don't worry. The pilot said, Where are we going? Home. He headed west, and within minutes we had left the building behind. It disappeared below the horizon. May was sitting back in her seat, eyes closed. I said to her, I thought it was going to blow up, but they turned the safety system back on again, so I guess it won't. She said nothing. I said, So what was the big rush to get out of there? And where were you, anyway? Nobody could find you. She said, I was outside in the storage shed. Doing what? Looking for more thermite. Find any? There was no sound, just a flash of yellow light that spread across the desert horizon for an instant and then faded. You could almost believe it never happened, but the helicopter rocked and jolted as the shock wave passed us. The pilot said, Holy Mother of God, what was that? Industrial accident, I said. Very unfortunate. He reached for his radio. I better report it. Yes, I said. You better do that. We flew west, and I saw the green line of the forest and the rolling foothills of the Sierras as we crossed into California. Day 7, 11:57 p.m. It's late, almost midnight. The house is silent around me. I'm not sure how this will turn out. The kids are all desperately sick, throwing up after I gave them the virus. I can hear my son and daughter retching in separate bathrooms. I went in to check on them a few minutes ago to see what was coming up. Their faces were deathly pale. I could see they were afraid because they know I'm afraid. I haven't told them about Julia yet. They haven't asked. They're too sick to ask right now. I'm worried most about the baby because I had to give her the virus too. It was her only hope. Ellen's with her now, but Ellen is vomiting too. The baby has yet to throw up. I don't know whether that's good or bad. Young kids react differently. I think I'm okay, at least for the moment. I'm dead tired. I think I've been dozing off from time to time all night. Right now, I'm sitting here looking out the back window, waiting for May. She hopped the fence at the end of my backyard and is probably scrambling around in the brush on the slope that goes down behind the property, where the sprinklers are. She thought there was a faint green light coming from somewhere down the slope. I told her not to go down there alone, but I'm too tired to go get her. If she waits until tomorrow, the army can come here with flamethrowers and blast the hell out of whatever it is. The army is acting dumb about this whole thing, but I have Julia's computer here at home, and I have an email trail on her hard drive. I removed the hard drive just to be safe. I duped it and put the original in a safe deposit box in town. I'm not really worried about the army. I'm worried about Larry Handler and the others at Xymos. They know they have horrific lawsuits on their hands. The company will declare bankruptcy sometime this week, but they're still liable for criminal charges. Larry especially. I wouldn't cry if he went to jail. May and I have managed to put together most of the events of the past few days. My daughter's rash was caused by gamma assemblers, the micro-machines that assembled finished molecules from component fragments. The gammas must have been on Julia's clothing when she came home from the lab. Julia worried about that possibility. That was why she took a shower as soon as she got home. The lab itself had good decontamination procedures, but Julia was interacting with the swarms outside the lab. She knew there was a danger. Anyway, that night she accidentally let the gammas loose in the nursery. The gamma assemblers are designed to cut microfragments of silicon, but faced with a pliable substance like skin, they only pinch it. It's painful and causes micro-trauma of a sort that nobody had ever seen before, or would ever have suspected. No wonder Amanda didn't have a fever. She didn't have an infection. She had a coating of biting particles on her skin. The magnetic field of the MRI cured her in an instant. All the assemblers were yanked away from her in the first pulse. Apparently, that is also what happened to the guy in the desert. He somehow came in contact with a batch of assemblers. He had been camping within a mile of the Xymos desert facility. Julia knew what was wrong with Amanda, but she didn't tell anybody. Instead, she called the Xymos cleanup crew, which showed up in the middle of the night while I was at the hospital. Only Eric saw them, and now I know what he saw, because the same crew arrived here a few hours ago to sweep my house. They were the same men I'd seen in the van on the road that night. The lead man wears a silver bunny suit that's anti-magnetic, and he does look ghostly. His silvered mask makes him appear faceless. He goes into the environment first to check it out. Then 4 other men in coveralls follow to vacuum and clean up. I had told Eric he'd dreamed it, but he hadn't. The crew left behind one of their sensor cubes under Amanda's bed. That was intentional, to check for residual gammas in case they'd missed any. It wasn't a surge suppressor. It was just constructed to look like one. When I finally figured all this out, I was furious with Julia for not telling me what was going on, for making me worry. But of course she was diseased, and there's no point in being angry with her now. Eric's MP3 player was cut by gamma assemblers, the same way the cars in the desert were, and just as the MRI was. For some reason, the gamma assemblers cut memory chips and leave central processors alone. I haven't heard an explanation why. There was a swarm in the convertible with Julia that night. It had come back with her from the desert. I don't know whether she brought it intentionally or not. The swarm could collapse into nothing, which is why Eric didn't see anything when he went out to the car to look. and I wasn't sure of what I saw when she pulled away, which was reasonable enough. The swarm was probably catching the light in odd ways. In my memory, it looked a little like Ricky, but it was probably too soon for the swarm to be taking on appearances. It hadn't evolved that much yet. Or maybe I just saw an indistinct shape, and in my jealousy I imagined it to be a person. I don't think I made it up, but maybe I did. Ellen thinks I might have. After her car crash, Julia called for the cleanup crews. That's why they were there on the road late that night. They were waiting to go down the hill and clean up the site. I don't know what caused the crash itself, whether it was something to do with the swarm or whether it was just an accident. There's no one to ask about it now. The facility in the desert was entirely destroyed. There was enough methane in the main laboratory to produce a fireball in excess of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Any biological materials would have been incinerated. But I still worry. They never found any bodies in the ruins, not even skeletons. May took the bacteriophage to her old lab in Palo Alto. I hope she made them understand how desperate the situation is. She's being very quiet about their reaction. I think they should put the phage into the water supply, but May says the chlorine will take it out. Maybe there should be a vaccine program. As far as we know, the phage works to kill the swarms. Sometimes I have ringing in my ears, which is a worrisome sign, and I feel a vibrating in my chest and abdomen. I can't tell if I'm just paranoid or if something is really happening to me. I try to keep a brave face for the kids, but of course you can't fool kids. They know I'm frightened. The last mystery to be cleared up was why the swarms always returned to the laboratory. It never made any sense to me. I kept worrying about it because it was such an unreasonable goal. It didn't fit the pred-prey formulations. Why would a predator keep returning to a particular location? Of course, in retrospect, there was only one possible answer. The swarms were intentionally programmed to return. The goal was explicitly defined by the programmers themselves. But why would anybody program in a goal like that? I didn't know until a few hours ago. The code that Ricky showed me wasn't the code they had actually used on the particles. He couldn't show me the real code because I would have known immediately what had been done. Ricky didn't ever tell me. Nobody ever told me. What bothers me most is an email I found on Julia's hard drive earlier today. It was from her to Ricky Morse, with a CC to Larry Handler, the head of Xymos, outlining the procedure to follow to get the camera swarm to work in high wind. The plan was to intentionally release a swarm into the environment. And that's exactly what they did. They pretended it was an accidental release caused by missing air filters. That's why Ricky gave me that long guided tour and the song and dance about the contractor and ventilation system. But none of what he told me was true. The release was planned. It was intentional from the beginning. When they couldn't make the swarm work in high wind, they tried to engineer a solution. They failed. The particles were just too small and light, and arguably too stupid, too. They had design flaws from the beginning, and now they couldn't solve them. Their whole multi-million-dollar defense project was going down the drain, and they couldn't solve it. So they decided to make the swarm solve it for them. They reconfigured the nanoparticles to add solar power and memory. They rewrote the particle program to include a genetic algorithm, and they released the particles to reproduce and evolve, and see if the swarm could learn to survive on its own. And they succeeded. It was so dumb, it was breathtaking. I didn't understand how they could have embarked on this plan without recognizing the consequences. Like everything else I'd seen at Xymos, it was jerry-built, half-baked, concocted in a hurry to solve present problems, and never a thought to the future. That might be typical corporate thinking when you were under the gun, but with technologies like these, it was dangerous as hell. But of course the real truth was more complicated. The technology itself invited the behavior. Distributed agent systems ran by themselves. That was how they functioned. That was the whole point. You set them up and let them go. You got in the habit of doing that. You got in the habit of treating agent networks that way. Autonomy was the point of it all. But it was one thing to release a population of virtual agents inside a computer's memory to solve a problem. It was another thing to set real agents free in the real world. They just didn't see the difference. Or they didn't care to see it. And they set the swarm free. The technical term for this is self-optimization. The swarm evolves on its own. The less successful agents die off, and the more successful agents reproduce the next generation. After 10 or 100 generations, the swarm evolves toward a best solution, an optimum solution. This kind of thing is done all the time inside the computer. It's even used to generate new computer algorithms. Danny Hillis did one of the first of those runs years back to optimize a sorting algorithm, to see if the computer could figure out how to make itself work better. The program found a new method. Other people quickly followed his lead. But it hasn't been done with autonomous robots in the real world. As far as I know, this was the first time. Maybe it's already happened, and we just didn't hear about it. Anyway, I'm sure it'll happen again. Probably soon. It's 2 a.m. The kids finally stopped vomiting. They've gone to sleep. They seem to be peaceful. The baby is asleep. Ellen is still pretty sick. I must have dozed off again. I don't know what woke me. I see May coming up the hill from behind my house. She's with the guy in the silver suit and the rest of the SSVT team. She's walking toward me. I can see that she's smiling. I hope her news is good. I could use some good news right now. Julia's original email says, "We have nothing to lose." And in the end, they lost everything. Their company, their lives, everything. And the ironic thing is, the procedure worked. The swarm actually solved the problem they had set for it. But then it kept going, kept evolving. And they let it. They didn't understand what they were doing. I'm afraid that will be on the tombstone of the human race. I hope it's not. We might get lucky.
The End. You've been listening to Prey by Michael Crichton, narrated by George Wilson, with an introduction read by the author. If you've enjoyed this book and this performance, Recorded Books recommends Stephen King's Hearts in Atlantis, narrated by Stephen King and William Hurt, and American Gods by Neil Gaiman, narrated by George Guidell. You'll find a wide selection of titles in the Recorded Books catalog, including bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So to order another recorded book, or for a copy of our latest listing, please call us using the toll-free number found on the back of this book. You can order by phone with any major credit card, or by faxing us. Don't forget to ask about easy 30-day rentals by mail. On our website, you can browse the catalog, hear about the latest releases, place orders, or tune into narrator profiles and author interviews. So visit us there at www.recordedbooks.com. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.